Press the button. Press the button. Press the button. Hello, Saf. How can I help you?
Was there a stream today?
I'm streaming today, yes.
Well, I thought it wasn't a yapping. I didn't see it.
It's not a yapping. This is VsChat.
Oh.
I just finished putting together tweets and announcing it live on the platform. All the humming you heard me doing was me setting it up.
Oh, okay.
Because earlier in the Discord, what I did is I posted about the fact that they're going to be doing a watch party for the Game Awards. Because they're doing a support a streamer event during the Game Awards on the 11th? Yeah, on the 11th. So I still have a very long amount of necessitative time for people to be able to drop multi-gift channel subs. So I have to find situations to use them because they will expire at the end of the month.
Okay.
So today is one of those events. There was no yapping on Sunday because I had serious business that involves my housework that need to be dealt with. So there'll probably be one later this week. There might even be a makeup day for that yapping. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I'm trying to come up with ideas to get people to show up because what I'm seeing is that there are not people showing up with opinions. And it's like the amount of people who are showing up with said opinions that show up in my timeline with aggressive things to say are not matching up with the level of interest. This is just another way of me saying that there are people who are saying that they want to do a thing and then not following through on that thing. So I'm just doing what I do. Something you wanted to talk about, or you're just gonna hang out to watch the show?
I can hang out for a little bit, but I might have to switch devices or something.
Message. Pen message. Reset. Boom. So no, you do not have anything you want to talk about?
Hold on. Sorry, I was not in the house.
I definitely want to get your questions in. This is going to be a long event. This is 2 videos back to back.
I did not hear what you said. Can you say it again, please?
Do you have anything you want to specifically talk to me about or ask me before this event starts?
I saw on via Twitter the other day, there was some streaming VTuber award and some peanut guy I never heard of.
The Brett Peanut
award.
Yeah, I already saw it. Yeah, I already saw it. I already talked about it yesterday.
I wasn't here for the stream. I unfortunately was busy yesterday.
Pretty much my opinion is that the first problem being there is a reaction that is happening through the majority of people talking about the story that they look at the opinion of what is effectively the Hassanite hug box created by Cutie Cinderella, and as a literal in-joke and an insult to the entirety of the people who watch VTubers. A streamer who is not an actual VTuber, but is a person who's doing a content pivot, where they use a low-effort Snapchat filter for their avatar, insults the entirety of VTubing as a scene, because they specifically are insulting VTubers because they do not respect them, because they're talking about the specific Oshi ones. And what was wrong with this is a multifaceted issue. But in its totality, there are three important parts here. The first part is a bunch of VTubers basically sold the entire event and are effectively covering for Cutie Cinderella by telling people that they're being baited, that they have no reason to be angry about somebody who says that he isn't a VTuber winning a VTuber award because they are being rage baited, which is ridiculously stupid and retarded. Then there comes the fact that there are people saying, well, actually, he was being reversed rage baited by his audience because he was voted into the event. And then there's the actual reality of the problem, which is that a person that disrespects the scene, disrespects the culture, disrespects the space, disrespects the content, disrespects the streamers, disrespects the entire idea and the entire kayfabe of what these VTuber streaming is, which is not V being virtual and not meaning anime, but is specifically a person who wants to do content that participates in a space with other people that are in that VTuber space. Somebody who doesn't interact with the people in that space, shits on people in that space, and supposedly we're all supposed to go along with this and say that it's okay and fine and that it's just a joke because Iron Mouse said it was, is everything wrong with communities actively having their thing being stolen from them and insulted to the point that they think you're stupid, and those of them that feel the disgrace and the disrespect are supposed to just take it because it is. Period. And it's ridiculous. And it's dumb. So, at the end of all the things that are important, there are a bunch of people who are only interested in the conversation part that has to do with the Sun Piker and the Streamer Awards. And it doesn't matter, because the Streamer Awards is not an actual serious event. To put it another way, you have things like the Oscars, you have things like the Emmys, you have things like the Tonys. The entirety of these awards exist in a space that reflect the people and the talent in that field. The Streamer Awards is a reflection of not popular, but mainstream branded YouTubers and VTubers. They are not people that are a part of the actual VTuber culture. So people from outside the culture are making fun of people in the culture. And there are very, very big names that amount to sponsored, cultured talents that are telling people to excuse it because they think that this is good exposure. When literally not that many weeks prior to this, they went with the approach of hello fellow VTuber when it came to respecting and bringing in new talent into Twitter and Twitch from the VTubers. There's an entire backlog of information and lore that is very important to understand this, but we don't even have to go far back as VSojo. You don't even have to go far back as Color. You don't even have to go far back as any of that shit. All of the people that are PNG tubers, actual VTubers that participate in the space, and keep up the kayfabe of not just using it as like a secondary excuse of a persona when they don't want to be lazy to be on camera, are being insulted by a group of people that explicitly hate what they think are grungy, dirty hikikomoris and meats that live in their house and fap to their favorite oshi. They don't understand the terminology, they don't understand the lingo, they don't understand the scene, and ultimately they do not understand that this is basically a nuclear warhead being set off in that space, and people are responding like the threat that it is, and they are being told to stand down by big figures like Iron Mouse, telling them that they shouldn't respond to it, and that it's not that big of a deal. When in actuality, it is that big of a deal. But the way that they should respond is not the way that they're responding here. Like, you're screaming at a brick wall. They don't care. They don't like you. Why would you want them to be in your space? Why would you want them to feel welcome inside of this thing that they clearly don't want to be a part of? Why are you even listening to people who are effectively supposed to be branded sponsors that open their mouth to suck cock so that they can be able to get more attention and views for themselves? By acting as though that they are the bridge between the Oshis and the Cunny Squad. You should be happy that they are telling you to fuck off and that they are insulting you. Those of them that feel that certain kind of way. Because that's how they feel about you. They think that you are a joke that they can use as a prop and a gimmick to give themselves a pivot. Because that's what the majority of some of those broadcasters have done and will continue to do. Hell, in the same event, they're making a joke of something that is obviously stupid from the formulation of Hassan Piker and his Collargate drama. But we know that it's an insult to the attention span of anybody who has a goddamn brain cell and an IQ above 90. It's ironic that it's actually from Miskiff that explains the reason why the event and why the overall jokes about things that weren't about the VTuber shit was actually ridiculous and stupid and dumb. So, the simplistic of it is that those people aren't a part of the same groups. Not the same friend groups, not the same creator groups. So, when a person who's in your group makes a joke at your expense, you can be able to laugh it off and have some level of humbleness because they are somebody you know. It doesn't sting as much because, haha, yeah, I do be doing that. So, should somebody insult me about something like, say, damn, Carl takes sure a long time to explain something when I'm on somebody's broadcast like Jay's, I can laugh at that, but there's a level of annoyance that is going to be under the surface. Because, of course, the problem isn't that I can't explain something, and I can't explain it simply. It's that I like interaction and engagement, because I want people to think. I want them to use their brains and notice the same shit that I'm seeing. Now, of course, in a space like that, without the context of knowing that, because people don't actually ask questions, they just get angry. Should somebody go to an award show, and that's supposed to be some type of fucking joke, said by somebody who doesn't know me, delivered poorly, and delivered with the level that they were in the face of people like Kai Cenat, basically angry that this individual is able to do jokes that they can't do because they don't have the same capacity, they don't have the same energy, they don't have the same delivery. That's not humor. It's not funny. It's just animus. It's spite. That's them getting something off your chest because they feel some type of way about it. And that's effectively what Burnt Peanut did to the VTubers. He disrespected them. He walked into their space, he put his nasty, dirty shoes up on their couch, tracked with shit, and then said, haha, couldn't be me. Wow, imagine getting mobbed by a guy with an Instagram filter. And then took the award and walked the fuck out of the place. And as normal hosts to a crossover of communities like that, High Horror, you have people sitting up inside that VTuber space who are supposed to be the leaders of it, because leader equals big number streamer. These leaders are sitting there telling people who are clearly disrespected by this action, come on guys, it's not that serious, you're getting rage baited, don't react to it. When any other place where that would happen, that motherfucker would have gotten lynched.
Yeah, like I didn't even know who he was. I'm like, who's this, like...
Ex-Tarkov. He's an ex-Tarkov streamer who switched over to playing Arc Raiders. He's been doing a lot of content in Arc Raiders where his entire thing is being loud and obnoxious. He is a nuisance streamer at core. He goes out He plans events where he basically shuts down an entire server of gameplay, and then it's treated like nothing. In fact, the person that he shut down multiple hours of gameplay in Arc Raiders with, Hutchinson, was in there trying to debate people as though this was a question of merit, saying, well, if you're angry about it, why don't you just become a better broadcaster, become a better streamer, become a better content creator, make better content, and then you can win the award? And the obvious answer is the same answer that anybody could give, especially from the position of smaller content creators to bigger content creators, because these spaces don't work that way. It's not a case of having the actual work and ethic. It's that there are people that are not mobilized together to actually work together, and even if they were to, you would never let them into that space, because you don't want to have people in that space. The only reason why this hit is because the people in question that are doing the event, which is Cutie Cinderella, has an entire network of broadcasters from the WL and Poggers community, which is not even said a community, but really a space. Two spaces which take up the majority of attention for livestream fails. So, the difference between a broadcast of mine and a college football game being hosted at Buffalo Wild Wings. The magnitudes and tiers of small level event versus broadcasted nationwide event is different. That's the first problem. The second problem is that even if somebody was to be a crash out or a breakout surprise, smash hit, to make it into the scene, to be heard amongst them, they hate them. So why would they platform them? Imagine if instead of saying, wow, Burnt Peanut won this with absolutely no chagrin whatsoever, but an actual VTuber of the space that belongs there, which would be technically to say Saba, which is to say Gargura. If she never had to graduate from her original persona and go to the new persona that she is broadcasting under, this kind of flagrant disrespect wouldn't have happened. Another way to put this, and to frame this, for people who don't understand it, this is what it felt like when Beyonce Knowles decided to start making country cowgirl music.
I remember that.
With Cowboy Carter. Does that mean that she can't cross genre and start making new content? That's like saying that Taylor Swift wouldn't be allowed to go from doing country to doing pop music. But the problem is that they enter into a space to which they do not inherently belong. They actively go out of their way to insult and antagonize people and to bump noses, and then ultimately disrespect the space while saying they deserve to have something that people do not believe that they are given. So, if Beyonce were to just make a singular album, and then was to show up at the Country Music Awards, and then threw a fucking fit, or did anything like that, where it's like, damn, imagine me just crossing over in a meeting and taking all your awards, and walking the fuck off stage, lynching! And it's not a question of it's the weebs because they're fighting against basically the high school Ivory Garden socialites. This is any space to any space. Lynching. Either way it works. Lynching. Because it's the disrespect that people have a problem with. The fact that it's the disrespect and that there are more people like Iron Mouse telling people to not listen to the people who are talking about it because, lol, you're just mad that your favorite Cooner Queen didn't get voted for, is missing the point. Inherently. And of course they would think that's the case. They're not from here! That's it. That's all there is to it. Anything else you wanted to ask?
Let's see. It's been a while, like I have been getting busy on the side.
Okay, how long am I going to be on today? 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's make it 6.
There was
Hi, Christ. Take your time, I suppose.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Doesn't bother me. I'll just start whenever you're done.
There was that there's a topic I saw also about like how K-pop Demon Hunters is like bringing something new to the table, and I'm like, what do you mean something new?
I love to know what they mean, because I don't know what the fuck they mean when they mean something new.
I don't know if you've seen the movie itself. There's probably other people who have.
Ironically enough, we were supposed to watch it for Friendsgiving, and I slept the entire way through it. And so did the host of the event that we were at the house of. I've been mentally exhausted for the last 4 to 5 months. Seasonal depression makes it very hard for me to focus on many things at once, unless I have planned it out, and I was already at my limit. If anybody cared to really remember or ask during that time. Technically still am, and it will remain like this until maybe the middle of January. It's a historical trend that around this time of year is when something happens to me and I become unemployed because of some level of bullshit that just occurs. The Lord decided I needed to have more character development in this season and decided to give me a mid-season finale.
I see.
But no, I have no idea what you mean by they're bringing something new and different. I do remember when I was in the car at Star, when we were driving back from someplace, that she actually mentioned to me that K-pop Demon Hunters is not a new thing, but that the newest translation from the English Breakout is the new thing. So it's apparently something that already has like a 3-part trilogy series, and they're now going to start working on translation and animation to bring in the second and third parts to the screen. So I guess maybe that's something new, but I have no idea. I haven't looked into it since you told me about it in the car. It's just sitting in the back of my head. As far as that,
well,
go ahead.
Well, I'm going to read a post from somebody, and I don't know if you know them, but he says, it feels like Hollywood is struggling to connect with the youth these days, and along comes K-pop Demon Hunters to make it look effortless, something new, something different, that understands what they're into, what they're feeling, and most importantly, what they need to hear.
I mean, is K-pop something new? I'm pretty sure League of Legends already introduced that to people for 10 years running now? Actually, no, shorter than that. 4 to 5 years running now. And how many people actually participate in esports? Let alone play that game casually.
A lot of people, I think. But I remember KDA was kind of popular for a bit. People seemed to like the aesthetic of it.
Well, that's like the thing. That's just a piece of music created in-house for a stable group versus this whole entire movement that's supposed to be something equivocated to Crazy Rich Asians with this new move of cross-foreign market movies and music and entertainment, which I don't think Hollywood really recognizes that as what it is, and I don't think it's a Hollywood thing, because it's not a Hollywood thing. That's a Netflix thing. The same way that Netflix is about to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, that doesn't make it a Hollywood thing. That's not a win for Hollywood. That's a win for what is basically the return of cable. They're about to suck up the last few Infinity Stones necessary for that gauntlet, and then they're going to charge you even more out the nose with commercial subs on the first donation tier. So then they'll wring more money out of you, and then it'll be the same as it ever was, which is 4 to 5 channels with absolutely nothing to watch. I mean, I understand the idea. Oh, here's this new film that is able to somehow, despite being Beanmouth Grubhub animation, compared to Turning Red and that one other film, Ready or Not, or whatever the fuck it was called, that has people looking at the animation thing going, wow, I'd rather go back to the kind of animation style of Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. You instead have this creation of a product that is able to have a story about something that is quintessentially Korean, quintessentially K-pop, and still have a story that works out for the most while featuring American voices that bring the plot together for the character, but then music that is still worth listening to outside of the context of the film. How many weeks has it been since Golden has just been naturally played on the radio and people forget, oh, that's actually just like a song from that film?
I don't like the music from the film. To me, it sounds very, very generic. And it's like to me, it sounds further from its K-pop roots. Like, it just sounds like American pop music from about, I want to say, 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago.
Yeah, because it's basically elevator music. Yeah, because it's basically popular elevator music, which is exactly what the radio stations that are playing it are specializing in. It's breaking up the charts between things like Sabrina Carpenter and whatever fucking is being put out by Taylor Swift. But the fact that it's there and that it's still around, that's the thing that people are noticing. They just don't know what to call it because they don't actually consume content. And that's mostly because people don't go to movies. And that's because they're too expensive.
Well, too expensive, and there's some weirdos going to these movies. As,
no, say the word. Not weirdos. Say the word. We know what the answer is. Don't you red letter media me. Let's talk about it honestly. Say the word. Say it. Say it, Bella.
YNs.
Yes. Technically brown people, but I just said people in general because it's not just the brown people. It's any person that goes out into public. Until the ushers that are a part of the movie-going experience are allowed to violently escort people out of the building with lethal intention and violence, it is always going to be a waste of time and an aggravating, dangerous experience when those kinds of people end up making it into an experience that makes you think you're not going to make it back to your car. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of land space. It's a waste of a business. It's a waste of concession money that effectively wrings more money out of you than a date at Cheesecake Factory or whatever restaurant you want to insert here into the sentence. You don't have a reason to spend nearly $60 fucking on two people for the tickets, the food, which is to say the candy, the popcorn, and the possibly non-refillable drinks, all while being under the consideration of theater chains such as AMC that took over theater chains here in my town, like Carmack Cinema, and still not being able to break off of a marketplace of issues and profit because the physical building itself is under such levels of rent and market escrow that they will never be able to break the debt ceiling on the investment of that business. That location itself is a literal money trap. And so they have to constantly increase prices to justify running the business at a loss, claiming that it's a loss leader, while people actively prefer to instead watch from home. Not because they like Netflix, but because why the fuck am I going to go to a place where I can get stabbed when I can have a better experience on my computer screen inside a Discord with other people protecting it for them in my Discord with a acquired acquired version of the film that's better than what is going to be inside the booth, while every single person that is in public is hostage to the people that are inside this theater. The projectionist, the people in the audience, the people that are running the concession stands, the actual security detail with or without police presence, as well as the ushers. Like, as much as we would want to say they're bringing something new and interesting to the scene, they're bringing something that is exactly the same as everything else. Because if you really want to see something that's going to bring something that people have never seen before, that's Naja. Naja 1 and Naja 2 did more work and made more money and had more eyes on it internationally, let alone domestically, than K-pop Demon Hunters. And even then, even for the people who are associated with it, both the English-speaking voices and the Korean singing voices, this is just the beginning of a franchise that will then be milked for what it's worth, the same way as every other original Netflix project within the last 10 years. So for what it is an advent of something that could be new, but just like the last time they were told that they could learn and see more shit if they could get over the inch-high barrier of foreign media, they don't want to do it. They would much rather the project be translated into English, but rather than making everything into live action, because that was a conversation going around, and they shot that down by saying, no, we don't need to make it live action, and they don't. It is instead a conversation of, well, we won't make it live action, but we will put a lot of money into dubbing it, and we'll release it like it's a new product, because then the Zoomers will watch it. The new age will watch it. They'll get other people to watch it, and it'll become so invasive, and they'll become so permissive by osmosis into society and culture that you will not be able to avoid it. And that's exactly what has happened. It has gone through the entire life cycle of Frozen, and it's just here now. It just happens to be that because it's K-pop, people then attribute it to a bunch of other shit that has already happened with K-pop, and treat it like it's all a part of the same invasion. It's like a British invasion in music.
Well, I wanted to say, like, I feel like they're going to make a live-action version anyway, despite, them saying they're not going to. It's going to happen.
Okay,
Might take a... or shorter than that.
I mean, okay, I ain't watching it. It'd be wasting your money. Why would you want to watch a live version? Why would you want to watch a live-action version of that when you know the people that are going to be hired for that are going to be the same influencers that influence nothing, that are going to provoke you into thinking that it's supposed to be a quality product that you're getting into consuming. It's like watching The Running Man 2025, or Superman 2025, or Predator Badlands. It's a product that, for what it's worth, is a sign of the times. You don't need to see Liza Koshy like that whatsoever. Thank you, Tusky. It is not necessary to be making something like this, because it doesn't amount to shit. It doesn't amount to shit, for shit, by shit. It is a waste of my time, your time, and everyone else's time, because it is an idea that makes you feel like you need to be involved in something greater than it is, and it's not. But you're being told that it is, so if you don't participate in the culture, then you can't participate in the conversation in the culture. But without having to watch the film, I already know what happens in the film, because motherfuckers won't stop spoiling it using fucking AI voice shit. Which is a greater issue towards people getting to enjoy it, because instead of actually being able to watch the product and then become truly immersed in it, the way that they should with a film like Weapons, they're instead being told about the film by osmosis through the AI iteration shit that then makes it into just another piece of content that you'll forget about, because nobody treats it like it's a very big magnanimous event to take part in. So, it is what it is at the end of the day. Same with actual streamer culture. It is what it is at the end of the day. Because people are talking about it by osmosis instead of actually treating it like it's a big platform event. A good example of this, Mahler's near 17-hour, 18-hour video. I'm not telling people that they need to watch it, because they really don't. But that entire video is a breakdown of multitudes of different viewpoints, not just of Mahler's, but of multiple people inside of the ecosystem of reviewers, content creators, and, I guess, influencers and opinion havers on Star Wars Outlaws. That game is trash, but it's not just trash, it is fucking dog shit trash. And it's so trash that the opinions are all over the same opinions of the other content creators. But just like the magnanimous thing that happens when, because Mahler said it and he said it too long, it's bad. But when Anthony Gramuccia says it, it's actually good. Therefore, it's a based opinion. And his is a cringe opinion. Boo! Icky! Jenny Nicholson! Jenny Nicholson! Jenny Nicholson! And the fact of the matter is that It is a piece of product that was made off of, just ironically, comparing it to another piece of dog shit that actually mods it, and also is a good comparison of exactly how bad it was, which was the Gollum game. There are things that are inside of Star Wars Outlaws that if you were to experience that game, if you bought that full price, or worse, if you're one of those people who bought it on Ubisoft to play it one day earlier because you decided you wanted to get it day one on Game Pass, you literally paid for a turd. And you need to know to what level of bad that turd was. And it's not just exacerbating the opinion by repeating himself multiple times. It's the case of, oh, you don't want to take my word for it? You think my experience was unique? Here's 15 other people that you respect. Left-wing, right-wing, dead of center, apolitical, anarcho-primitivist, what have you, that experienced the same shit. So am I lying? Or is it that you don't want to agree with me because it is who is saying it that you don't want to agree with? Type shit. That's the kind of experience that people are missing when it comes to Hollywood content. They're not getting that experience because they are disconnected. They're not talking to the same people that are having the same conversations. Which is to say, when Jay and I look into something like She-Hulk, and we look at the actions of people like Straw Hat Goofy and Fictional Darling, those individuals do not exist in the same sphere as us. But then when we watch projects like Interview with the Vampire, and as a comparison point, to show what a normal fan of the work, the books, the film, the author would look like, through the means of Maven of the Eventide, which is to say Eliza Hansen, and we look at her, or rather I look at her opinion, and I compare it to what I thought, what Jay thought as a fan of the film and of the books, what I think in general as a consumer of media, and what Eliza Hansen thinks as a lover of Anne Rice's books and of vampire content in general, and I guess that applies to Jay too, because she's doing this whole thing that she's trying to write a werewolf book, but that's not my thing to talk about. She can talk about it, but she's shown like examples of the shit that she's been creating through her AI generation stuff as of late, because all of her AI stuff has been her practicing with it. That is a comparative example of people that are actually communing and consuming something in a similar space, but they're completely bridged off from everybody else. And that's really the problem here. Hollywood is off to themselves because they don't see it as a thing to respect. And ironically, this is the same problem the same way, because it was the exact same problem with the foreign market. They did not want to respect foreign market films because they did not see them as a part of the American Hollywood experience. And it had to be a creator that had to tell them that at the awards show. I believe it was for Parasite that coined the essential term itself. And they have not learned from it since, because they are a paradigm to themselves. They're an ivory tower to themselves. The same thing exists in streamer spaces and culture too. They are paradigms and ivory towers and entire walled-off gardens to themselves. Some bigger than others. Some taller than others. And because some people just can't bring themselves to get into it for whatever fucking reason, they find themselves incapable of consuming the content. It was the opinion of a couple of people here, actually, the last few broadcasts, to say to me, personally, Carl, I think that you're underrated and that people should see more of you. And it's kind of the same problem, the same way around. People don't get involved because they don't feel interest. Maybe half the problem you could say is that it's the job of creators like me to give them something to be interested in. But if they don't consume the culture, and thus they're not in the conversation, they're not going to be interested in what we have to say. So it's a three-part issue, Saf. It's a three-part issue. You have the people, you have the place, and you have the experience. If they have no affinity to the experience, and they don't care about the place, why would they be able to concern themselves with what is created when all three things come together like Captain Planet, which is the content? They can't have an opinion about the content because they're not having the experiences and the conversations with the other people that would create this quintessential boundary. And you can't break through it by osmosis. You have to be of it to be in it. I will keep saying this till high heaven, because it's true. You have to be of it and be in it to get it. So just like the VTubers, and all of Hollywood as a greater whole, they don't do that. Now, it is the job of people like you that you come to me and you ask me, and then it becomes the job of the communities to then spread that opinion around to say, hey, is single player Carl based for saying this? But I can already tell you that it's not going to happen because people don't do that. There's like a handful of people who do. Moonbane probably being one of the best examples of taking my content and then creating an edit out of it and then showing that to other people. where they ask me a question and then that opinion becomes a clip that then gets shown to a group of people. People do not do that because some people go out of their ways to basically bury some type of people doing that. And it happens all the time. That's the ego of people. You be on the internet long enough, people decide that they do or do not like you for whatever reason. And that's what it is. You make a peace with it. It's not really that big of an issue that it's something like that I think about or am concerned with, but it's a thing that I know happens. Because that's how people spread content. There's drama right now going on with the fact that Dev showed up on Wick to try and debate people that was his haters, and it's created a non-stop cascade of people telling him to die a fat again, because basically one of the people that he said was a coward for not showing up couldn't go because he was at work or something. And that's a whole thing. That's how conversations work. But because I don't fuck on camera for money, I don't backstab my friends, and I don't do insert thing here for attention, the opinion that I'm telling you right now is probably not going to go further than, say, the 5 connections of Carl that it goes to, which is me, my chat, people who interact with people in my chat, people who know me as a content creator, and the other community people that were in my chat that may or may not have either gone on to greener pastures or cross over with my stuff, but they're not really interacting with my material as, like, active people in the Discord when I post something. They'll show up when they hear something crazy is about to happen, like when that one guy decided to try and threaten me with a gun, and the gun was a fake picture. They'll come through for things like that, but they don't actually consume daily content. And I don't mean like being in the chat room when it happens. I mean just watching the VOD. The opinion that I give, that I have as a criticism, that I've told to multiple people and I've repeated multiple times in content now about people like Smash JT not understanding that he needs to actually put his content not behind a paywall, not just on his main channel, but also on his gaming clip channel. That's part of it. People don't consume something during their normal offset time period because we all have a cycle and a rotation that we get into. So, for him, he can't seem to break out of the loop of being a lol cow because he has a show that he does at what would be here on the Eastern Time Coast, a 4 to 5 hour difference. When it's 8 o'clock here, it's 4 there, or 5 there. When he does his show at like 6, 7, 8 p.m., it's fucking midnight to 4 a.m. here. There have been plenty of times that I've criticized his content for that, because he does that show like that. And much like if I were to be one of you going into my stream, if there was another Carl that watched from a different time zone, and my shit was behind a paywall, and I put all my shit behind members only, and that person wanted to get to understand what my opinion was, the only way they'd be able to interact with that is through my videos. Because they wouldn't necessarily have the ability to interact with me live, because when they have things to deal with, like job, business, work, they can't do that because they can't show up. How can't they show up? Because they can't pull their phone out during work. And if I'm streaming and they're working, that's untenable. Because when they get off work, I'm off broadcast, and blocked gate. You want to see the content, you're going to have to pay for it. But what if they don't want to? What if they're not interested? What if they don't see a reason to get involved? What if there's no encouragement for it? Now, mind you, my Discord's public. But I do have rules to how I enforce it. And for most of the people that have been malding about that, most of those people who have been malding are mad about the fact that horror has been helping me with maintaining my own boundaries and also respecting other people's. Because for what it's worth, the individuals who know who they are, they have that same opinion and that ideal. Now take that factor and apply that to the entirety of Hollywood, and then also apply the entirety of that to the VTuber scene. The amount of bad blood, the amount of feuds, the amount of problems, the amount of drama, that's the reason why people can't see it. So they decided that a certain amount of people are based and a certain amount of people are cringe, and that therefore their opinions are not to be listened to. But the people that they follow can't give them advice to help them with how to analyze this, because they're not willing to tell them the truth, because it would then risk them the back at the end of the day. Meanwhile, somebody like Du Bois comes in and asks me the question that I did, and I'll spend time trying to answer the question, and I'll help him find that question and answer together. And if it's something that I didn't have the answer for, we would investigate it live on camera, and we'd find out together. Whether or not people are willing to do that really comes down to whether or not they're willing to stick their hand out and say, I got you. Doesn't even require money. It just requires a bet of interest. But that's a lot of words for some people, you see. But it's like half the experience and fun is helping people figure that the fuck out. But people don't like doing that. They want short answers, short conclusions. And so there is no conversation. Because it's not about talking. It's about listening. You have to listen more than you talk. And people more want to be a part of the revelry of the chaos. Which means they care more about the chaos of what's happening than the actual details of what's happening. Which means chaos is a ladder. And that's a ladder that I don't climb. Which is why I'm where I am. Integrity for stuff like that is important. Both ways. And at the end of the day, it just ends up to be what it is. It amounts to like nothing but an endless joke. Especially when it comes to respect. Because respect is both given and earned. You don't just insult people who you don't know and tell them that, oh, well, they have to earn my respect before I respect them, right? That doesn't help anything. But you see, broadcasting, being that it's an attention economy, means that the loudest, most obnoxious person with the most inflammatory and censorious opinion is the one that gets the attention, even if it's bad attention. Then, being a lolcow could probably be more profitable than not being noticed. But not being noticed has its advantages, because that means nobody notices when you're paying attention to them. Which is why I have the knowledge that I do, and see the things that I do. And sometimes it's even inspired off of things that some of you bring me. Because even if it's not something that is going to be interesting to talk about on live stream, that doesn't mean I didn't research it. And if I research it and I find something that I think is interesting to present, then that creates the whole dynamic that kickstarts that entire cycle. Is this answer satisfactory for you?
Yes, it's. I think you explained it very well. I did want to say something else about K-pop Demon Hunters.
Go ahead.
It felt like the movie was entirely kind of like, I don't know, like not genuine. I know they said they worked on it for about 7 years. They pitched it to Sony, and Sony didn't want it. And that's why it's on Netflix now. But it doesn't feel like... It doesn't feel like a real movie. It feels like a corporate movie, if that's accurate.
Well, it's entirely possible that it is, but, there's not really much you can do about the feeling of it. I think the sake of whether or not it feels like it's more sincere than others has a very serious part to do with that. There's not really much that you can do to prevent that feeling, because that's part of like your survival instinct when it comes to content creation, and looking at content that is created by other people. You can't tell whether or not it is something made as a legitimate, serious thing, or if it's just a thing that is a part of a attempt to look as legitimate, genuine, while still being an entire crock of shit. It's entirely possible that there's plenty of content that goes the way of being that way, and there's not really much you can say to do about that, really, at the end of the day. It really just comes down to who you are and how you feel about it personally as an individual, and how you can try to address it as such, moving forward, or moving past it. In my opinion, as far as like a piece of product, it just does its job. It doesn't necessarily have to be anything more than just an entertaining film. But when it comes to the sincerity of the story, and whether or not the music itself like has something to say and is entertaining and or catchy, it's kind of like how I feel about Sabrina Carpenter. Ultimately, she's a lounge singer, and her entire design of having double entendres in her music makes that music catchy, especially if you compare it to like the works of Chappell Roan. Whether or not you appreciate these artists for their music, and you think that they're, quote, legitimate, is less important than what does that music mean to you. Just like video games. So, like, one of the things that I have to deliver as a part of the deliverables that I need to do for Extra Pressure is the stuff that he just had me finish yesterday, that I started on the second one last night, which was No Straight Roads. A person who's an audiophile who likes electronic music and also rock music will appreciate that game. And just like when we looked into the other deliverable, which was Jaden and Jasmine, of both Book 1 and Book 2 of the Cursed Collection, which then brings Liddell Parks into the fold of the Negrohood, I don't have to look at it as anything more than what it is. That book is basically the equivalent of looking at a piece of work from Quan Mills, or Zane, or Chuck Tingle. Part of the entertainment factor is that you can look at it as a joke, but you're in on the joke. If you have enough of a recognizing qualitative mind, thank you, Megalag, you can be able to notice obvious things. You can be able to notice some obvious things that make you appreciate that media for what it is. And by doing so, you're able to then connect with it and like understand the appeal of what it was supposed to be for. Same thing with things like any out there video game, especially the shit ones, like Dustborn. You can understand what it is they're trying to go for and what they're trying to appeal towards, but whether or not it connects to you and whether or not you like it personally is the thing that matters most. Because then, if you go into it looking for it to be like official and legitimate and to represent more than what it's supposed to be for, you end up with news stories like that of what's currently affecting, in the past, Goody Two Shoes, and then recently, Winterboro, where supposedly the game, having been in collaboration with a company like Sweet Baby Inc. or any particular narrative doctor, script doctoring company, means that the game is illegitimate, that it's bad, it's shit, it's woke, and therefore it doesn't deserve to be played. It doesn't deserve to be even looked at, despite the fact that the people who are reporting on said story, saying said information, didn't play the fucking game. Same thing with Ghost of Yote. You can't talk about the game without consuming it. By saying that it's bad, because insert bullshit here, you are already attempting to stop people from consuming the content, and thus you have created an inability to connect to the material. Who could give a fuck about the goddamn fact that Erika Ishii is the chosen bodysuit actor and voice actress? Put that shit on Japanese and bang it the fuck out. You're probably going to care and connect more with the story than you are their vocal performance. And then, on the flip side of that, Expedition 33 Glazers, the bad ones. You cannot hear Jennifer English have an award speech and talk about her intimate romantic partner and then say, the game's shit because it's woke. She said she's a lesbian. Shut up. Not that important. Because ultimately then, the person that does that doesn't care about the spear, the scene, the industry, the people inside it, or the ongoing conversation of the infinite circles of influence that they're a part of. They have their own personal viewpoint about how they treat other things, and it then becomes a projection of how they feel about people as a whole. And that then becomes disrespectful of both the thing that they're claiming that they're a fan of, or, if they're attacking it unfairly, representative of the level of attention and a skill and knowledge that they have about things outside of that influence. So basically, if you just do nothing but hate like a bitch, then people are just going to assume that you're just a fucking hater. Then what conversation can you have? Because nobody wants to talk to you. Now, that is how it is, and it's just a piece of media. It's really not that deep when it comes to K-pop Demon Hunters, but that's like the greater conversation over it as a whole, because that affects everything that's going to be under the Netflix banner, right? So, every single Netflix original that has ever been made, do you think that they're good adaptations of their media work? No, they're not. Especially shit made by Adi Shankar. They're not. But because they're under the banner of that, People are going to treat it like it's a new breaking edge. Like, damn, we're connecting the anime fans to people who have never watched the content, despite the fact that the adaptation is a bad representation of the content. Even if, by word of mouth, it's supposed to be a better representation from the creator itself. Because it's like when somebody uses that same attribution for video games and development. Have we seen Looking for Good? No. That is going to be a server event where everybody's going to watch it together. Horror already has a copy. And I am looking for multiple copies that are good and better and also have nice lighting. But she probably will have a better copy than I can find. There will be an event that will announce when we're going to be watching Looking for Good. Don't you worry. I already have that planned out. We will watch it before Christmas. But, I've almost been talking about this for an hour with you, so we're going to have to wrap this up, because we will need to be watching these 2 videos today. But, the very simple best that I can say about it, like, for all of the conversation topics I just tapped on, when it comes to K-pop Demon Hunters, it is a film. You can like the film, you can not like the film. You can like the songs, you cannot like the songs. But you can't just basically hate everything about it and then completely not or try to interact in conversations with it without appreciating it for what it is. In the greater scope of Twitch reactionaries and the reactionary content creators or people reacting to the media and drama that have missed the fucking forest for the goddamn mountain, they don't get it because they're not trying to get it. They're trying to spin up the infinite money glitch. The YouTubers are, and the streamers are. Being able to live permanently in the drama gives them the ability to use the infinite money glitch to basically have more and more people come to their chat rooms to give them more and more views and attention. The same way it was during OnlyFans 1. He's not of the scene. He's not of this. He's not of the industry. He's not of the business. He is like a random fucking guy who ran up on a stage of WWE to try and do a chair shot on somebody who was in the ring. Again, lynchings. Beatings! Beatings! Lynchings! Lynchings and beatings! And then, honestly, I didn't even talk about the fucking merger. That's a fucking nightmare. The entirety of Warner Brothers Discovery being chewed up means that Netflix has the ability to do a lot concerning all the products that comes along with, which also includes the majority of their shows with HBO Max and Cartoon Network, and effectively also Williamsburg Street and Adult Swim. You might see the closure of Adult Swim in your lifetime under Netflix, because they're going to consolidate and they're going to start cutting the fat, because that's what you would do. You'd start trimming the fat, because the reason that they're selling is because they cannot find profit from it. Which, sorry Creature Commando lovers and sorry Peacemaker lovers, that's the reality of syndication. It's like the streamer issue, but bigger and multi-billion, trillion-dollar industry. Shake your fist at the screen and scream at Zaslav. It's his fault. But yeah, that's really the long and the short of it, as far as I'm concerned about my actual official opinion.
I understand it.
And if you don't, you can always watch this back and see if you can figure it out. Show it to somebody else and see if they think that I'm off the mark or not. Because Callum's going to edit it, and it's not going to be my problem. I'm just going to throw it at him, and he'll handle it. Any other questions you wanted to ask? Comments, questions, concerns?
No, that's all.
Okay. You're welcome for calling. I'm just going to slide you back to the audience, and you can end up watching since I can properly set everything up now. I had to do a preamble to begin with anyway, so now you're giving me a full ability to wake up. And for that, we thank you. Also, I salute you. I'm going to send you back to the audience now.
Okay.
Adult Swim will truly never die and live in our hearts. Just like Toonami. Old Toonami, not new Toonami. Anyways. Ladies and germs. I have a thing what is it called? A sub discount running on Twitch. You get a discount for buying large packs of gifted subs. The reason I'm running this is because we have 5 more promos of about 50 hours of dono shit to run. Because in their infinite wisdom or lack thereof, the promo time will expire at the end of the year for Twitch. So I'm just finding ways to spin up money to use it. Because we need to get these numbers up for Twitch. To be quite serious. In a syndication with a bunch of other stuff. So, buy subs. If you don't want to buy subs today, I would suggest waiting until the 11th when we will be doing a watch party for the Game Awards, because Path of Exile 2 is doing an event run where one sub will get you one of the first things, and then watching the event together on any channel that will be watching the Game Awards will get you the other reward that they're running during the event. They'll probably be doing another one during the start of the league, which is going to be on Friday. So I'm going to still be doing a lot of deliverables all the way throughout the week and on into the end of the month. As we get closer and closer towards Boxing Day, I'm going to link up with a bunch of the other content creators that I've gotten to know this year and bring them into the fold for the already raised for and promised content drive. Should you be somebody in my audience that would like to be a part of the giveaway that will be happening cross community for that, you need to be in the Discord. The reason why I'm doing it based on the Discord is because if you've done something wrong inside the chat room, we need to know who you are, basically. Teehee. Same thing with game night. You need to be in the Discord. I'm not going to do things with people that are outside of the community. Discord. You need to join the Discord. The only caveat is that I'm considering, I have done a deliberation with myself at the end of the night. I have consulted the bushes and the plants. And what I'm going to do next is I'm going to consult my moderation staff. We're going to possibly consider amelioration towards the end of the year. It's going to be on a case basis. It's probably going to be myself and her. I don't know. I have to talk to her about it because I haven't decided how I want to do it. But I have had plenty of problems this year alone with people that have caused problems for me and my audience and community. But then there are people who have made honest, literal mistakes, and then there are people that have done malicious shit. And then other people catching hell because of those people on their honor. I am considering amelioration and forgiveness, but it's going to be on a case-to-case basis. And also, it's easier to be able to do things collectively when I know who's inside the Discord and who's not. That's the other reason why. For that, you can thank people trying to stalk me across content and argue that they deserve to be given opportunities to be back inside of the Discord when they did things maliciously live on air as a part of, like, their revenge plans. That's mainly the reason why. Everything else I was saying before that was, like, half-serious joke. But seriously, Discord. Join the Discord if you want to be a part of the giveaway. Join the Discord and be in there before Boxing Day. Because if you have a small amount of time being in the server, like a week before Boxing Day, you are not going to be included in the giveaway. We will end up skipping your name. Because I do not want you to just simply go in there so you can get free shit. Join the Discord, join the community. Join the Discord should you have interest in joining the now approved game nights. We're going to have a conversation about it on night 0 when it comes down to it, because I have questions for those that had votes. We'll figure out what we're doing with it. I am running the promos for the content throughout the month of December to get gift subs for the Twitch so that we can be able to then get more giveaways through Dare Drop, through having the numbers be raised for the content. So I know most of you prefer doing it on YouTube. Doesn't mean that it's wrong for you to do donations. Not a problem. Excuse me. Along with all of that stuff, when we get towards, if not on the day of probably the week before, we're going to go through the options and selections and the opinions that have been submitted as to what the 1,000 goal sub reward should be for the donation streak. And that's going to be put into the daily affirmations and into the actions at the start of the new year. So if you have not given submissions on that and you have not floated those answers and questions, I know that I did not put up a thing for that. I'm probably going to make a form. Another reason for you to join the Discord. I'm going to make a dino form for it. I'm going to put that inside of Casual Colored Memes, and I'll have that linked there so that you can put in those submissions. Because I have a couple submissions on hand because I've been using the QA feature from YouTube. But I know that there's a lot of people that don't necessarily show up in the chat room when I do so. So, to get all of those opinions that are there, that's going to be there for that. So, Discord. It's a public Discord. It's a free Discord. You don't need to pay me to join the Discord. If you have been banned from the Discord because of bad behavior in the past, this is going to be your chance to see amelioration. And for that, you'll probably want to contact me on another platform. Specifically, contacting me on Twitter. At my ex. At Caramel Cajun. It's on the screen. That is everything. Okay. So, anyways. This is going to be a long one, children. 2 videos back to back. But we're starting with the first one. For this, think no more than ya boy. I think it was Jack that suggested this. Yes, both of these are Jack. So, thank your boy Jack for today's content. Should you wish to help and or supply the ability for me to be able to give more donation shit away when it comes to the day and time of the dono, please consider giving donations and subs if you wish. Do it free of your leisure. I'm not twisting your arm. Literally, it's your money. I don't care. You should not give me money if you cannot afford to. We all know it's the holiday season and shit be serious like that. So, if you need your money for bills, use your money on your bills. Do not spend it on me. I will politely shame you if you do. I don't need it that bad. First up, FD Signifier, in his infinite lack of wisdom, has decided to do the stupidest thing possible and decided to drop a hit piece on Charlie Kirk after his murder. Gird your loins, get your drinks! During this event, we are broadcasting all of this from inside the Discord, by the way. So, should you want to watch, it is already linked as a pinned comment inside of both YouTube and Twitch. Click the link, go directly inside of the server. So, those of you who want an easy way to do that, there's the button. Click the button. You go inside the live broadcast room. I'm setting up the live stream as it is right now. Watch live and hear from inside of here. Alright, drink them if you got them. I already have my alcohol. It's in the black cup. Let's begin.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
I want to watch.
On April 20th, 1999, I was in my junior year of high school in math class.
Signifier, what the fuck does that have to do with that shortcut that you just did? My god. Some of the most disrespectful shit you could have ever fucking done. Look at how he cut this.
I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Signifier, do you understand that black and black crime continues to be one of the most serious things that happens to us in the African American diaspora? Niggas still killing niggas! I'm sorry! Niggas is still killing niggas! No amount of viral acrobat editing is going to get you out of that! Also, ew! 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 That's That is insulting. Well, that's the point, Carl. It's meant to be insulting. He had a lot of opinions and words he said about blah, 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 justifying your insult of a dead man because you don't like his opinions. Blah, 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 suck my cock. Blah, 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 suck my cock. There are lines. There are lines in this job. That is like 5 of them. And it doesn't make it okay just because he died. And it doesn't make it okay to then attempt to attack his wife. Or technically ex-wife. His widow. This is that shit signifier. When people talk about you and Illuminati and most of BreadTube going down the fucking pipeline as you've become a nebula nigga to try and make your money on another platform, that's that shit right there. Star told me that K-pop Demon Hunters is basically adapted from another thing, from another foreign language, and that it's supposed to be coming as a translation, not necessarily its own thing. I did not look into it. I need to go really quick to go do something, and I'll be right back, chat. In 1 second. Okay. I don't know where the fuck she's heard it, or... And yes, my coughs are very rough.
I want to walk in.
On
What did that say?
Over the last 10 years.
Counting or not counting gang violence.
Great.
I want to walk in.
I feel like that was supposed to be an interlude of something that he cut out of something else. That's weird. What about white-on-white crime? White-on-white violence? I mean, what about white-on-white crime? I mean, white-on-white crime is already bad, but per capita, black-on-black crime is probably some of the worst shit. But, of course, what are we calling white? Europeans versus other European descent people? Kind of confounding the issue, bro.
On April 20th, 1999, I was in my junior year of high school in math class in the middle of what seemingly was a normal day, and my teacher, whose name I don't quite remember, came into class late with a ghostly look on his face. He was a first-year teacher, one of the few black male teachers I think I had all through high school. He was from Colorado, so he had a bit of a Carlton Banks swag, very proper. But he settled us down and then announced...
What was the importance of that clip, bro? I'm pretty sure we all know who Carlton Bank is. Or at least I would hope so. I don't know. I keep getting mentions on the shit from the timeline about how that Bel Air draft show is finally going fucking, it's finally going to death. It's finally fucking ending.
that there had been a shooting at a high school in Colorado, and that our school, way in Illinois, might be dismissed soon. I didn't go to a school where I worried about safety that much, This is the South Chicago suburbs in the 90s, and don't get me wrong, gang violence was definitely a thing, even in the suburbs back then. But in my school, at worst, there were a few fights. I might have seen some gang activity once or twice. So it was weird to all of us that this shooting was significant enough in a whole state across the country that they were going to cancel school here, or that anything about our school in particular would need to change in the aftermath of the Columbine massacre.
Well, that's because you're an idiot, and you being an educator in whatever the fuck you're an educator of, because I don't know what your degree's in, that's never been something you've put together on your content, but it's something that you lead yourself with now that you've crossed the 1 million mark. Some people have this ability to understand that if something has happened that would affect a generation, especially in this generation, where we're all connected, especially through social media, it is the kind of thing that we consider to be a tragedy nationally that can then affect people. And that kind of thing you can dismiss school for, so that kids can understand something bad happened. And ironically, you're saying this to attempt to play down black and black violence, and then you're saying, well, see, my credentials is I came from the hood. Okay, what does that have to do with the conversation that was being had? We all have access to the government numbers, bro. We can all access the FBI list per capita. You guys are not disproving the meme right now. Not at all.
Now understand, gang issues have been relevant to the city of Chicago for decades. I wasn't even allowed to wear certain color combinations since like 5th grade, because even in the suburbs, the gang problem was serious enough for them to pay attention. I had to learn a handshake or two to walk through my neighborhood just to get to school for a short period of time.
That's called a shibboleth. That's something that a lot of people wish that they didn't have to do. Wouldn't it have been great if you could have been able to wear that nice all red or all blue fit because you just thought the color blue and red was nice? Isn't that a thing that you wish wasn't a thing you had happening where you lived? Wouldn't it be great if you didn't have to learn an intricate dap-up combination so that you can have the right to not die crossing the street? These are all things people get to have now in the suburbs. You know why? Because they got rid of the gangs that were predominantly black.
But I didn't know any serious gangsters, right? I wasn't in the streets. In the streets.
Nigga, you were not in the streets, period. Look at you. Look at how you talk. You would have been a pick. You would have been a pick. And an easy lick. Carl, you can't talk with that. Or imagine how you talk. This is a mask. This is a mask. I had more ability to move through the streets than most people did. And that's because it comes down to a simple thing. Respect. No one's respecting this in the street. Not a single gang member is going to respect this in the street. This is the kind of motherfucker that would immediately call the police because they feel threatened. And they don't know how to handle gang violence because they don't know how to speak to a gang member. Because it's all respect.
That you would have to be in like that were not near me. But I do vividly remember stories of Yummy Sandifer, Dantrell Davis, and Girl X. Horrifying stories of crime.
Now excuse me as I stand on the corpse of all these black people that I don't know of, so that I can make my story sound like it has any level of importance to the topic at hand.
I'm in Chicago in the 90s, but far enough away that I didn't think about it in my daily life. At the same time, it did reflect enough of my world that I understood that I was still somewhat a part of it. But I didn't fear it at school. My high school was pretty decent. It was well mixed at the time, both racially and socioeconomically. There was a handful of rougher kids in the city who went to school, but that was it. I worried more about getting roasted at the lunch table than getting chased home by GDs. But after Columbine, I suddenly had a new fear that I needed to face every day. Random, quiet, edgy white boys. Well, not super random, because one thing...
No, you didn't have to fear super quiet, edgy white boys, because you wouldn't have been talking to them. They likely would not have been able to do violence to you inside that inner city. It is much more likely that you would have been attacked by another black person than you being attacked by edgy white men. Stop coping.
thing that came out of Columbine was that there was a certain type of young white male that was almost always behind these types of events, and they were more common at my school than any alleged thugs. See, much like the black parts feeding into the school, there were also poor white parts, and I noticed early on that the poor white kids at the school did not mix well with the ones from the nicer part of the suburbs.
I wonder why that is. Is it because that this kind of action is something that goes across class lines? Is it possible that poor white people don't usually see eye to eye with poor black people, let alone poor black people seeing eye to eye with rich white people or upper middle class white people? What does this have to do with the point? Nothing? Alright then.
In fact, they were bullied incessantly by those kids. And some of those kids...
Oh, really? Do you think that might be a factor of what makes them brooding? Now tell me how this has anything to do with Andrew Tate. We all know it's coming.
is fit the description, if you will. They seemed frustrated with the world in ways that didn't make sense to me because
why? Why would it not make sense to you? Is this not the same thing that happens to African and black men? Is this not the reason why we have little boys, little girls? Big brother, big sister? Black excellence being led by men and women of the community to show them that there's a different way to make money and to live other than doing crime?
to me they were still white. Couldn't be that bad.
Certainly, you could say that an element of this is, well, you see, I'm just talking about how I was when I was a child. How I was as a child, I didn't understand these things, but now I'm an adult. I'm a grown man. I understand that the intersectionality of these problems and issues were a convenient problem upon social society and social order. What you're telling me is that you were not the guy that went over to the table with a chicken sandwich and said, hey, yo, fam, you good? Because that's how you don't get killed by the school shooter. You see? When you give a man a sandwich, he tells you don't come to school tomorrow. And you get spared. It's just like that bowling alley. It's just like the bowling alley animation. If you're nice to people who have a very downtrodden experience in life, and you try to connect to them like human beings, they tend to, in their own way, reflect that level of sincerity back to you. And they treat you like someone, rather than treating you like everybody else. But certainly, the point is that, as a grown adult, even intersectionality played an aspect into this thing here, and I, as a child, was too dumb to see it, because I wasn't educated. I didn't become awakened and woke.
Right? Over the years, I found most of these guys on Facebook, and most of them, I would say, are living useful, healthy lives. Most of them actually have moderate to liberal politics at the end of the day. But a few of them...
Why don't you show me examples of them? Where's the examples of them?
A few of them still seem very, very angry. But these days, I kind of get it. Young men...
Why would you kind of get it? How could you get it? You don't care. You didn't look into it when it was a chance for you to look into it for. All that matters to you is that they're angry and you can say, well, it's because of this, and this. Which I don't think you get. I don't think that's something that actually processes to you. And that's ultimately just bullshit. That's cop-out. It's a cop-out. It is a cop-out.
And like Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, the
more people whose bodies you're going to stand on the grave of to make a point with.
Perpetrators of the Columbine Massacre, they, for whatever reason, felt very similar to these boys and men, and they just decided to...
In what way?
To respond in destructive and horrifying ways. And of course, you know, they weren't the first or the last.
Students also say that members of the small suburban gang bragged about their guns and ammo. One cyber chatter even recalled a previous warning that a certain El Caress wrote about preparing for the big April 20th. You're all gonna be sorry. Terrorism experts widely know that this time of year has been extremely violent throughout history. April 19th is the anniversary of many painful moments, from Waco to Ruby Ridge to Oklahoma City. And this past April 20th was the 110th anniversary of Adolf Hitler's birthday.
April 20th might just turn out to be a watershed date for an event such as what occurred in Colorado and might in the future precipitate other types of events like this.
In 1999, Columbine was actually the 4th school shooting to get significant media coverage in around 4 years. A few years before, Kip Kinkle shot 20 students a day after murdering both his parents in Oregon. In that same year, 2 middle school students set up a sniper's nest and pulled the fire alarm at Westside Middle School in Arkansas, killing a teacher and 4 middle schoolers. Sometime later, there was another shooting in Georgia, or maybe it was back in Colorado, maybe it was Illinois. Fast forward some years, and it's a guy driving a car through a college in California. It's hard to say. There's so many, and to be honest, I personally stopped counting them the way I did back in 2012 in Newton, Connecticut, because that's when I realized.
Well, that's laziness. And that's shame on you for being a bad fucking political content creator. That's you going into apathetics and deciding that it's not important for you to remember because there's so many and you become numb to it. Which is half the goddamn problem, by the way. The same way that you can remember the names of all those black victims that you're about to mention back before and ahead in this content, because I know you will. The same way you need to remember these goddamn dates and notes that you're using as a token to your sympathy. Because we haven't forgotten the fact that the way you opened this video was by using a gunshot silhouetted against a man who can't defend himself. We're still waiting to hear how that explains that interlude. Because if this is supposed to be the white-on-white crime section, so you can say, well, people only ever talk about the black-on-black crime, but what about when the whites have white-on-white crime? They still take it serious. They treat all of it as a problem. Not just the selective ones they like to pick out, bro. It's 1 minute and 56 seconds, so because we're going to be pausing through, it's not going to feel like it's the same tip. I don't blame you.
Realize that no matter what happened or how many people died, nothing was ever going to be done about this problem. In 2012, Adam Lanza used a Bushmaster XM15 to kill 27 people, 7 adults, and 20 elementary school-age children.
I think it's more important for you to say what type of make and model of the gun it was, not to simply just name check it. Because an assault rifle, although even though that's fucking stupid, technically assault rifle, hunting rifle, submachine gun, blah, 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 blah. It's important for you to just call it what it is. Because realistically, the majority of most crimes that are done with gun violence are pistols and handguns. Semi-automatic and fully automatic fire, that's not usually something that people can get their hands on. And most of the time, with these weapons are done... Thank you, Ace. I was about to get there. These weapons are done, and these crimes are facilitated with things that they stole. Not purchased, and very rarely borrowed from someone, but just actively stolen out of a gun closet that wasn't properly secured. Sometimes from a parent, sometimes from a friend with access to guns, or what have you. So, on top of recognizing that, because, number one, AR argument is bullshit, and number two, knowing statistics, how are you not going to mention the amount of crimes that are done with pistols and handguns, if not just violent crime done with their fists, or done with an improvised weapon? What are you building up here? You
would think that such an event would elicit national outrage strong enough to change gun laws in this country forever.
We're not all bleeding heart liberals, so no. Because the problem isn't the guns, it's the people. The problem starts at home. The same way the problem starts at home for the African American, the problem starts at home for the suburbanite. And the way that the suburbanite handles the problem is not the way that the black handles the problem. You know this, and yet you're about to make the liberal argument, or technically shitlib argument, that actually, we just need to ban all guns. Right. Because banning guns would have stopped, would have been able to stop him from dying, right? Because when you're standing on a place that's a soft target, and you're being shot at when you are disarmed, in public, around other people, that's definitely how you solve the problems of America, right? You just take people's weapons away. Then everyone's automatically safe. Except for that guy that doesn't respect laws and rules. Retarded.
what happened in other places where mass shootings occur, you'd think that this nation would do some deep reflection on its engagement with guns, mental illness, and the ways young men, mostly white young men, are being socialized to make sure that something...
Men, but specifically white young men, are being socialized. Let's go backwards. Real quick. Tap, tap.
Outrage strong enough to change gun laws in this country forever. That's what happened in other places where mass shootings occur. You'd think that this nation would do some deep reflection on its engagement with guns.
Why would they do an engagement with how they think about guns? They are a tool. The tool is what you use to create the violence. The violence isn't caused by the weapon alone. The weapon doesn't automatically pull a trigger. If they didn't have access to guns, they would use knives. If they didn't have access to knives, they'd just use rocks. If they didn't have access to rocks, they would do the same thing that the good old Klan used to do, and they get some good old grease lightning in them elbows, boy. Why are you being stupid? You don't understand the evolution of violence. It doesn't start with guns. It starts with animosity. Hating somebody because they think that a 6 is a 9 if it doesn't have a line through the middle of it is just as much a valid reason for people to commit actions of murder, just like if they can't hear the special voices of the fairy people that talk to them in their dreams. Or worse, whether or not you crease their J's. Or worse, whether or not they're wearing a different primary color on the end of the street.
Mental illness and...
We wouldn't be able to have a conversation about mental illness at that time in America's history because we didn't properly address this for the male demographic. Female demographic, maybe, but not really. There are probably some places that had a better breakthrough than most, especially those that not necessarily faith-based healing, but a combination of ministry and psychological profiling for things like the Pastoral Institute that approaches it from a position of religion, where your ability to do the searching that you need to get to a breakthrough starts with reliance on faith than necessarily cold, hard, secular medicine. Because sometimes things work differently, especially if they come from a religious background. But we wouldn't have had the ability to have that conversation. We right now still can't have that conversation. Because for every single time somebody says, well, we need to have a conversation about mental illness, nobody wants to talk about the fact that social hysteria created from purity spirals and supposed dog whistling led people to freaking out that they supposedly saw a Nazi around the corner when all they saw was this. Until we can address the fact that you took a symbol like Roger Wilco and you turned it into white supremacy is discussed, we can't have a conversation about mental health. Because using your argument, we should probably start with taking dogs away. We should start with taking sporks and spoons away. We should start with taking away cars. We should start with taking away any heavy vehicle and any object capable of boiling water or a liquid above the temperature of 130 degrees. Because anybody can do violence with anything. And as far as you're concerned, you would rather create a nanny state than rather address the violence that is percolating in the heart of America, created by people like you, making it okay to hate the other.
The ways young men, mostly white young men, are being socialized to make sure that something this senseless would never happen again.
Certainly, because it's the white men, and specifically men in general, that have the problem, and not everybody in society. Fuck out of here with that.
Surely someone would pay a price for the death of nearly 30 innocent people, mostly innocent children, innocent, mostly white.
If you don't get this white eye, if you don't get this white skinned, red-haired, blue-eyed she-devil off my screen... Oh! What a disgusting frame! What a disgusting frame, chat! Clip it! Clip it! Jesus Christ, clip it! Who are you to use this white, a non-chocolated baby to make your argument? Oh, the memes, the memes, the memes.
Children. But no. Instead, it actually birthed a new conspiracy movement. People like Alex Jones made harassing the families of the victims their new content formula, so much so that he was sued into relative obscurity. And once that happened, it became clear nothing would ever be done about these types of spree shootings because it's more important to serve the interests of gun lobbyists and the ideology that represents it than to serve...
What ideology represents the idea that you're not taking my gun from me to disarm me against the people who you keep milling into my state in droves? What's the name of that ideology, Signifier? Is it white supremacy? What's the white supreme thing about people not wanting to be replaced in their own state? Is it multiculturalism? Because we would call that suicidal empathy. No, Signifier, you cannot take my ability to own a gun because you and every other person who wants to vote blue, no matter who, decided to ship infinity migrants into my state and or country and then told me you cannot fight and defend yourself, and if you say things about them on the internet, we have the right to jail you for mean tweets. So sorry, we're not going the route of Britain. Fuck out of here with that, mate.
Serve the people suffering from the gun violence themselves. Because to them, to white America especially, it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have
a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year.
That is not what that's for. So there's the first fuck you on the list. I'm breaking out a number, chat. Here we go. We're breaking out the total. We're breaking out the tally. We're breaking out the tally.
So that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
And there's another tally for amounts of times you've disrespected a dead man's power. Not only immediately into doing a bad faith read about his opinion, but actively doing the same clout-chasing shit he did at the start of the video twice. Literally making the opposite of the opinion people make about guns. We deserve to have the ability to use vehicles, because for all of the vehicular manslaughter that happens in the world and happens in America, that does not mean we take away cars. You do not punish people who did not commit crimes and acts of violence for the actions of people who are committing acts of violence. That's like saying every African American is no longer allowed to ever ride on a metro train station anywhere in the world because of the murder of Arena. And much like Lance, and much like fucking, what is his name? Fucking Ethan Does Things, on Twitter, deciding to go around being a little molding loser, getting mad that people keep using screen caps of it, not the video version, but the screen caps of it, which the family of Arena said, please stop posting the video, not the screen cap. If all black people are banned from metro access because of the actions of that 15-time career criminal, that would be the equivocation of the argument you're trying to pose on him. But unfortunately, we wouldn't do that. In a normal society, which ours is not normal, we would have sent him to jail the first 3 times. And then, with a 3-strike policy, he would have stayed his ass in jail forever. She would have been able to live. Because unfortunately, Signifier, Arena literally would have been able to survive if she was bigoted and racist. Unironically so. She would have lived if she was racist. Nobody told her that she's not supposed to sit across from the dark skins, and therefore she dies for it. Because this particular dark skin took a knife and plunged it into her neck over 11 times. And we're not going to blame the black people who are sitting across from her, because all of those people were trying to keep themselves safe from the fact that a man just openly murdered a woman in front of them. Had nothing to do with class solidarity because of the black skin. They were thinking, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh fuck. And yet, somehow, you thought by labeling it as white society that was sacrificing people on the altar of gun rights, that would make the thing you just did again acceptable. Or you taking this quote out of context funny. Which means you're a fucking midwit when it comes to these policies. But of course, that's not surprising.
A source tells CNN that Trump ally and the founder of Turning Points USA, Charlie Kirk, was shot at an event on a college campus in Utah.
Kirk was actually shot in the neck. The school adding that Kirk was 20 minutes into speaking
when shots were fired from a nearby building. According to the university, there are reports that Kirk was hit.
We can hear the audio where an audience member asked Kirk about mass shooters in America right before the gunshot. An audience member says, do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Kirk says, counting or not counting gang violence, and that is when that single shot was fired.
It is my great dishonor to be the person that says this and breaks this to you on television, but Charlie Kirk, according to the President of the United States, is dead.
When I look at the very public, gruesome murder of Charlie Kirk, I can't help but realize that for the first time since 2012, I'm reminded of this brand of spectacle violence, somewhere between terrorism, true crime, political violence, and accelerationism.
Pause. One of these things is not like the others. One of these things just doesn't belong. One of these things is not like the others. I wonder what that thing could be. Who can tell me what of these 4 things he listed are not like the others?
I'm reminded of this brand of spectacle violence, somewhere between terrorism.
Is it terrorism?
True crime.
Is it true crime?
Political violence, and
is it normal terrorism?
And accelerationism.
Or is it terrorism? That's right, Jack! It's true crime! So, to get this clear,
2012, I'm reminded of this brand of spectacle violence, somewhere between
spectacle violence, otherwise known as terrorism! Signifier. It's terrorism. Any action of violence that is done to spurn a political reaction in someone's choices by using force to compel them to make decisions is terrorism. That is terrorism, especially if it's actions done for political reasons, which is what his murder was. So,
between terrorism,
literally terrorism,
true crime.
True crime is what happens when somebody's husband or wife decides to have a cold case murder of them, where for 20 years nobody's able to discover that actually the corpse was buried deep, deep under the foundation of the house, and that man was able to get away with that crime for so long because nobody ever really decided to take in on this man's underground birthday parties that he would have in his survival-style basement.
Political violence.
Terrorism, because that's what it is. Terrorism is political violence. What makes it political? The intentional action of trying to get people to look at things through a perspective of how they and their choices will be affected by this person who decided to do it to bring attention to this problem. So, when Mangione murders somebody because of the prices of healthcare in the country, that made that murder terrorism. When somebody decides to shoot a content creator because they have opinions about political topics, and he himself is not a politician, but is instead a person. You stop it, whore. Yes, it does. But you understand the difference of what we're talking about here is the magnitude of problems. We ain't talking about Lorena Bobbitt right now. We're talking about a person who chose to murder somebody because in their catboy sneakers and with their thigh highs and their thong, they decided to murder a man. Yes, but you know what I'm talking about. You start contradicting me. Shame on you. It's fine. I lost my train of thought. Damn it, whore!
And accelerationism. But
a means of creating even more political violence by pushing people to get towards an operant goal faster under a pressure cooker.
And here's an important part. Almost always exclusively white, both in the victims.
It's almost all exclusively white, except when it's not. First off, shame on you for thinking dotting line mode. Secondly, it's called stun locking. It's hard to be angry on. It's hard to be angry because I'm not angry. But stop it! Stop stun locking me. I don't want to have to call them do more editing. You call it EXE. It's called stun locking. I'm the thumbs of a lazy white woman. I dare you. If anything, you could call it buffering.
But also the perpetrators. It's actually not.
Back to what I was saying. I'm pretty sure when it's victims that aren't white, you decide to just ignore them being not white. And even then, when you say signifier.
But then here's an important part. Almost always exclusively white, both in the victims, but also the perpetrators.
There have been plenty of perpetrators that have not been white. But you say white because what you mean to say is white and or white passing. Certainly there have been a lot of school shooters, there have been a lot of spree killers, and there's been a lot of serial murderers that have done crimes that have been specifically of some type of white origin. And yet, when there are murderers that do so, whether it's a one-time murder or a double or a triple homicide, assuming it's not gang violence and a gang member that's done it, just running up the block with a MAC-10 in his hand, shooting wildly into the fucking projects, you ignore them. Because it's inconvenient to the narrative. Because that's why the question, with or without gang violence, is important. It doesn't even have to be black on black violence. It could be something as simple as any other minority, like Hispanics. And yet you'll still leave them out because it's inconsistent to your narrative.
It's actually not ideal to talk openly about the perpetrators of mass shootings. I'm going to break some social mores in this video, among many other things. The reason why I call it spectacle violence is because for the most part, the individuals that do these horrific acts do them for attention. It's why they write men.
Yes, they do them for attention so that they can be able to have the ability to either go down in history for being famous for killing people or to finally have people notice the problem so that something can be done about it, because ultimately they don't want this to happen to other people. That's what happens when most people that were inside the system of No Child Left Behind ended up having to do the same thing that I had to do when I was in high school, when I was inside of the education system, which was that we go to the educators, we tell them that someone is harassing us or bullying us, they do nothing about it, it keeps happening, and we say, listen, it costs $500 to replace my pair of glasses. They have broken 5 pairs of my glasses. This time, I'm breaking his fucking leg. Because, since you didn't want to do anything about it, you didn't want to suspend them, you didn't want to do anything near evicting them, whether because you were lazy about it, their parent pays money into the industry and the school, or what have you, you did not put justice, so justice now must lie in my hands. That's really what it comes down to. But unfortunately, we don't sing the graces of things like that, because it doesn't make it okay. It just makes it another layer of violence. But then again, what are you asking them to do? That's like if they were asking me, had things gone differently for me, what would they ask me? What would they like to ask for me to do? Oh, I'm supposed to just let him hit me? Oh, I'm just supposed to let it happen? I'm supposed to tolerate the bullshit until I get to a breaking point where where the bullying continues to escalate because nobody ever tells them to stop? When I'm allowed to involve myself in the social function, to do something that brings it to my ability to address the problem, that I can actually properly address it, that it's treated like it's a serious thing, that then and only then is it then treated like it's something that I should give a fuck about, then I am allowed to react when I have to properly and promptly go through all the ways of making it so that you can understand it's a serious thing, and then still be disrespected because the person doesn't respect it? Yeah, that doesn't help shit, Signifier. You are just you're just cry bullying. And worse, you're not even victim asking questions. You're literally just victim blaming. But in reverse. Yes, lots of them do it for attention, which is the reason why we should actually be able to identify that they did a crime, but they should never gain fame and popularity for doing so. People just choose to put that level of attention on them because we believe that if we shame them through them living through infamy, that's going to do the inverse of encouraging the action. But what it actually does is it encourages more people because they realize that if they do this kind of action, they can be recognized for doing it. It's the background behind the psychopathy that creates this ever since Virginia Tech.
Manifesto.
And also, it was extremely that bad, especially with Christchurch. Which is the point where it then involved actual internet influencers. And unfortunately, it just so happened to be that PewDiePie was the one that he chose as the target.
And send press kits to local media. Some have even live streamed their crimes. So talking about them publicly.
Yeah, what about the black people who chose to live stream themselves bullying a fucking disabled man, which is to say, a special education man? What about those teens that did that on Facebook Live? Were they an example of true crime? Exactly, horror.
Ends up being exactly what they want, and in many ways it motivates copycats. However, at a certain point, I feel like certain conversations need to be had.
Like?
Especially when some of the main people who need to hear these things are trying very hard to avoid the subject.
Like who?
The underlying forces behind these events, behind the murder of Charlie Kirk and even the attempted murder of Donald Trump, are things the right deeply wants to avoid.
Ah, the right are avoiding them. That's why they keep having the conversation about them, and then they're able to promptly move forward and talk about other issues and projects. Instead of having the forever struggle session, where they decide, actually, we need to have a conversation about the conversation about the conversation, because it's a conversation about the conversation. You sound just as bad as Paradigm Shift from the video last time, and it's the worst fucking lie you could ever fucking tell, bro. Because it is not the right wing that's having this problem. Literally after the shit fucking happened with Arena, you had fucking people like Destiny, like Kyla, which is to say not so erudite, and other people from the left wing actively telling people that they weren't able to have this solution and have a conversation. Literally earlier yesterday, Diane Yap did the same shit, the same way she did on the issue of incels. It has never been the people that you accuse not having the conversation. It is the left wing. The left wing prevents the conversation. Because they won't come to a solution. They just want to talk about the problem.
Void, because talking about these things might force many on the right to critically engage with the ongoing struggle that the right is in with its own ideology. And
there's definitely parts of the right wing that definitely have an inability to address it, but that's because they are grifters by design, especially media grifters. Not that unlike yourself, Signifier. There are people that are unwilling to see that, but you see, it's not the right wing, it's particular members in the most secular part of MAGA. There is the right, there are the moderates, and then there are the extremists. And just like the extremists of the left, and the moderates of the left, and the normies of the left, this issue is something that comes from you platforming people like Nick Fuentes and creating the eternal conversation by saying, the radicals of the right aren't behaving the way we want, so we're gonna castigate all of you as a part of it, and if you don't do the things that we say, you're not allowed to have the conversation about the stuff that we think you should have a conversation about. Ironically enough, it follows the simulation. It follows the simulacrum of the issue that already exists with other conversational topics that you could be talking about. So literally, earlier today, when someone says something as extremely stupid and retarded as what I'm about to show you, when a person says, you cannot be pro-life and be pro-death penalty, and in reaction I say, actually it's extremely easy to, because I can teach an adolescent how to have sex, and I can also execute a 15-time critical for doing brutal murder. It is extremely easy to do so. Because really, what people like this and people like Signifier want to actually say is that they want to tell you that unless you specifically speak on and talk about the issues properly, that you actually aren't able to have the conversation. Literally, you can't be pro-life and be a climate change denier. Can't be pro-life and support family separation and deportation. Can't be pro-life and not care about food insecurity. Because what the fuck does an infant have to do with me executing a criminal for doing the most heinous shit in society that means they can't remove themselves? Can't be pro-life and be a climate denier. Can't be pro-life and support separation and deportation. Can't be pro-life and not care about food insecurity. Can't be pro-life and be anti-gun control. This kind of midwit is intentional. It is obvious that you can be able to solve these problems. It is obvious that, of course, I can have these two conflicting opinions. Conflicting opinions. Because they're not connected to each other. My standard of morality for people who do not do crimes against people in the modern society is not attached to when I think conception begins in life. But unfortunately, for people like Signifier, actually it is intrinsically linked. Because for them, it's moral relativism. Because they believe that the morality is connected to philosophy, despite the fact that it isn't. And ultimately, it becomes a group dialectic that is reflective of what can only be described as a dynastic form of political izzat. Which is unfortunately the direction it seems that a lot of this shit is flowing into. And the fact that it becomes this form of revenge culture, where you say that people that are definitely not a thing are a part of a thing, and they tell you that they're not a part of that thing, and then you decide to pick out the smallest difference, or the smallest comparison, or the smallest dialectic expression to speak about in some type of esoteric term, and say, actually, you can't be X and Y, because that's Z. People look at you like you're fucking dumb, because you believe that wholeheartedly in your chest. And then, after saying it, you use that as a justification to then murder a person, whether it be through life ruination or actual murder, because it's just to you a way to label people so you can say that they're a bad person. And unfortunately, the fact that it is more comparative to Izzat than it is to African time is the worst part, because you have fully adopted the ideology and the mannerisms of decision-making as those that are a part of what would be considered an invading force. Because you are forcing your morality and your worldview onto other people and calling it being a good person. And if they don't follow along with your viewpoint, they're not a good person, therefore a Nazi, therefore kill them. Headache! Headache! Fucking headache!
And the tangible results that ideology leads to, which, to put simply, is rampant unnecessary death. And by rampant unnecessary death, I'm not just talking about the multiple genocides happening across the world through American imperialism.
He said the magic word!
Or the many preventable deaths happening because of poor health care or poverty in America right now. I'm genuinely just talking about normal white people that are dying or killing themselves greatly due to the ideology that the right promotes throughout this country. I believe,
which is called what?
I believe many modern conservatives, particularly the men, are in a death cult. It's not a hot take.
A death cult of what?
To speak to how the party of Trump thrives on the pain and suffering of others, but today for this video I want to spend time on the real byproduct of that, the fact that the biggest body counts,
the byproduct that comes from the party of Trump that believe in what? What is the ideology of the party? Say it!
at least here in the States, is actually other white people, and that the cult works extremely hard, often using figures like Charlie Kirk to hide this reality, or maybe make it seem like it's all worth it, as we see them do with his death in particular. I had no desire or intention to talk about Kirk because I try my best to avoid these types of headaches, but
I try this best to avoid these types of headaches. That's why I chose to intercut 2 different examples of gunshot transitions, so that I could try to piss off as many people as possible, and get as many clicks and eye retention on the content. Me, I avoid controversy. That's why I then do something extremely controversial. It's not like you've done this before, Carl said, knowing damn well he's done it before and will do it again.
in the wake of his death, the right has tried to turn him into Martin Luther King.
Let's see here. You took an influencer that effectively was the head of one of the most effective means of getting people into politics as a gateway. Didn't even make them specifically sign up to become a part of the Republican Party prospectively. Just specifically bring them in as a gateway. And he was murdered because he was effective. How is that not a good example of a martyr? You chose to lead with an ideology that says destroy your enemy because they don't deserve to have rights, because they hate the other, because they are not like us. And so you believe, Signifier, after all the shit you've said about people in just the YouTube sphere, but the world in general, are lesser to you. Antagonizing and making fun of Republicans, antagonizing and making fun of conservatives, antagonizing and making fun of people who disagree with you, antagonizing and making fun of people who you wanted to recruit into your worldview but resisted and didn't, which includes myself and Jay. Once again, fuck you and triplicate, nigga. But specifically everybody who resisted and completely laughed in the face of your narrative. You said that it was acceptable to hunt us, to murder us, to steal our shit, to take our stuff, and to laugh at us. Especially with those that chose to get invested, specifically because you have this idea of hating the rich, but not actually loving the poor. Best shown in the example of the people we were just discussing before we got to this part of the broadcast. All of those individuals that chose to harass somebody like Ethan Klein because, he didn't do enough for Israel, while at the same time demonstrating how easy it was for them to pick a target that was acceptable to attempt to destroy the life of. And then turn around saying, oh, I can't believe that you were trying to ruin this white woman through fucking attacking people like Casey Tron. Oh, look at how evil this Super Jew is because he's defending himself after we stole his content. And probably one of the worst forms of the newest transformation of internet hazing and internet stalking that we've ever seen, which concluded with a call to CPS and medical skulls being sent to his house as a form of antagonization for him and his crew for his podcast. You have the audacity, as a member of the left-wing party, as somebody who literally never stops insulting the enemy on your channel. Enemy defined by you. And you think, oh, now they're gonna fucking turn him into a martyr. Yes! Yes, they're gonna turn him into a martyr! Because you made him one! For all the people that could ever be a part of content, nobody, at the end of the day, wants to see y'all be put on a t-shirt like this. Made fun of, humiliated, going to ruin, but not because people just try to destroy your business. No, but because you made examples of yourself like this. This should be the thing that makes you go bankrupt. Not just insulting and humiliating a man, which, by the way, counter. Not just insulting and humiliating a dead man because you want to punch a target that can't bite back, but actively lying about it in between your narratives while you do so. We would respect you more if you were just straightforward. And most of the people who are the most honest and the most straightforward amongst the left wing are the same people who then started crying saying, I thought you believed in free speech, when people reported it to the fucking offices and they lost their jobs because of their radical views. That's what happens in polite society. But you think you can sit there on your high horse and say, I can't believe that they think this is acceptable. I can't believe this is the thing they're doing. Oh, okay. Ripley's, bitch. We'll believe it or not.
And Charlie Kirk directly insulted Martin Luther King's legacy.
Yeah, in the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear.
Ding!
Created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon.
Yeah, and that's the reality.
So there's a need for some direct pushback and response in this regard. Also, I have to admit, I'm a bit fearful of the response this might get from the right. They seem to feel like this one time, nobody should disagree with their views of this guy or make fun of the fact that he died, that nobody should make jokes about a person who was overtly hateful and ugly to them.
Ding! I mean, that one's more of just a lie, but I'm dinging it.
Mind you that in the days after the death of George Floyd, conservatives created the George Floyd Challenge on social media where they took pictures of themselves mocking Floyd's last moments before his death.
Well, the difference here is that you have a man who is a literal criminal who has been made into a martyr for actively playing victim about politics versus a man who actually created good in the world and was murdered for being effective. Man, I should actually thank the fire. He's helping me get so much bullshit and phlegm out of my throat and nose. Oh my god. It's just coming oozing right out of me. But no, there's a difference between them because one person actually did something to add positivity to the world and another person did something to add negativity to the world. Last I checked, Signifier, people like to mourn people who are a net positive on the world and don't like to mourn people who are net negative on the world. But because political expediency led to people using George Floyd as a martyr, somebody who in his final moments needed to get help, but couldn't because, you know, things, it is convenient for you to sit there and say, this martyr, that martyr, because it means the shit hasn't changed. Your behavior hasn't changed. Your opinions haven't changed. Your viewpoints haven't changed. You're just being a fucking dumbass. What a high road. Can you smell the shit that you're doing all the way that high up on the cloud, bro? I need to pee. 1 second. Why is it so cold in here? Despite literally being in front of the heater. I swear I need another heater.
And to this day, they are so obsessed with mocking him that they're still keeping him alive through memes and AI. But somehow...
Well, no, that's not them being angry and keeping George Floyd alive through mocking him. He's going to stay alive as a dead body that you stand on top of for time immemorial, as long as it's convenient for you to remember him. Just like every other dead body that you stood on top of with Black Lives Matter, to make Patrisse Cullors a lot of money that she then ran away with and did not reinvest into the black community.
Somehow, Charlie Kirk is where we draw the line, so...
No. Any victim of martyrdom is where we draw the line. It would have been the line if it was you. It would have been the line if it was me. It would have been the line if it was somebody in chat. It would have been the line if it was another well-known content creator. It would have been the line if it was Anita Sarkeesian. It would have been the line if it was Jonathan McIntosh. It would have been the line if it was Phil Fish. It would have been the line if it was any public figure that had to have their life paid for people to realize how far it's gotten and how bad it's become. And ironically enough, you would then turn around and say the same shit without realizing the problem is that ultimately, at the end of the day, you murdered him for being effective. You, the left wing, murdered him for being effective. You murdered him for being for being more effective than Swell Entertainment, who's just a content girl who makes stuff, who gets involved in things on the internet, like a socialite and an influencer, which is what she is. You murdered him for being more effective than Vosh, who's ineffective, and is a part of the reason why BreadTube is almost completely faltered in and dying. Because it's a year of Trump, and y'all niggas can't make money off of him the way you used to, because you no longer have preferential treatment. You murdered him for being more effective than you. What you think is normal is not normal. You were immediately off to the Rocky races before his heartbeat was even stopped. Live at the event even. We're quick to mock him. And you think we shouldn't have drawn a line? And that's not to say the right drew a line. Normal society drew a line. Polite society drew a line.
You guys got that one, sure. With that said, I will forewarn you, this is going to be a pretty gruesome, ugly, hard to watch video at times.
Yeah, your rhetoric is that fucking hateful. It's amazing. You have the exact same formulation of cutaways and jokes as you always do. And yet somehow, this is probably the most angry I've ever fucking been. And sad that not a woman, oh my cross. And sad to say that Jay's not here to enjoy it with me. This is a refreshing level of anger.
I'm going to talk candidly and maybe even flippantly about death and self-harm and mental illness. And
which is wrong, because you're not supposed to be flippant about these things as a member of the left wing. Because you guys don't have humor. And it's not to say that you can't be maudlin and irreverent and humorous about death. But unfortunately, you're not afforded this position because you are not capable of showing that you understand the problem. And you don't. You've already crossed the line several times. The counter is counting the amount of times that you have crossed the goddamn line. You're not honest. You're not honest about things, Signifier. You not being honest is what makes it a problem.
Mass murder and all the isms. While I have some hopeful things to speak to by the end, this is definitely a video that will make you feel shitty at times, because it made me feel shitty making it. But it needs...
Not shitty enough because you decided to publish it. Not shitty enough!
To be done. It needs to be known years from now, when we finally are out of this situation, that many...
We will never be out of this situation of content creators doing horrible things like you for content and for clout and for attention and for money. We will never be out of it. Because as long as you can do all this shit to be politically expedient and financially lucrative, you will always be the little shitter you are right now. But the thing that will remain true is that you'll still fear the reaction of people seeing you behave like this. Because just like it was a wake-up moment for June, realizing this is what the left fucking does. Just like it was the conversation that I ended up having with Bass FCZ before we went live one episode, where he happened to come in and we ended up talking about this. The fact that this is the point where lots of people who are literally just making jokes and thought, oh, it's not that big a deal, and looked around and realized, oh, wow, actually, you guys are fucking evil. That's the thing that is most impressive and that is most good. You went too far, and everybody notices the fact that you went too far. And they've noticed that you've not stopped going too far since. And it's good that you're being forced to go into Nebula. It's good that you're being forced to go into a hug box in order for your career to live. Because your opinion's not popular. You're a part of the fucking cycle. And the opinion is not popular. And people are falling out with it.
People saw this nonsense for what it was and will hopefully be there to inform those who don't know any better just who Charlie Kirk was in the greater context in which he lived. Because these ugly times won't last forever, and historical record is needed lest we carelessly repeat avoidable mistakes.
Translation: if we ever get the chance to get back into power and win, we're going to lie so damn hard that nobody can remember. Which is the case. You always know that's always been the case. That's why history books are supposed to be not favoring one side or the other. History books might be written by the victors and the winners, but this is why, by the way, all of you like to make that bragging joke about how people should understand that these people won't truly get away with it at the end of the day. That's why you always make those jokes about banned books and saying you need to read a banned book today, but the books are not actually banned. They're just removed because it's not necessary for a child to be reading about murder and death in gratuitous means from somebody who thinks that it's the same as The Catcher in the Rye. So sorry, I don't think a person needs to be reading about how a character in It is given back shots right after surviving murder in the sewers against the clown entity, the same way that they need to read Huckleberry Finn, or Fahrenheit 451, or 1948, or any of the books written by somebody like Thomas Gladwell, or Thomas Sowell, or any other game, or any other notable title, or any other piece of media and fiction, what have you. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous idea, it's a ridiculous premise, and it's a ridiculous fucking lie. And it is a lie. And it's a lie that left wing keeps telling themselves. Because you are peace and love and they are violence. You treat them like devils, even though the word you might use to call them devil is chud. And you'll never change your attitude. Because you don't want to listen. You rarely want to look at what the actions of your philosophy and your rhetoric has brought, or wrought. And from there, it's not really your problem. But it is your problem.
So let's talk about Charlie Kirk and the cult that killed him. Part 1.
What is the name of the cult? This is going to be a running theme. What is the name of the cult? Say it!
The origins of the culture war.
The American family, liberty, freedom, the Constitution, our history, veterans. That's what we're conserving.
You are on the precipice of the most important culture war.
Young men do not know how to...
Oh, wow. They had a promotional that was similar to something that would have not been out of place with something like Skills USA. Wow. How evil. That's almost as funny as the non-stop talks about how they like to have events in pyrotechnics. Which itself is a funny joke. Because the joke is, wow, there's a horrible morning event that's going on, and remembering the dead bodies of these 33 people who've been victimized. Meanwhile, somewhere in the back of the room, you think you know them. Big pyrotechnics, based to the song of Metalingus. Out, carrying the caskets, walking in the second line, with the rock music going. Literally mourning them and crying. Tears running down their face. On this day, I see clearly Everything has come to life. That, signifier, is an actually funny joke. Because people can mourn differently. It wouldn't matter how you feel about it, because that's funny. Some people would say it's in bad taste. Some people would be like, no, I think they should use the Big Show. Again, coughing up all the phlegm so that I'm no longer fucking sick. Jesus Christ. Ugh. That is itself a hilarious, funny joke that cannot be underwritten. Because the humor doesn't come from pure hatred. What you guys do is that you've decided to make a running theme out of antagonizing Erica Turk, antagonizing her outfit, and telling her that how dare you wear form-fitting clothes? How dare you not cry harder? How dare you go on a talk tour? How dare you take on your husband's legacy and become the matriarch of the business that he made possible at the age of 31 when he was taken out of this world? How dare you hug another man that isn't your husband, that has been murdered? How dare you announce that you're pregnant with his third child when supposedly the timeline is off and there's no way you could have possibly been pregnant at this time? You do everything possible to make more martyrs out of people and saying, listen bro, there's no reason for them to act like this. This is just a cult behavior. This is a cult mindset. Look at how they make video packets and pressers. Meanwhile, the haphazard and lacking editing of an unfunny fat dad who gets to work from home because other lazy fat people that think politics is politically funny just by being hateful for other people, they think the shit is humorous enough to give their time, energy, and subs to grow his channel, where he then gives nothing back and has nothing by comparison to show for it. And at the end of the day, Turning Point USA will continue as an organization. And then, where will your channel be in 20 years' time of influence? Where will it be? Where will you be? Probably retired. Much like the influencers right now that are in the scene, that broadcast the business. You won't be there. He will be. And so will his family, and all of those other people who have been voting. There I go monologuing again. Talking about things that are actually going to happen as the consequence of you guys not having families. But Carl, you see that requires them to look at the long-term consequences that they have an inability of doing. I don't think they have an ability of looking at the long-term consequences. I think they turned that part of their brains off. And they turned that part of the monitoring off. Equivalent to how we suggest that new broadcasters don't look at the numbers and subs of their channels. They understand that number is important. They just don't look at it. Because they want this to continue happening. They want people to have the conversation. Signifier, in his infinite wisdom and the lack thereof, wants people like me to look at his content. Because he loves and feeds and needs attention off of it. He just wants people to be lazy and not fully digest and then defend and attack the arguments that he's putting forward and the actions that he's putting forward. He wants people to look at his content and go, ugh, this nigga. Because it then gives him the space to continue growing and doing shit. Because then, in reaction to the left wing, seeing and looking for people to compete against him, they're like, ain't nobody gonna do anything about this, because this is funny. We're bigger than you. We're better than you. Because that's how they multiply. It's literally just consuming product, and then getting excited for next product. And then whenever they get criticized, they say, well, show me somebody who's better than him. And when they tell them somebody who is better than him, and they can do it without the political violence and the accelerationism, they try to convert them over. And then, when they get rejected by those people, they turn it into something that it's not.
To control themselves. Ladies, would you agree? Oh, don't worry. I'm going to do the whole other side of this in a second, so you better be ready.
You better be ready. They're like, oh, yeah. It's going to be an equal opportunity offender.
To understand Charlie Kirk in totality, you first need to understand that he isn't the first, nor will he be the last of his kind. In fact, he's part of a long-standing tradition of right-wing provocateurs whose job is not...
Those people are not provocateurs. They are just hosts. They are hosts and news pundits.
Doing politics the right way, as some...
Not a single person that you showed there was a provocateur.
How to control themselves. Ladies, it's going to be an equal opportunity offender.
To understand Charlie Kirk in totality, we first need to understand that he isn't the first, nor will he be the last of his kind. In fact,
Bill O'Reilly was not a provocateur. He was a news pundit.
He's part of a long...
I don't know who that is, but, no. Rush? No, that's Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh was not a provocateur.
Standing tradition of...
Don't recognize that person, but I'm pretty sure that was not a provocateur.
Right-wing provocateur.
Oh, can you really say that Ben Shapiro is a right-wing provocateur? Because I can't not say that Alex Jones is a provocateur, because he is. Ironically, you put him here, but you don't put Steven Crowder here, but you put Ben Shapiro here. Glenn Beck, thank you.
Tours whose job is not...
And you put Tucker Carlson here, but again, you're putting him here and them there and them there because these are people that you remember because they were effective. And yet, you say provocateur, but I don't see Miley Yiannopoulos. I don't see Nick Fuentes. Those are actual provocateurs. No, because that would be too effective. Or perhaps Milo is too niche for you. There's a lot of burying that's going on here.
Not doing politics the right way, as some dumb asshole might say on their podcast.
I mean, they don't have to have a podcast to do that. You would just have to frame them as some type of reactionary. And most of those individuals are not reactionaries. They're pundits. They talk about the news that is happening. The only person you could really put in that position as being a reactionary person who's describing content would be Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson. But that's because... just like how Charlie Kirk was assassinated, people tried to stop Ben Shapiro's thing from developing and tried to outright destroy the platform of Tucker Carlson, and they then got bigger and grew bigger and got faster and became more important. The same thing that happened to Brett Cooper as a part of the Ben Shapiro network. She went off into her own, and now she's doing her own thing. And eventually, at some point, is going to become a mom. At some point. You're just saying things and you're not actually qualifying them.
But instead, he was furthering a far-right agenda in this country.
The far-right agenda of what?
And this is apparent in just how far the right has been able to shift the Overton window.
The right shifted the Overton window, or the Overton window was already on a timeline? Oh, she's already pregnant? Good for her! The Overton window was not pushed by the right wing. It snapped back to reality when it was pulled away on the rubber band that the left wing was stretching it on. The same way you stretch opinions, the same way you stretch definitions. Oh, she already delivered. Well, shit! I'm not connected as much as I thought it was. Good for her. The Overton window's opinion was stretched by the left wing for years because you decided to attack people for years. If we talk just on YouTube alone, you stretched the Overton window to describe multiple people as things that they weren't, so that you could punch at them and attack them. In the time sphere from about 2011 to 2019, you literally had a frame of time where people like Anita Sarkeesian of all people could go onto stage at an event with people that are her detractors and her critics sit there peacefully, quietly at the event, and she will then turn around and call that person a garbage human, and you think that that was acceptable behavior. But now, in a place where you cannot be able to fight back against it, you found yourself in an inability to actually describe the problems that you have to actually discuss. And the fact of the matter is, you can't fight back because the tactics you have used have become normalized. And as much as one cannot destroy the master's house with his tools, they cannot undo things with those tools, but they can definitely do damage. And both sides are wrong, because the extremists that did the damage on behalf of either side are also the ones responsible for creating the battle lines as they are. Because some people don't fuck with this kind of accelerationism. Even if it's useful for an argument, because we have to live with each other at the end of the day. And some people aren't willing to live with this level of, well, all I said was that he's a Nazi, and what actually you meant by a Nazi was, I didn't like that he disagreed with me on Twitter. That is an Overton window pushed by calling people chuds and incels, when they're whole-ass men and women and husbands and wives and mothers and fathers. Because they didn't join your side. That's like an angry girlfriend being mad that they didn't get to have the man or the woman at their peak success. Because the moment they broke up with them was the moment that they became highly successful. You don't get to act that way and say that you're being bullied or victimized or that a tool was taken from you. The way you could have solved that was by being honest. And instead, the left wing chose to be dishonest. You engaged in life ruination. That entire moment between 2019 to current year, that was you pulling and pulling on the rubber band that snapped people away from actually calling people things that they aren't and justifying their death and or victimization of their lives is acceptable is not acceptable, actually. This is not fine. Because then when it happens to us, they say, actually, what are you doing all that crying for? It was cool when I did it. It was cool when you did it. It was cool when they did it. But that was wrong.
In terms of what are even acceptable things to say or believe in our modern society. For example, no American would have supported or even seriously engaged with the idea of a president getting a third term ever since FDR did it nearly 75 years ago. It's literally in the Constitution. However, for weeks now, as of...
I'm going to say, using the Constitution as the example of the argument for why people wouldn't agree with having a third term is cyclical. But the reason people would not agree with a president by the stature of our term limits having a third term is because it creates the opportunity for what would then become a police state and a tyrancy should somebody be able to just simply use the laws as they were written by people like you, as short-sighted as many humans are, because we are short-sighted, and instead made it so that they could never be challenged ever again by taking the levers of said power and abusing it. Now, Signifier, what party do you think has been doing that for a selective amount of time, during which all of this animosity and good trouble occurred? Was it the left wing or the right wing? There's only one correct answer. It was the left wing. Now, hoping that it does not become the case that then immediately moves backwards to the right wing requires people to hold them accountable. But you cannot hold them accountable if what you're going to do is lie. Because that's bullshit. And you know it.
Recording, Republicans, even Republican officials, have been seriously priming Americans for the argument that Trump should get a third term and how that's actually okay under the Constitution.
That's retarded. And nobody's really engaging with that argumentation. Who said that? Who cares what they said? They're dumb.
We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president.
Or is it constitutional for...
Okay, we don't care about what Bannon said. Because last I checked, Bannon is only out because he was done serving the term that was done to him for him being jailed because of the January 6th shit. Which he shouldn't have really gone to jail for. Like many people shouldn't have been permanently incarcerated for, as they were.
For President Trump to run for a third term, he's teasing that.
You know, if you read the Constitution, it says it's not, but he says he has some different circumstances that might be able to go around the Constitution, but that's up to him. We got a long way to go.
But you're open to it.
Well, I think that there's going to have to be an evaluation.
Not even George W. Bush, who was very, very bad. The fact that he's the last Republican president before Trump has managed to whitewash his past. He was.
Nobody's whitewashed his past. He's just been allowed to do different shit because he's in retirement. Which is something that anybody who was in a position of stress should be really allowed to do. Especially if they were leader of the free world. What, is Obama not allowed to go swinging? Because he used to be the president? This is a joke. Or maybe it not be. I don't know. Who knows what he and Michelle gets down to late in the night. They're empty nesters. Both their children are in college. He could be sucking the fuck for all we fucking know. But he's not allowed to paint? Because, aw, look at him. He's painting. Not unlike a certain German Austrian. Aw, that means we whitewashed his history. And he's no longer responsible for all of the controversy that happened when he was president. Same thing for Obama. Same thing for all the other presidents. Including Big Willie, who apparently was getting his Big Willie sucked by Trump at some point in time. As the meme goes. And yet, for some reason, you don't see the difference between these things because it's incongruent to the lie you're trying to tell me right now.
Was not good. Don't let the old painting sad man stuff fool you. But as bad as he was, he never would have thought of sending troops in the military and the National Guard to American cities and states that he didn't like.
Who knows that? We don't know that because we're not living in that timeline. Let's not even bring that up.
But Trump is threatening to send American troops to low-crime cities like Portland, stating that
because they are harboring illegals. Because those people that are inside of places like Portland, Oregon, which has become an Antifa superstate, are actively trying to resist. They're trying to resist lawful action. Some of the biggest nothing burgers in the history of burger consumption. Signifier.
That they need to be cleaned up, ignoring the much more dangerous cities in red states in the right.
They're not ignoring them. The difference is that they have illegals in these places, bro. The National Guard is used to protect the nation. Just like police officers are meant there to police and reinforce the law. Technically, it should be called law enforcement officers because they're supposed to be enforcing the law. And, unfortunately, in the enforcement of the law, there are some people that in certain left-wing states that are super amenable to being hyper-political bullshit who seem to find themselves thinking, actually, throwing a firebomb at an ICE facility, blocking the road with my vehicle, resisting arrest, and refusing to show my license. These are smart things for me to do while I'm at a political protest. And then, when you say, but you see, he's not sending them to the red states. I wonder if there might be some extreme circumstances that are dictating that. I wonder why. I wonder. Do you wonder, Signifier, if there's a reason why they might not be sending them to these places in concerns to ICE? Because I see that you're not mentioning that they sent them because of ICE. Why is it, Signifier? Ah! I swear to God, I'm about to slip into Patrick. I need to make myself laugh. This is a new level of anger, chat. This is a new level of anger.
Eats this all up. Mind you, and this will be a recurring theme, none of this is really helping anyone, let alone many of
I think it's helping the people who are living in those states, Signifier! Yay! They can be able to go outside and not get attacked by random people who have been shipped into their nation because they are being brought there as a form of replacement for the workforce through things like the H-1B visa program, which is being pushed for people like those nasty right-wing individuals you don't like Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk, especially in the state of California. Ah!
the working class white people who voted for Trump. While Trump's appeal is more diverse than people like...
Also, that was cute.
None of this is really helping anyone, let alone many of the working class white people who voted for.
Maybe some of them are here. Never mind you that if this is supposed to be pictures of January 6th, you're kind of ignoring all of those agents that were inside of the organization and that were infiltrating them that did nothing to prevent shit. But, you know, I mentioned J6, so therefore, right-wing bad.
For Trump.
Nuance? Details? Context? No! Insult them by mass!
Trump's appeal is more diverse than people like to believe. This is just something you have to acknowledge. At the end of the day, his base, like all Republicans for years, has been among uneducated whites and rural white people.
Except those years where he was a business Democrat. Except those years where he was a business Democrat. You know, because details are important.
People who, for the most part, have never benefited from his policies. For example, regarding the ongoing government shutdown that is still in place as of writing.
That was done by the Democrats to try and stop them from doing anything to deal with ICE, which did not prevent that because it then put the power in the hand of the jurisdiction of the executive, and by the fiat of ruling for the judicial, specifically in the states, which was then supposedly broken when the Democrats chose to betray people to get certain individuals back into their jobs, which ended up meaning they didn't get shit that they asked for. Good job there, dumbass. I see that you didn't notice bringing that in, so, you know, again, details matter.
The shutdown is happening because Republicans want to make major cuts to many social safety net programs, which will impact poorer Americans. And despite the effort...
Pause. Why would they be doing that? Is there possibly a thing that's happening where people are taking out of a system that they're not paying back into that might be responsible for why people would do that? Might it be related to the infinite migrants being ported into the country under H-1B visas and work visas that then do not become naturalized citizens that are being here illegally through legal loopholes? Legal loopholes that are not in the spirit of the Constitution, let alone the actual enforcement of the Constitution or the naturalization offices. Again, details are important.
of Republicans for decades to make it seem like the poor are only undeserving black and brown people, leeching off.
Well, they're not, and that's a problem of people deciding to use demographics as a face of the narrative, because that's probably the worst thing that has been done. No, the people who receive SNAP benefits and temporary need for temporary assistance for needy families is not just black people. It's all kinds of demographics. This is just the narrative that's been presented because the majority of the people, by demographic numbers per capita, tend to be African Americans because of the vicious cycle of crab in a pot mentality. There's probably a lot more white people that are on SNAP benefits and TAF benefits than there are black people. But the difference there is, are they in a certain level of tax bracket and of economic earning, or is it because they are demographically included, and rather than looking at the circumstances that brought them to needing it, you just look at it and go black, 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 white, 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 black, 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 because you forgot how to read statistics. It's probably the second one.
Of the government, the majority of Americans receiving those benefits are white, and these same white people will support.
Oh, good. So you do know. So that means you don't get to say that you don't understand the numbers. Then you fucking hypocrite.
Trump, literally to their death. Why is this the case, and what does it have to do with Charlie Kirk? To make sense of that, I want to dive into the concept of the culture war, because it's through the culture war.
That's the pop Funkos have nothing to do with the culture war. That has, well, actually no. Consumerism and the creation of pop culture has less to do with the culture war and has more to do with the lack of definitive culture that is not being created by osmosis and by the transformative property of the consumption of culture. Throwing up a Funko Pop of Charlie Kirk has less to do with the culture war and has more to do with his business acumen and sense. Branding, darling. Branding. Are you mad that you don't have a signifier Funko Pop? Well, maybe if you become an effective content creator and you strike a deal with Pop Vinyl, they might make a Funko Pop of you. Maybe your dreads will be detachable. Oh my god. That makes so little money. Because, you see, Signifier, him having a Funko Pop is like content creators having content meter drops of plushies. Like Copensieve YT. Or Mahler. Or Rags. Or Fringy. Or hell, somewhere in the future, if we as a dynamic duo keep making shit together, me and Jay. Because you see, that has more to do with popularity than it does culture consumerism. Which is what you're a part of, you see. That has to do with fame, not to do with politics. And if you're a better businessman, maybe you'll get one. Who knows?
That all of this is possible. And they know this because Charlie Kirk actually named his college tour the Culture War Tour. So
would my afro be detachable? It can be stylable. A little bit moldable. Have like the ability to make the peaks and edges rise differently. You push down on one peak here, and the peak rises up here. You can push it all down together. You can be able to make the pins go inside, and the flatter my afro is, the fatter my stomach is. My mouth expression will be detachable. You can put different facial expressions on me. Glasses detachable, obviously, too. The Carl plushie needs to be holding a can of I can't believe it's not Tony's. Okay.
Well, switching gears for a second. If you're at all on Twitter and social media in the months and weeks preceding the murder of Charlie Kirk, you probably caught wind of two other tragic killings. The killings of Austin Metcalf and Irina Zarutska both went viral on...
That was an interesting audio cut.
In weeks preceding the murder of Charlie Kirk, you probably caught wind of two other tragic killings. The killings of Austin Metcalf and... If you're at all on Twitter and social media in the months and weeks preceding the murder of Charlie Kirk, you probably caught wind of two other tragic killings. The killings of Austin Metcalf and Irina Zarutska, both...
So, you clipped Austin in, and this is originally was going to only be involving Irina. Are you pondering what I'm pondering, chat? Certainly you must be pondering what I'm pondering. Certainly everybody's pondering what I'm pondering.
Went viral on Twitter as these were two young white lives ended by black men. Both of those black men might
Irina Zarutska is not white! Oh shit! He tried it! Holy shit, he tried it! Oh. DOJ, the important part of what just happened was not comparing murders to victims. No. No. That's not what just happened. Listen to what he just said. Listen to what he just said.
The killings of Austin Metcalf and Irana Zarutsky both went viral on Twitter. These were 2 young white lives ended by black men. Both of them.
2 young white lives. White lives. The entire reason why there were even mentions and jokes about Irina and people like Evan Do Things. Excuse me, not Evan Do Things, other person. The fucking EGSC account that Evan Does Worf guy, Ethan Does Worf guy, excuse me, is because Irina Zarutsky was Ukrainian. How does Ukrainian become white? Why include this high-profile murder of somebody who literally would have been more safe in the country she fled from is supposed to be included with the life of another white man because of other white crime? Why are you framing it as white versus black? By doing that, signifier, you have just demonstrated a worse problem. You have actively tried to lie multiple times, but this is probably the biggest fucking lie. Because the issue there was not race of white versus black. It was career murderer murdering in daylight and then actively attempting to come up with a way to get out of it by saying she called him an R&R as caught on the videotapes. By attempting to include her into whatever argument you're about to make, you just demonstrated the reason why people do not want to hear shit from the left. Because why are you making it a white versus black racial issue when race is not the component that happened to be important to that situation, let alone the 15 other issues that were important to that situation? Some people don't want to hear it, dude. You cannot sell them on white versus black.
Those black men, mind you, face immediate legal charges. I want to be clear, it's genuinely sad, and I think
they face charges, and yet they're trying to still get them out of those charges. Signifier. That innocent baby angel Aladdin has people still trying to fight to get him out of the consequences, which should be the death penalty. In fact, that was one of the many issues I was talking about earlier. That Kyla tried desperately to say you couldn't do things about that. Because actually, if you sit there and say, oh, we could not do that because then he's not getting a fair trial, good. Speedy trial, speedy sentences, public executions. Because that's the permanent forever hold that you create on the forever conversation when it comes to murder and criminals. Not only did he actually do what he did, but you're then saying you can't give him the death penalty because either we wouldn't have the time to process it or some other bullshit you'd come up with. Because that is probably one of the worst examples. And the fact that the people who let him get off and are trying to let him get off still are black men and women in law enforcement and in judicial hearings. This is entirely a problem created by a system that refuses to hold criminals to account. The only reason he was able to do that crime is because they did not hold him to account and let him get out multiple times.
And condolences to their families, regardless of the circumstances of their death. It's tragic when people die like this, especially when their deaths have become flashpoints in culture wars online. Austin met.
The reason why it's a flashpoint in a culture war is because there's not an immediate reaction. This is a point where you keep saying, actually, we can't do that because. And even then, of course it will. It is pure violence, straight simple, that should elicit a certain kind of reaction.
outcast father in particular showed an inspirational level of grace in the aftermath of his son's death that should be commended. Unfortunately, that father's grace is not being copied by the American right, who used his son's death to talk about black fatigue. Not the original use of that term, by the way.
The only correct term for black fatigue is people getting tired of being around African Americans that decide that their emotional opinions matter more than the civil grace of the people that they happen to live with and the society that tolerates their behavior. Just like white fatigue says the same thing, Asian fatigue says the same thing. During the time versus during Stop Asian Hate, that would have been the exact exemplar, words are hard, the exact exemplar that you would be dealing with. And surprise, surprise, who was the one that was doing the violence? It was blacks on Asians. Same as it ever was. You're just angry about this one because, again, it's effective and also you can't escape it.
But a racist version that is basically white people getting tired of not being able to be openly racist. Similarly,
they wouldn't need to worry about being openly racist because if you keep calling them racist and bigoted for years, they'd stop caring, which is something they've already done. That's why you guys decided to try and make an example of Shiloh Hendricks.
Ruska's death spurred legislative initiatives to reinstate and even expedite the death penalty in North Carolina, which...
Because they should, because he needs the death penalty. He murdered her openly. What is supposed to happen?
Yikes is really all I can say to that. And this
that's all you can say to it? Then you can sit the fuck down when we give him the death penalty. Period. How more open of an example do you need? And all you say is, ooh, yikers. That's a bad argument, bro. Not a good look. I'm going to pull the lever myself. You just sit there with the look on your face all the fuck you want to. You should have done the action.
This is all after President Trump weaponized the deaths of white women at the hands of immigrants.
Weaponizing. He's the president. He's forced to have to speak on something. And if it wasn't him, you would also said that person is weaponizing it. The same way you're weaponizing other people.
All through his campaign trail as a way to bolster his anti-immigrant agenda. And now we have ICE kidnapping people off the street and even...
ICE kidnapping people off the street who are blocking traffic and actively preventing people from being able to deal with the problems of these ICE raids and of these ICE protests that they go to specifically to stop them from doing their job. Context.
In churches, gyms, and public schools.
I want you to take a look at something that just came about 2 days ago. We made a tape I'm going to show you, and it's a tape of a great mother who I got to know a little bit at one of the rallies.
Tonight, accused of killing a 12-year-old girl.
Police say these men strangled her before dumping her into that creek. Both men were in the country illegally.
There are hundreds and even thousands of cases like that, and it's people coming into this country that are horrible people.
And as I saw these stories explode online and invigorate an already foaming at the mouth population of racist conservatives, I couldn't help but think to myself, but what about white-on-white crime? What about Vincent Bolletaro, the young Charlie Kirk fan who murdered 2 teenage girls whom he had been stalking?
He did that before they were relevant to the political story. That is bad. Give him the sentencing too. What's your reaction? Lightweight, no reaction. Not only was that something that already happened, regardless of him being a fan of Charlie Cook, give him the same sentence. What you got next? What next? What next? What next? Stop looking for excuses.
Stalking for what seemed like months, even after getting a restraining order against him. By the way, Bolletaro's family is connected to law enforcement, but clearly they're very picky about who they need to protect and serve. Or what about insert countless other stories of white women?
If you can't name them, they don't matter. If you can't name them, they don't matter. If you can't name them, they don't matter. You need to name them. If you can't name the stories, it doesn't matter. You don't get to be lazy.
Murdered by white men since the beginning of time. Gabby Petito, Lacey Peterson, Natalie Holloway, the little girl that JonBenet Ramsey. I've been seeing that girl's face since I was a child. It's actually cursed. Surely other young white women have been murdered in North Carolina. Were their deaths not worthy of attempting to reinstate the death penalty? What is it about DeCarlos Brown, the severely mentally ill black man that killed Ariana, that warrants such a response?
Because you were allowed him to continue doing crimes multiple times after letting him out of jail because of his supposed mental illness. And supposedly that mental illness that he was about to weaponize to get out of the crime again because she called me an N-word. She called me an N-word. In his sling boy voice, somehow meant that you could go back across history and play whataboutism with those white women. Ha-ha! Did you think that was going to work? This murder, that murder, this murder, that murder, this murder, that murder, that murder, this murder, this murder, that murder, that murder all the way over there versus that murder all the way over there. What about this man doing this is good about that murder over there? Is it because he's black? Here's your sign.
Do you think that black men are the most pressing danger to white women in this country?
Here's your sign.
If you do, it's probably because you're racist and low-key.
Here's your sign.
Sexist, but I know I only have so much room with y'all right now. You can bet money, like literally, don't make this bet or lose it, that if a young white woman is murdered in North Carolina, it would probably be from her white boyfriend or husband. Because all crime in this country is intraracial. At least 8.
Pause. Why are you making bets on murder? For the purposes of an argument that is already facetious out of the gate. We are not meant to put a boundary and a number on human life and to play so flippantly with that number as that shit doesn't fucking matter. But if we're gonna put a cost on it, again, a person trying to pay back in society is murdered by somebody who should be in jail permanently for all the crimes that he committed, regardless of whether or not it's because of the mental illness or not. And should she have been able to do everything necessary to naturalize, become an official American citizen, and then pay back into society, that was stolen from her by a person who decided that the voices in his head that talk to him, but he does not understand, said that it would be really cool if he stuck that blade in her neck 10 times and watched her bleed out on the floor. While he then paced around and when asking, well, how do I get out of it? They said, you say she called you a jigaboo. I think the value of those lives are different. They weigh differently. They have different values. And even then, I would still not make a bet on that quantity of human life. Because I don't have to make a bet about who's more likely to commit crime in South Carolina. Because we don't live in a permanent superposition where we can forever witness the history of the past, the present, and the future to be able to stop precognitive crime. We handle the crime that happens.
80% of white victims of violent crime, the perpetrator of that violence is also white. White people make up 74% of familial violence victims, meaning child abuse, domestic violence, and familicide, which makes sense because most family violence offenders are white. And females make up 80% of the victims for family violence, again, usually killed by a boyfriend or husband, very rarely a stranger. And considering that only around 10% of black men have a white spouse, the biggest threat to any white woman in this country by far is a straight white man. And that goes not just for murder, but also assault and especially rape and molestation. Yet somehow, new laws form when a black man is the perpetrator, as if it's the right of white men to abuse, harm, and kill women that look like them.
That is retarded, and so is that viewpoint. And any person who believes it deserves the sociopathy that you are giving yourself by believing that you are the greatest victim at the crime of random people who don't know you. You are dumb if you are in that number.
And it doesn't require new laws for putting convicts to death when they do it. And don't get me wrong, the rate of intimate partner violence in the black community is awful in so many ways, but don't all lives matter, y'all? Surely we shouldn't only focus on black people in this situation, not if what we actually care about are these innocent white lives.
Well, I mean, like, we care about all lives. And the problem with that is that by caring about all lives, I have to think about the metrics of how many lives are going to be put at risk because this individual is allowed to walk free. So, while you smugly say, but I thought we care about all lives, yeah, we do. That's why that motherfucker has to go to jail. And or worse. Because he's a danger to all lives! Do you see how that works, Signifier? When you're a danger to everyone, you go to jail! Permanently!
And isn't this kind of gross? Is this what y'all watch me for? Some of y'all, that's what y'all...
Yes, the left wing watches you to do that. They watch you specifically so that you do it so they don't have to. Where jokingly, I am the one that says, nigga, because horror can't do it. You exist. You, Anthony Gramuccia, and every other fucking left-wing creator that finds themselves to be commiserating with communists and tankies, you do it because they are not bold enough and don't have the balls to do it themselves. Because they know they don't have a big channel to fall back behind the name of. Their dicks are not big enough. Their brains are not big enough. They don't have the chutzpah. They don't have the chagrin. They get mocked. And they know that they would. So they hide behind you.
Oh, want out of me. Ugh. I hate it. I hate y'all so much. Sure, when you go low, going lower.
I have a ring light. It's just daytime and I don't want to lift this camera. Or lift this thing. It's right here. Should you wish to buy a ring light, by all means, donate money. That's not what we're focused on right now, Red Goner.
Is a thing, but at the end of the day, bringing up white crime statistics in this way should just really make you feel icky. It's too much like the stuff they do, you know?
It's too much like the stuff that they do. Let's hear you say that twice, Signifier.
Up white crime statistics in this way should just really make you feel icky. It's too much like the stuff they do, you know?
Bringing up white crime statistics in this way is too much like what my enemies do. When I decide to be like my enemies, instead of just simply not doing what my enemies do and doing different content. But instead, I'm going to do the behavior of my enemies, but do it in a left-wing way where it is completely amenable for the content that I do. Right. Why contribute to good positivity and not negative violence by instead doing something different than those that are peddling hatred and problems? And instead, why don't I add to the animosity and the antagonism by acting like anything that I'm doing is acceptable or normal? And then, when people say, well, look at this motherfucker, look at how he's acting, look at the behavior that he's carrying out with, I say, well, see, I was doing it to make a point, because, see, this is icky and gross. But every other time you did it, it was acceptable. It was normal, it was acceptable, it was laudable, it was amenable, and it made you a lot of money to do it. So you kept doing it then. But now it's gross and disgusting and icky, because you have to discuss how you're going to navigate how it's acceptable for you to do this about Kirk. And it's acceptable for you to do it about your acceptable targets. But suddenly, everything else is off the table. Because now is the moment where you pull out a frame and say, and this is where I'd like to take the moment to realize that this is bad behavior, while continuing with the bad behavior! Here's your sign.
Further, it's not like any racist in the audience will suddenly be convinced to rethink their ways based on this information. And now,
yes, because the racists would be convinced by you acting like you're them, and not instead how disgusting you are, not just to them, but to your own side. Here's your sign!
I'll come back to this in a moment, but this is not how actual minds are changed in reality. If racism or any other ism were an issue of logic and information, would have solved that issue years ago. But it's very clear after...
I'm going to say very deparatively, it is not an airport. You do not need to announce your departure or your arrival. If you feel you need to tap out, tap out. We're going to be here for a while. It's going to get annoying very quickly. However, I understand. Have a good day.
Literal generations of learning and educating that no amount of explaining the truth to racists changes the way they see things.
That's true, Signifier. Explaining reality to racists doesn't change them. They just behave like you do. Supremacy and all.
Racism's power to endure for so long in this country isn't due.
Also putting up a clip of him talking to another person. Ding! Dang, I gotta get his air Taro ticket for nothing? Oh, I'm gonna punch ticket. Oh, I'm gonna punch ticket, alright? Again, it's a refreshing level of anger, chat.
To hate. I hate that we talk about racism as an issue of hate because
I mean, racism is literally an issue of hate. When you're so blind to hearing arguments that would change your perspective because you decided that the people that it's coming from are beneath you, it is a thing that is based on hate. Because you care more about the mouth that's making the argument than the argument that is being discussed. And that is, unfortunately, hatred. That is hatred at the end of the day, Signifier. When you can bring yourself to destroy something because you don't like the people who are making the argument, rather than hearing the argument, you are the problem. There is no one's fault for that but your own. You could stop being that kind of hateful monster, but that requires you to be accountable. And you don't want to be accountable. You want to keep stacking money by making money off the people who specialize in that level of hatred. You want to say it's not my problem, it's not my fault. That's just what my audience does. That's just what my audience likes. Knowing full well that's what they go to you for. And you serve it to them. For all the attempts that could ever be said about individuals who behave like this, you are the worst case example of a digital minstrel. Because you're shucking and jiving for them on stage. A satirist like myself could do it to exacerbate a point in a humorous way. And yet, it is only open-mouthed shills that exist to excuse their actions and their antagonism towards the other side that can piss me off like this. Because you know you're saying it on purpose to sound like you're trying to speak to the middleman. But you are the reason why shit is where it is. It is your fault.
That allows for so many people, so many very racist people, to create distance from themselves and the actual damage they do with their racism because they don't necessarily feel hatred in their hearts when they do it, and they're probably correct.
It's not hatred that they would have in their heart for having a basic argument. Because if it's hatred, then it would be like you. No, for some of them, they just have never actually thought about it because they were given a level of intelligence that came from being socially programmed, like a cult, which is the closest way you can get to describing it. It's just cultural programming. And then, to deprogram them, you have to actually get them to understand the logic of the behavior, which is where the hate comes in. Unfortunately, this is not hatred based on hating them for their skin or their lifestyle choices. It's just pure hatred of ideas and changing your mind, where you will say they don't change their mind. Yet, when they do, it is based on facts. Facts that you didn't resist because you have an entire second place of facts to pull from. You're not willing to look at the same statistics that come from the agencies that you will then beat people with as a cudgel to say, you don't know the facts, you don't know the facts, you haven't done research, you haven't done research, you need to educate yourself. And then those individuals, and then tell you that to your face. You will then sit there and say, oh, well, see, they're crazy people. Because they have the audacity to do the thing that you're supposed to do, to deprogram someone who is that level of hatred. Which is to never relent. Always resist. And demonstrate for everyone to see how crazy that is. Now, fortunately, to do that in a debate is not the best way. No, the best way to do that is in just normal conversations. On the street. With normal people. Because a normal person would recognize that level of hatred. Like, What's the wrong with this gas station versus this gas station? Well, you know, it's on the wrong side of town, and, you know, it employs a certain kind of individual. Well, what's wrong with the side of town, and what's the individual? Well, you know, it's those people who live there. Like, why can't we go, like, 20 minutes in the other direction, towards the upper middle class side of town? You know, where those people aren't. It doesn't sound rational when you hear it, because it sounds like them walking through what they should just be able to say and people understand. That would be the kind of hatred you're dealing with. But that's not what you're dealing with. That's not what people are talking about. And to go out of your way, and again, attacking a dead man and claiming that that's what he's doing, is ridiculous. Because for all of the history and the years that people have ever done, things like talking about political shit at colleges, he's the one you choose. Not Peterson, not Shapiro, not Stefan Molyneux, not Coach Red Pill, not any other figure during that time that went on the scene, not comedians, not the actual comedians. So the difference between somebody like Matt Rife and Louis C.K. versus, I don't fucking know, Death Noodles. No. You don't, and you certainly don't pick people like what would have been inside the sector. Certainly not PPP. Certainly not Worski. And certainly not Milo Yiannopoulos. Or Nick Fuentes. No, you choose the person who isn't hateful to call him hateful. Here's your sign.
Racism isn't about hate. It's about indifference to harm being done to people that don't look like you, especially if...
Indifference how? Indifference to it's happening right in front of you, or indifference to I don't know those people, they aren't where I live, and they're not a part of my community? Because one of those is normal community, and the other one is you making yourself into the world police. And everybody is not the world police.
that harm is useful for how you maintain your own status quo. Racism is still here because it has utility as an organizing social framework for white Americans. The role racism...
Just white Americans, not black Americans, not Asian Americans, not Mexican Americans, not Hispanic Americans. No, just whites. Whites are the only people capable of being bigoted, hateful racists.
Plays in this country is for building consensus in community. It's almost ritualistic in its use.
I'm a Western chauvinist. And I refuse to apologize. I refuse to apologize for creating the modern world. Creating the modern world.
White youth for a generation have made racist jokes, not as an expression of hate, but almost as an initiation into whiteness as a concept, performing the agreement amongst each other that blackness is beneath them and unworthy of sanctity. This is why...
Said who? Huh? And of course, it's the Politico fucking chat. Oh no, the young Republicans racist chat rooms. As though we've never seen the kind of things that happen inside the leftist chat rooms. To which I don't care. Their words inside of a chat room. If the messages hadn't leaked, you wouldn't know about them. And even then, that doesn't mean that it's acceptable or okay, or that that's tolerable. But, again, this chat room, that chat room. What about that individual who decided to have sexual escapades as a gay man inside of Senate chambers? Is it my turn to say, and this is my moment to talk about how you see how that doesn't help anything? Here's your sign.
Racist group chats exist so prominently, such as the one the young Republicans got caught on earlier this year. This is why white kids on Omegle and other chat random sites and Call of Duty lobbies hurl slurs from the safety of their perceived anonymity.
No, they hurl slurs to get reactions out of the people who are there. A white girl wearing lace stockings says the 1488 words and tries to see if she can get an angry reaction out of the content creator that she recognizes as a popular streamer on a platform like Twitch. Should I have gone there during the time of Chat Roulette or Omegle before it shut down? Because I'm pretty sure Omegle's dead now. No? No, still functioning apparently. Or supposedly there's an alternative. There's multiple alternatives that exist, which is weird. Or is it chat roulette that I'm thinking of that is dead? Nope, both of those are still alive. I'm an old man. I don't know what these young kids do anymore. But anyways, they go there not to spread the ideas and the doctrines of white supremacy, but to get reactions out of people. Edgelords being edgelords, remember? You confuse these things for something that they are not. Almost entirely purposefully. Either because you're stupid, or because you want to claim these things are equal when they are not.
Going all the way back to slavery. This is why poor whites had astoundingly low standards of living, but fought for the Confederacy because it preserved their way of life, as wretched as that way of life was. The lynchings of black people during slavery going into Jim Crow was often a community gathering or festival.
A blue, 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 blue. They used to have celebrations where they would hang us. A blue, 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 blue.
Environment for white people. They would make flyers and sell food as they watched black bodies.
Yeah, watch this N-word roast. And who would like some pot roast? Just look at how it falls off the limb, just like his leg must have fallen off his leg when I cut it open. Tendonism! A blue, 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 blue.
Burn and hang from the poplar trees. Then afterwards, some would even take their body parts as souvenirs. Feel free to Google this. I am not making this up. The biggest falsehood about racism is that it's about the hatred of any group of people. But in reality, racism is about a perverse love for whiteness and the love language.
Because racism is only when it's about white power. Not red power, not blue power, not green power, not aquamarine power, not aquamarine blue sea phone number 2.
Which that is expressed. And this is just the overt stuff that whites will admit you shouldn't do. We shouldn't lynch people. We shouldn't say the N-word. They keep doing it and saying it's a joke, but...
Which people and what joke? Because if the N-word is N-I-G-G-A, long A, long G, short A, no, long A, short G, excuse me, and with a song in your heart, nigga, that's not the N-word. And even then, in the historical context of saying the word, when they discuss it like an intelligent adult, having a proper conversation about how people attempt to talk about history, and not flippantly said to provoke people the same way nigga is said, there is only one person that tries to do this. And it's the same kind of individual that many of you would then label as a edgy right-wing creator. Not to troll. You've given time and attention to trolls.
But they know they shouldn't. And the reason why that is still such a focus is because it serves as the cover for the much more harmful systemic racism that most whites, including Charlie Kirk, would never even admit exists.
There is nothing fascistic about deporting people in your country that are here illegally, securing your borders, and putting your own people first. How many of you students out there feel as if you'd be graded differently if you come out as a conservative or a Trump supporter? Raise your hand. Look around. That's fascism. That is definitional fascism.
Do you think, for all that I just said, do you think a few cherry-picked statistics and some witty clapbacks is going to change this? No. This is the culture wars.
The culture war exists because you have decided that certain types of people affiliated with certain other people that vote a certain way deserve to have access to having a natural life in society. If you stopped antagonizing people for not voting Democrat and feeling that it's normal to accost somebody about who they voted for, and that because they didn't vote for a proper person, then that means that they care little about people's lives and civility, and that they want people to die, there would not be a war about it. Families would not be split about it. You've decided that that's what you want to do to people. You want to put them in a struggle session permanently. And so they remove themselves from those people doing it. And thus, it becomes a problem. Because now, you don't have people to victimize with your struggle session. So instead, you say, oh, they're too racist to change themselves. They just are like this all the time because they are incapable of understanding the problems that they give to white supremacy by behaving this way. When actually, no! My sibling is an asshole! Because every single time that it's not relevant, they bring up politics.
schedule to meet with us, the grassroots. We're fighting on college campuses every single day. We're fighting for the next generation. And to know that we have the backing of the most successful president of our generation means the world. Because look, we are in a culture war right now. We're fighting for free speech, for free markets, and for American exceptionalism. And to have the president take time out of his schedule to meet with us, to just exchange some ideas, really, really means the world. And look, this is a battle that we're going to win.
And beyond that, we spoke about the black community and black issues.
I can't stress enough how important culture wars are to the American right and to American politics in general. And this is because culture wars have effectively replaced actual politics for most people, right and left.
They're not a replacement, they're an addition. And what they are is noise. They're noise. They're not capable of actually adding on to real politics because it's team sports. You know a little bit of some details of a story, therefore you suddenly know everything there is to know about the story details. Except you don't. Because the context is left out. Great, Google and Moogly.
But specifically for the right, it has been instrumental in convincing many people to vote against their best interests. When regular people are surveyed about policies, they almost always lean toward more progressive policies, more taxing the rich.
They lean towards what benefits them because they've been told a very simple version of what is politically expedient and financially lucrative for the people who are in office. Which becomes more about not trusting officials than not trusting politics in general. But if we're going to make the argument that it's one and the same, a politician tells you that you should vote for him because if you don't, they're going to vote to ticketers. And lo and behold, what you find is that there isn't some random person trying to take your job. It is instead them having sold you up the river with a lie about taking jobs to have secured you to vote for them so that they could continue fucking you over when it comes to your politics and to your stature, where you live, because instead they took your vote, secured the position, so they could then give away things that you do not get to other people as an entitlement, as is the case with SNAP benefits. Because SNAP and TANF alone is used as a debt trap to keep people from being able to become capable enough to get themselves off of the program. Because it's not meant to be a permanent hand that you use to give away to people forever. The same way you should not be making money off of a new generation of young professionals going into college who need to be able to pay their way through college to get the career, to then have a lifestyle that they can then live for and buy through their profession by infinitely making interest off of their student loans. It is not a left and right issue. It is a greedy bastard versus non-greedy bastard. Because that same politician could turn around and say, listen, I would like to make it so that we can have the talent that we keep supposedly bringing in with H-1B visas. But how we're going to do it is not by importing infinite migrants. We're going to let little fucking Mary Lou Who be able to go off and become an auto-water acetylene welder in Whoville. And we're not going to charge her 15% interest on a $300 loan, or even a $50K loan. We're going to have it at zero interest, and they're going to pay back the minimum, so that they are not infinitely paying back almost twice the principal of the original loan. And when we give them some form of benefit, like SNAP, like TANF, we're not going to make it that when they reach a specific break limit in that monetary amount that they're making, that, you're no longer allowed to have these things. So they, like Start has to, goes racing off to figure out how to spend them before the break-even limit on its renewal were to stop. So that they can have to, again, reapply and reapply and reapply. Because doing better for yourself means that you fall into the same loop and cycle where your life does not get better. Because people who then use your anger as a tool to manipulate you into voting a certain way keep you forever dangling on a string like a hornet. And unfortunately, that is characterizing the Democratic class, not the Republican class. Because that is exactly how people get stuck voting for those policies. Because the fear is, if you vote for the other side, they will take it away. Rather than restructuring it so that you don't have to constantly be dangling on a string with your life being used as a blackmail tool. But what do I know? I'm just some black guy.
Less government in people's personal lives, sensible gun control laws, etc. It's not universal. Many Americans support tougher border laws, for example, but very few desire to see what's actually been happening under Trump since he's been elected.
No, we know what's happening. We're tired of hearing about it.
Even attitudes on abortion rights consistently fall to the left of Republican policies.
Most people don't want to kill children in the womb. That is just people who want to avoid consequences in behaviors. But of course, that's not surprising, considering that right now, shit is bad in the education system and is bad for schooling because the people who got to making children first were the fast-ass girls in the back of the room and the niggas who introduced themselves as Pookie. How is that a shock? But again, what do I know? I'm just some black guy. I'm not an ex-Fed or anything. I don't have a full-depth understanding of politics because I worked inside of the organization of one. No! Certainly not afforded for me because of the higher democratic state of my family. No, not possible. And certainly didn't keep said position through my own meritocracy.
Conservative voters constantly vote against their self-interest.
They don't.
Whether they realize it or not.
Most of them would realize it because they would look at the policies and see how it actually changes. Because the people who read the fucking things they're voting for, more often than not, are Republicans. Whereas most people tell people to vote for Democratic candidates. And they have to because they wouldn't know what the fuck is happening on the ballot to begin with anyways. Because when they are doing such things, they would only know what is on the ballot because they actually participate in the election process by actually knowing who they are. And that would implore to them to know who's in their community. But they wouldn't know who their current coroner official is, let alone the mayor or the current sheriff, unless they saw election signs out during election season. The same way they don't know who their local representatives are or their gubernatorial representatives, but they know who their Senate representatives are and the electorate, let alone the judicial and whatever the fuck, because local politics matter less to people than national politics, despite the fact that it is built from the bottom up, not the top down. Then again, you wouldn't know what their self-interests are, because you don't ask them. You just assume they're all bigots and racists. Now I need to pee. Wait a second. Been drinking too much of that red Kool-Aid. Making me pee. And fat. We're at Fat Chat.
Even in moments where they do realize it, they still don't care because, as I've been saying, this is a cult. And the culture wars are their,
If it was a cult and if they didn't care, then there wouldn't have been an entire party shift that moved to eject certain people from the job and from the business as it has been. Even the left wing can tell that there are people that have fomented and are forming a movement around a certain type of individual and a certain type of influence of individual. Specifically those that are capable of recognizing the importance of such things towards the knowledge that they should be given towards, and that they would have to involve themselves with part of the stuff that would be most important for them and others to recognize. And that would be the fact that those people are actually listening to the caucus. And unlike people like Sandy Cheeks, which is to say Ocasio-Cortez, they are actually capable of realizing the way that the winds are turning. That's why there's a difference within, say, the Trump movement of MAGA and whatever is being formulated under the auspices of J.D. Vance, who more than likely will be the president in 2028, if he chooses to run.
Deep lore text. The culture wars, ironically, are proof that facts actually should care about feelings because people...
No, and also gay, lame, boo, boo, bad joke, tomato, 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 pineapple.
People have been using feelings to override facts in this country for 100+ years.
Well, you see, no, not 100+ years, just the last 30 years. There are people who thought terminating cliches and jokes that were not funny was a great way to bully people into silence. And for that, it would not be Ben Shapiro you'd blame. It'd be the supposed comedians. It'd be Ron Riggle. It'd be Stephen Colbert. It'd be Jon Stewart. Those would be Bill Mayer. Those would be the individuals responsible for that. Because suddenly, you made fun of somebody on stage during a set. That meant that you had a strong political argument that had absolutely no means of being refuted. Despite the fact that it was then easily refuted. And people using those jokes as a way to say, well, see, you're not as smart as he is because look at how he just made fun of you.
So many examples of this, both historical and recent. One is that conservatives were more likely to die from COVID due to vaccine hesitancy and resistance to masks, despite the fact that science, logic, and so much information was telling them that masking and vaccines would save their lives. So many conservatives...
And do you think that there is something happening that would have prevented them from trusting the system and or trusting the science, air quote? Is there any possible thing that might have happened? Any possible situation that you're leaving out as a part of the context for your snappy, witty dialogue here, signifier? Is it possible that the vaccine hesitancy was put as not as a part of being able to keep themselves protected and safe, but instead them being told, either you do this or you lose your job? Or any other of the political bullying that would be relevant. Don't hesitate now.
We're literally, like, I remember vividly, I'll see if I can find the clip, a guy that was on a respirator talking about how he doesn't regret not getting a vaccine or masking, and then he died 2 days later.
I immediately asked Christopher, why hadn't you gotten the vaccine?
I'm more of a libertarian, and I don't like being told what I have to do.
Pause. Do you still feel disgusted with what you made here, signifier, or is this still within the relative sphere of acceptable humor? I'm using a dead man to be able to demonstrate how suicidal bigotry is stopping them from having nice, healthy, long lives. This does not at all reflect poorly on me and myself and the shit that I'm doing. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This doesn't reflect on me and my people. No. This isn't bad behavior. This is part of those behaviors that we think is that is nice, calm, and rational. You know, just normal stuff. This isn't a part of the culture war at all. No, no, no. What I'm doing right now is I'm demonstrating how it's not a part of the culture war by doing something that somebody who's in the culture war would do, which is picking targets and taking shots. How dare you use this person as a martyr? Now excuse me as I use this person as an underline and a period to insult you at the end of my sentence. But what do I know? I'm just some black guy.
I'm still not completely 100% sold on the inoculation.
It was eerie to hear Christopher insist on his individual freedoms, even as he struggled to breathe.
You think I probably should have had a little healthier fear that need to be taken more seriously. And because I mean, I don't know how close I am to being a lot worse. I really don't know.
Christopher Green died 9 days after this interview. He was 53 years old.
It doesn't take much to find countless examples of conservatives directly being hurt by Trump's policies on tariffs or ICE crackdowns, people's mail order brides being deported, and it's...
What does mail order brides have to do with, you know, racism? Nothing? Alright, just brought it up just cuz.
Often people who voted for him, and whether or not they regret it is up for grabs. But understand, pointing this out about Trump is low-hanging fruit because it's been everyone since the beginning of time in this country, especially when it comes to conservative ideology. For example, consider free healthcare, something that the rest of the developed world has had for more than half a century.
Free healthcare that actually gets you healthcare and not just making people wait eternally on a wait list for DHS. Yeah, it's certainly free. Why don't you move there and go get some of that free healthcare, bro?
And it should and would be here in America if not for the utilization of culture wars. Numerous American presidents from a variety of...
Yes, it's the culture war that stopped people from getting free healthcare. Not the actual, you know, things that need to happen in order for that healthcare to be made free. Yeah, you're right. It's just something that was done by those damn American presidents, bro.
Political standpoints, going back to the early 1900s, have tried to create a universal healthcare system that was free to Americans, but were stymied by capitalistic and conservative entities using emotionally...
Capitalistic and conservative entities? Oh no, those are the really bad ones.
Manipulative culture war methods of convincing the masses that having free healthcare was somehow not in their best interest.
To demonstrate this point, I'm going to use this ball as a lever. If you want it to be free, and you want it to be good, it's going to take a long time. If you want it to be good, and you want it fast, it's going to be expensive. And if you want it fast, and you want it free, it's going to be shitty. Now, for any place where the healthcare is free, please go ask yourself and go investigate the system as to why that is. Come back when you have the answer. Don't do that. We already know the answer. But if you actually need to do that, then go find the answer.
President Truman was reelected largely on a campaign for a single-payer national health plan, and the Democratic Party gained control of Congress. At the same time, Americans were on edge after World War II, and a lot of that fear was placed broadly on the construct of communism. This fear towards communism and communists, which infested the world through the Cold War, became known as the Red Scare. Opponents of the WMD healthcare bill took advantage of these fears to squander its success. The AMA was one of these opponents, and with help from public relations firms Whitaker and Baxter, launched one of the largest lobbying efforts of its time. The group spent over $4.5 million, $48 million in today's dollars, on advertisements, newspapers, magazines, letters, and radio stations across the country. Slogans played on communist fears with titles such as "A Threat to Health" and "A Threat to Freedom," and utilized the term socialized medicine whenever possible. Public opinion in support of government health insurance fell from 74% in 1942 to 51% by 1949.
You know what we call that signifier? We call that you getting mobbed. Maybe you should become better at this thing called getting votes and attention. That's called lobbying. That's not created by racism and hatred and bigotry of the other. And that's created by you not being able to win the argument. And while it was bad for them to do that, well, technically, they're fighting socialism at this point in time. And it was actually not bad to do that, considering how many of them were going to subvert us. By saying it's bad, because we know that you're on the side of communism, it is you saying, actually, you're upset that they lost the argument. Since history is written by the victors, and they were not the victors.
Just a year after President Truman was voted into office.
The same thing happened with the New Deal back in the 1930s. Was the New Deal the 1930s? Am I tripping? Don't make fun of me. Yeah, okay. The New Deal was at its core a socialist work program that lifted millions of Americans into the middle class out of poverty. But it only passed because it was initially designed to exclude undeserving black Americans as much as possible. However, after political wins for black people, such as the Civil Rights Bill, fair housing laws, etc., this required New Deal government programs to be more accessible to all Americans. And you see white Americans quickly turn against the very policies that induced the golden age of American prosperity in the 1950s and 60s. Even today, the very idea that people should get free health care is somehow controversial and un-American, even as millions of white Americans suffer and go broke due to health care costs. A fun fact to never forget is that white people poured cement into their own swimming pools to ensure that black people could not swim with them. Conservative political positions are positions to maintain systems of dominance and exclusion, even
one more time.
That black people could not swim with them. Conservative political positions are positions to maintain systems of dominance and exclusion, even
one more time,
into their own swimming pools to ensure that black people could not swim with them. Conservative political positions are positions to maintain systems of dominance and exclusion.
So, who's responsible for those actions of the past? Were they Republicans or were they Democrats? And don't say nothing about, well, there was a switch with the part. What? Who did it? Where are those people now? Shamed? Mocked? Dead in the grave? No longer here? Alright then. So don't take the actions of those people and compare them to the current people here, because they're not the same people. You're sitting there hoping that you can use the eternal specter of racism and bigotry to win people over. And that shit don't work no more, bro.
Even if those most dominated and excluded are white people, all cloaked in the rhetoric of personal responsibility. Charlie Kirk himself railed against the idea that the government might offer free lunches to school children, claiming that the problem with school children was obesity and not food insecurity.
Do you think that there should be free school lunch for all children?
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Go get a job. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not exist. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country.
Refusing to
Understanding the difference between child starvation and child obesity is, again, one of those things that a midwit does. Also, ding. Children are becoming obese because there is a serious issue and problem of us feeding people any way where our ability to feed the children is based on shit that is unhealthy for them. And when we decided that we were going to mandate what children should be eating through these free and reduced lunch programs, that also meant that a lot of that actual money was being basically pivoted towards from the actions of individuals that were then treated like they were lesser than. And that lesser than problem was created by the reaction of individuals who needed to understand that you could not just feed people constant sugar sources as being good, because it's just normal. High fructose corn syrup, whatever other fucking shit was. It is the ridiculous level of behavior that is, like, impossible to truly get across the problem. So, at the end of the day, the problem that you're having here, if you're going to say, well, you see, actually, he wanted children to starve. No. He wants the children to be healthy. He wants the children to be able to actually eat food that is not going to rot their fucking teeth out. They want them to be able to eat food that's not going to leave them lethargic and sluggish and absent-minded because their brain is dying for the omega-3s that they need to actually think. They need them to have food that is actually nourishing them. And unfortunately, as it's been a problem with most syndication, they need them to do that in a way that doesn't put money directly in the pockets of a politician who then creates their own structure for that program. That is the problem at the end of the day. No, they're not starving children. And they're not bragging about children starving. The children are becoming obese because they eat too much fucking sugar and food. Unhealthy amounts. They're not teaching them about how to watch their weight. They're not teaching them about BMI. Hell, you fucking cut the programs. The only way a child probably gets the exercise they need if they don't have recesses is if they end up becoming a member of a sports team.
Recognize that those problems are connected and that there's tons of evidence that literally millions of American children need free lunches and that it would be incredibly beneficial to those children and thus society as a whole to get them. In this clip, Kirk yells, "Get a job," and the crowd laughs because they still operate on the image of black welfare queens, not realizing that the average recipient of food stamps is a single white woman with 2 kids. Mind you,
I like the fact that he uses examples of a character from a drama, despite the fact that the welfare queens that exist are currently still ravaging the system currently, today. And the welfare queens are not just black, they're also white and Hispanic. And they have fat asses. That's not a joke. They are giant and large. And they are taking husbands and baby daddies to court and keeping them from their children because they know that they can be able to permanently stay in that position because they are the exact dregs on society that are draining their systems. They are the individuals that go on to fucking Caleb Hammer's financial audit program and will sit there and act like they don't have a problem when they clearly do.
the woman originally used to demonize the concept of welfare and called the welfare queen was a white woman.
Her name was...
Yeah, because the white people were going to be very mean about that. Back when there used to be a lot of bigoted white people. Those people are now old and decrepit and are dead. So, not a thing you can use as fear-mongering anymore. Sorry, bro.
Linda Taylor, and she was identified by the Chicago Tribune in 1974 as a person who had committed welfare fraud while driving fancy cars, including a Cadillac. And very quickly after that, she was given the nickname the Welfare Queen.
It is accurate to say that a higher percentage of black children suffer from food insecurity in this country, something like 20 to 30% of black children, or around 2.3 million kids. In white...
And you only count the black kids because those are the ones that you care about most. Because those are the ones that are a part of your narrative, because black excellence. But only certain kinds of black excellence. Not the quarter zip. No, not them. That's not the right kind of black excellence.
Children suffer from food insecurity at a much lower rate, somewhere around 7%, but we live in a predominantly white country. So that 7% adds up to close to 4 million white children whose parents need to get a job, so the rest of us don't have to pay a few extra dollars on our taxes.
Yes! Did you think that people were going to say, no, yes, they do. But you know what else needs to happen? The people that live in those states with those problems, the Democratic ones, they need to stop fucking over those people and stop pulling them back and forth in a debt trap. That's not the Republicans doing it, bro. That's you!
To help their children not starve and not grow up being statistically more likely to end up dead or in jail. Ironically, paying for school lunches up front means paying less for jails, healthcare, and welfare later in their lives. But because of people like Charlie Kirk, many conservatives would rather those 4 million children starve if it means those who are undeserving suffer. Even now, as the government is preparing to shut down, conservatives are mocking people who won't be able to feed themselves. But here's the real power of this cult, of the culture war. Some of these same people doing the mocking were themselves once on SNAP benefits. Some of these same poor white moms of those 4 million kids are still likely going to vote Republican in 2028. And I want to correct the common sentiment from progressives that says it's because they're dumb. They're not dumb. Delusional maybe, but they just fully believe in the worldview they've been sold. And this begs the question, why and how? These decisions actively make America worse for everyone, not just black people or gay people or immigrants, everyone. And most of the people who suffer are white, and many of those suffering also support their own suffering. Why and how? To answer that is super complex, and I don't know all of it.
Oh my God! I swear, I should put up a total that counts the amount of times that we get hit with the constant need of the signifier isms of the, well, I don't have the answers because it's really complex and we can't get into them. But you know what we will get into? More of these jokes about these people I hate because they're demons. I should put up a total that counts that number, but I can't because you would never stop counting. It's in every video.
But I know a big factor that brings us back to Charlie Kirk is his role in the culture wars and his job of recruitment and reinforcing of the moral standards of the right by using those culture wars to
reinforcing the right, despite the fact that you could get people involved in the politics, and if those goals bring them to becoming Democrat, that's fine too. It's just Republicans. It's just a recruitment system for Republicans. Which leads to the question, why don't you have a recruitment system for that? Oh, right. That was Vosh, and Destiny, and Hassan Piker, and a bunch of other people that are part of the political diaspora that effectively have disappeared and are non-existent because they unfortunately lost the argument and or like to be ditty-ass niggas doing crazy-ass shit. And now they have court cases they need to win. Otherwise, they don't get to be a content creator anymore on the internet. Yeah, that makes sense.
Galvanize and build consensus with their base. And this is most prominent through the...
That's something that everybody's supposed to do, by the way. Galvanizing people and having them vote with your base is literally just have these people talk to you, you talk to them, and you get to understand the people that are your constituents. That is not a bad thing to do. If you don't talk to people, you will never know about what they actually think and believe. And what you're saying is, how dare they talk to other people that share their beliefs, and how dare they unify themselves down those lines. That's something that only Democrats should be allowed to do. Left, right, dead, or center. This is the action of somebody who's mad that they're losing. That's really what's coming out here. It's you make jokes against them because you want to attack them because they're better at what you're doing and you're losing. They are better at it. They are dominating you in it. They are mogging you. They are felting you. You don't have the argument. You can't win the argument. You're not able to convince people. It's just browbeating at the end of the day. And that's all you have. And you're mad that you can't do more than that. I don't know, bro. Maybe you should become capable of galvanizing your base. And getting them to vote on something more than just, let's attack the people that we hate. You can try it. It might work.
Media. Today, that is YouTube and podcasts, but for a while, it was TV and radio. And that's where the foundation lies, in media manipulation. And to understand that...
So, did you just admit that the left wing used YouTube as a form of media manipulation to be able to convince other people to join with their cause and to vote on what they wanted to say was the most important thing to do? Was that something you just admitted to? Nah. Obviously not. Obviously not, child. Obviously not. No. That can't be the case. No.
You have to start with good old Satan himself.
How are we only at 34 fucking minutes?
Ronald Wilson Reagan, 666. This man is undefeated in how often something bad comes back to him. In this situation, it's the 1987 ending of a policy called the Fairness Doctrine. You may have heard right-wing pundits at times try to make this seem like this doctrine would silence them and make it so they wouldn't be able to have the right to be on air, but that's not really accurate. The end result probably would change the way that all politics are discussed in media, but what the Fairness Doctrine really was making media companies more responsible for the type of topics they covered on air. Essentially, you couldn't have something like Fox News before the 1980s, and the same could be said for MSNBC. Because the Fairness Doctrine basically said that if you have opinions of a political or controversial nature, you have to have both sides of that opinion. And they have to be presented in an earnest and direct manner, unless you can legit get fined by the FCC. Thus, it was hard to use media to exclusively promote any political agenda. There was political discourse in media before then, but it was much more measured and straightforward, more educational, and far less entertaining. Hence the many TV broadcast interviews of political figures, even radical ones like a Malcolm X. With the Fairness Doctrine gone, our politics became another framework for just being entertainment, just as subject to media manipulation.
Not just as entertainment, but as a form of education and edutainment. Or, excuse me, education and entertainment, thus creating edutainment. And much like how memes do not require truth in order to be funny, it became the basis that the most effective person who was most popular was a person who could do all of them at once. So, where the left wing became most popular by doing this, the right wing were not necessarily as good as doing it until they eventually were. And then, off to the wacky races. And yeah, that's a detrimental thing. That's something that actually needs to probably come back. Or at least in terms of, like, on-camera shit. Certainly, a point where a YouTuber is capable of becoming famous and powerful enough that they can be able to just do their content on live television, not accounting for Superwoman, because holy shit did her fucking show bomb. But to the point where a YouTuber just has a YouTube show that is being broadcast from their home onto live television. That's not something that's really going to happen in our time period. It's not going to really happen because they have to go through the apparatus that is the current standing zeitgeist of television and the media market industry. They're not going to succeed in that quality because that is something that is very much stringently controlled. It has always been the case that it is a big club that many of us are not in, and that's not going to change anytime soon. Even then, that is not then also the lever to say, well, you see, because that happened, all this other stuff happened too, and it's everybody's fault, and there's nothing we can do about it, and I blame the Republicans for it. Because no, that's something that was caused by everybody collectively together. Because it's a tool and a weapon that you chose was not off limits. And because it wasn't off limits, you decided to let it fall to what it became, which is a useful tool for useful idiots that do not realize how easy it is for this to become the worst case scenario of all times. Which really just means you didn't give a shit.
Manipulation and sensationalism in the name of ratings and marketing versus education and seeking the truth. Today,
kind of like how you did that in your own content here today? Question mark?
Our political media looks more like something from Monday Night Football or professional wrestling, and entire networks of channels can push.
I mean, like, no, because it doesn't. As much as I could give credit to the current apparatus of the WWE under the leadership of Levesque, I don't think he could even be able to do that, because they would actually get shut down by the sovereign money that is invested with the business. I don't think anything could do that, because of how much sovereign money is invested in the businesses. No, actually, if you say fire, they could never do that, because the Qatari government and the Saudi government would shut them down. Now, mind you, yes, you actually got there almost provided. There are wrestlers that are politicians, but you see, what he just said was not there aren't wrestlers that are politicians. It's that the zeitgeist of the culture war online would look like professional wrestling, and it doesn't, because it's worse. Because I'm pretty sure we don't get to see a person murder somebody and destroy their name live on air. Since everybody's a part of that zeitgeist, that engine. It'd be more like the tried and true tested sides of what would be current syndication behind closed doors at places like Netflix. Like, not accounting for like all of the biggest controversies and screw jobs of yesteryear. They're not the same. And the reason why is because they would be fucking up the money trail if they did. They would be going into the business for themselves. And that wouldn't happen. No. The thing that reflects the current zeitgeist of politics is actual broadcasting. Actual broadcast content reflects the reality of political extremism. Because it's politically expedient and financially lucrative to do crazy shit like this. It's what creates the attention economy. Therefore, literal lolcows are reflective of what the zeitgeist looks like. The video behind this one, that I don't even know if we'll get time to react to today, is literally a case example of that. We don't get to see a politician powerbombing another politician into the fucking mat, if it would be possible to. Especially since the curtain of the kayfabe was pulled down. Just like it was for VTubing, you see. No, we are at a point where it's more likely to see something that is politically expedient happen because a YouTuber decided to have an event like Mafiathon or Streamer University that then demonstrated things that could be then expressed per capita for all the people who attended said event. Because the bigger and bigger it gets, the less likely it is to happen, because then they're too big to do that kind of job. Because it has to remain small enough that the person doing it is basically an indie who controls the creativity of the content they're doing. Because then they would have actively sold out to sovereign money. The ceiling is sovereign money. Once you become that much of an accessible mainstream figure, you're controlled by the same vehicle he's claiming doesn't control the media industry today. And unfortunately, that is not the case. We know that's not the case.
Explicit and clear political agendas. And now there are large groups of Americans who only get their news from overtly biased sources. And no, this video is not sponsored by Ground News, but it is sponsored by Nebula. We can talk about that real quick.
Shut your Nebula nigga ass up, bro.
If you're enjoying this video analyzing white culture,
I am not enjoying this video analyzing white shit. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
On what political opinions you bring in, limitations of YouTube and modern media as a whole. Ground News shade notwithstanding, the point is that having a balanced intake on what political opinions you bring in pretty much started to die at that point. And then
no, it didn't die. You guys just decided not to care. It was always important. You just didn't care. You decided, well, if they're not going to do it, we're not going to do it. And now nobody cares about how much damage they do.
It got even worse because of one more thing. Reagan isn't the only villain here. You all know I'm bipartisan in my hatred of America's political apparatus. The next major factor is the Telecommunications Act signed by Bill Clinton in 1996.
Today, with the stroke of a pen, our laws will catch up with our future. We will help to create an open marketplace where competition and innovation can move as quick as light. An industry that is already 1/6 of our entire economy will thrive. It will create opportunity, many more high-wage jobs, and better lives for all Americans.
Among many other things, what this mainly did was allow for unchecked corporate ownership of media companies, resulting in massive mergers until only a few companies own all of what is seen or heard on our screens and airwaves. So now you have companies.
Yeah, but that had less to do with the politics of American government and had more to do with the politics of general business craft. Which I suppose you could then say, well, he opened the door up to plutocracy and to oligarchy, when really it is all a semblance of a lot more things than just that alone. But you don't understand that, because if you did understand it, you would definitely stop blaming that on them, when really that's on you. That's not the corporations that cause that. That's you that causes that.
Companies like the far-right leading Sinclair Media owning most local TV stations in the country and purposely seeding right-wing perspectives into their coverage and being blatantly manipulative in their efforts to control media narratives, as seen in this horrifying but real clip of their many news stations reading the same script.
The sharing of...
Except that those stations have opinions both left-wing and right-wing. And it has less to do with those particular things being a part of the left-wing and right-wing, and more to do with a bunch of the other bullshit that you're not addressing with your opinion right now. But okay, alright. So, whatever you say, bro. Whatever you say.
Biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish things simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
So with these two things in place, we now have the environment set for people like a Charlie Kirk to wield immense power in pushing cultural narratives and swaying public and political influence.
Realistically, in order for him to utilize that power, that would mean he'd have to go out of his way to do that, and he did not do that. So, now what?
He just didn't quite know it yet. And Kirk comes in the late 2010s, but he's following in a tradition of right-wing talking heads, normalizing certain...
Just right-wing talking heads, not left-wing talking heads. It's only ever the right-wing, guys. Remember that.
Far-right talking points. And here's where we meet the most important character in the history of the culture wars, and possibly one of the most influential political figures to never hold an office, Rush Limbaugh.
Folks, there's actually a debate going on ESPN and throughout the sports world over who can use the N-word, when, and how. The white race has probably had fewer slaves and for a briefer period of time than any other in the history of the world.
What are the similarities between the Democrat Party of today and the Nazi Party?
Rush Limbaugh is greatly responsible for today's political reality. There is no Trump, no Fox News, probably no Manosphere, and definitely not a modern culture war without him. He is
I mean, it's probably possible that he was not focused on things like, hey guys, how can you crush a Dusty living in Miami? Probably not that. Probably want to blame that on Derek Jackson and the rest of them, you know, because what you just said was insane. But okay, whatever you say, bro. Whatever you say.
Patient zero for the awful timeline we're in right now. Ironically, Limbaugh was the failed son of a prominent political family whose only talent was yapping at a time where that
failed son, otherwise known as probably less expected black sheep member of the family, whose only talent, meaning the same talent that you're utilizing right now, is to be a yapper, which is to say conversations, which is to mean talking, which is why he had a show and you have a YouTube channel, and not a show on major cable. Slandering dead men that are better than you. Ha 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 ha!
That talent only had one medium to be successful, which was radio. And Limbaugh loved radio and worked in it on and off growing up until he got to college. And then he dropped out of college to focus on being a DJ full-time in his early 20s and was not very successful until he found his calling as a right-wing provocateur. And this wasn't a new thing for American radio at the time, but to give the devil his due, Limbaugh was extremely talented as an orator.
Barney admitting...
But I thought you said that his only talent was talking and that was bad. Because when you call it yapping, that means it somehow becomes less important, and thus less good. Right? When you insult your enemy when they have actual skills, that means that they're bad and ridiculous and dumb, right? Right? That's how that works. According to you, that's how that works.
That he had an affair with Stephen Goby, and he said, quote, "I was just trying to help this guy through some problems, but I got suckered. That's what drove me to My Boy Lollipop. My Boy Lollipop." Perfect. It was absolutely perfect. I don't think that is making fun of the homosexual lifestyle.
Because of the Fairness Doctrine and the Telecommunications Act, the value of his voice skyrocketed and spread throughout the nation. In his book, Talk Radio is America, How an Industry Took Over a Political Party That Took Over the United States, Brian Rosenwald explains how, with the fairness doctrine gone, radio stations learned to streamline their content for market optimization, making all-day conservative talk shows a strong branding strategy, partially due to the fact that newer FM radio was clearer and better for music, but couldn't reach as far as AM radio, and listeners were fine listening to lower quality signals for talk radio, meaning that it was rural Americans well outside of city centers that was their key market demographic, playing into certain conservative and regressive ideologies around people and social issues, etc., was great for galvanizing that community. And this
That sounds like you should get good. I'm not hearing bad thing. I'm hearing thing that was used badly. So we shouldn't have talk radio. We shouldn't have podcasts. And people who use those podcasts should be banned from them, right? That's what we're supposed to take away from it. Okay, let's start with the left wing. No more podcasts for anyone, ever. Is that good? That good for you? Nah, that's bad for you.
This coincided with the aforementioned rise in media consolidation, as well as the vision of people like Newt Gingrich, who recognized where politics would fail, culture wars could prevail. And so what we have is our first ever basically algorithmic bubble, where a whole community of people are cocooned in a specific view of the world without ever being exposed to opposite opinions, and then enriched and radicalized and having everything about that reality turned up to 10 to the point where we are today. We're at a point now where Charlie Kirk is saying things that Limbaugh would have been taken off of air for in the 90s.
Taylor Swift might de-radicalize.
Except that he wasn't taken off their airways. He was murdered by people who called him an evil Nazi that needed to be stopped today. I think you keep missing that part, bro. It's the murdering him for words part that continues to be the problem.
Herself. Engage in reality more and get outside of the abstract clouds. Reject feminism. Submit to your husband, Taylor.
Again, the point is always to push the envelope on what can be deemed normal and civil, and that's what these people have been and are continuing to do. Republican politicians courted Limbaugh's favor. He makes visits to the White House, he advises presidents, and he gets more and more influential. Mind you, in this same time, both Barack Obama and Bill Clinton served 8-year terms. So he isn't all powerful in terms of actual sentiment for most Americans, which is something that's important to remember, but I'll come back to that later. But the nature of our politics is fundamentally altered in terms of polarization and what counts as a political platform. Instead of actually talking about policies on helping American people with jobs and healthcare and the economy and even safety, it just becomes, are trans people playing sports with your children?
Because that's the only part you seem to care about when it comes to you trying to fight against the topics of your enemies. That's not the argumentation, and we're not going to go into it because that is cope.
Gay people kissing each other, are black people existing? The most effective commercial, and this has been proven in the previous American cycle, was this commercial about Kamala Harris talking about trans people, using the slogan, Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for you.
Every transgender inmate would have...
Again, sloganeering and policies and sales tactics. You're just saying that you're mad that you're bad. You're just saying that you're mad and you're bad. That's not a good argument. It's not even a fair argument. Because, unfortunately, you're trying to make the argument by proxy that people resisted Kamala because she's a black woman and also voted for the interest of other people that were interested in preserving a certain type of attitude or a certain type of person or a certain type of opinion, despite the fact she was just a trash politician. She was a trash politician that none of you wanted to have succeed or run. And saying otherwise is cope. And you know it's cope. You know it's a lie. You know it's not real. But you'll make that argument anyways. Because then you don't have to necessarily argue with the reality of how much cope that is.
Access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
That is a proven thing that worked more than anything else that the Republicans put out there. That should tell you something about the power of the culture wars.
No, that's just basic fucking salesman strategies, which you can't win against because you're bad and mad and upset about it. And you should probably find better tactics and better ways to express yourself. Better tactics, better skills, better campaigns. It's like Papa John's. If you can't handle that, then you can't do politics. And you'll stay in your bedroom, yelling at how they do this and they do that and they do this and they do that, and Republicans be like this.
Mind you, there was also liberal and progressive media and content doing the same thing. Jon Stewart rises during this same time, as does NPR. Liberals even tried to mimic talk radio with the failed Air America, but it was not good enough to shift the Overton window with this significant amount of Americans who, if we're honest, liberals weren't paying attention to. The country as a whole didn't seem to realize what was happening in middle America this entire time. A lot of especially modern liberals don't recognize is that Obama and Bill Clinton moved the Democrats to the right. Yes, they did. Stop arguing me about this bullshit. Look it up yourselves.
Nah, do your own research. You shouldn't argue with me. Except you should be able to show me something on the screen. Again, if you can't show me, I don't believe you. Fuck off.
Do the fucking Googles. And Clinton specifically pushed the Democrats right in a way that gave Republicans two options. Either move left, which was out the question, or move further right, which is what they did with the help of Limbaugh. They vilified everything the Democrats did, even if the Democrats were doing exactly what the Republicans wanted to do, such as the 94 crime bill or the welfare reform bill, both under Bill Clinton, or Obamacare, which got its origins from Mitt Romney's healthcare plan. What Limbaugh and the culture wars did was make it that even working with Democrats to make the government functional and help a small amount of people was seen as a heinous betrayal to the conservative reality and ideology.
Because the people who were doing that at that time could be properly framed, the same way many of you frame them today, even when it's not true, were hyper-partisan. That did not make it okay, that didn't make it better, didn't make it right, and yet, you're still committing to the same shit in your own fields, amongst your own groups. And when people tell you that, you then say, no, 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 you're wrong. Despite the fact it's written all over your face.
He helped create the image of Democrats as godless communists who hate America, and that impact...
Some of you are godless communists who hate America. It is, in fact, some of your brands to say that you hate America. I'm sorry, but it's accurate, bro. It's accurate.
Reverberates through conservative spaces and leadership to this day. In that process, Hillary Clinton became a supervillain even before she ever held any type of office. So when she...
I mean, listen, Sabrina Carpenter is a very weird font to be made in the style of, but Hillary Clinton literally is Sabrina Carpenter. Go look at old pictures of her. She is the same body makeup, the same style choices, same hair, facial structure. Being a villain has less to do with what we know her for and what became obvious about her. There's a certain level of hatred that is in the heart of that woman, and she was dedicated to make sure that everybody felt that hatred. What happens from there, it can be separate from her political career. But you know, that's a conversation, a topic for a different day.
Ran in 2016, unbeknownst to many liberals in the Democratic Party, she was fighting essentially 20 years of negative campaigning to millions of Americans. The blue wall had cracks in it for decades, and nobody noticed. And let's be clear here. It wasn't hard to make the Clintons look bad in middle America. The Democrats had long since abandoned the working class in favor of neoliberalism. They serve the same corporate overlords that the Republicans do. They participate in the same behavior that exploits and harms American people. They just do it with nicer words and a more diverse cast. Please understand that Democrats had their own culture war strategy of paying lip service to racial minorities, immigrants, and the LGBTQ community, but never doing enough to actually help them outside of grand gestures and empty promises. Even today, whenever we see figures in the Democratic Party that are more progressive and are more trying to get away from corporately owned politics, people like Bernie Sanders, Jamal Bowman, and Zohran Mamdani, the Democrats prefer establishment figures owned by corporations instead and do everything they can to undermine those movements, which is why Democrats constantly lose. Meanwhile, NAFTA started under Reagan, but signed by...
That wasn't a funny joke.
Clinton expedites the mass erosion of jobs in middle America, and this leads to poverty and dysfunction in those areas that turn into hotbeds for opioids and meth and heroin in white populations. And then here's Rush Limbaugh and his cohorts such as Sean Hannity, Michael Medved, Herman Cain, etc., explaining that their problems, the problems of these white people in these rural towns in middle America and in the South, those problems that they're experiencing are the result of the Clintons, the Obamas, immigrants, critical race theory, and eventually trans kids playing soccer, the woke mind virus, and postmodern neo-Marxism. And it's worked beautifully for well over a decade now. And so Trump won in 2016, and liberals were shocked. And
yeah, it was all racism and bigotry. It was not that whole thing where she called half the nation a basket of deplorables that didn't deserve to have human rights and was not to be recognized as people. Yeah, that definitely didn't happen, bro. You're so right. You're so right.
Did it again in 2024. But don't mistake this for the country moving more right. It's just the country responding to its natural right-wing disposition. It's because the right is winning the culture wars. It is clearly...
How? Can you describe it? If you could describe it, you could be able to recognize why they're winning, and you could be able to beat them. But you're just gonna, same as always, just zoom right past it? All right then, buddy.
Apparent that the right isn't doing much to create new ways for Americans to thrive and be successful.
Are you sure about that? I don't think you're sure about that. Because you keep doing this thing where you keep saying far right and right in the same sentence by calling them the right. The far right are not the right. Well, you know, all conservatives that are normal moderates on the right are definitely doing that. Which is exactly what the man you keep mocking was. What the far right want is they want accelerationism towards that war. Not a culture war. War. They want to shoot you, signifier. And what you did was push the right wing towards that by shooting the man who wanted to talk to you. So now, the people who you get that will be on stage are going to be Yiannopoulos. And he is going to be even more happy to push them towards that. Granted, he's a troll. He's going to be more than happy to just see what happens when you decide to fuck with people. But you are not going to be talking to people like me. You already avoid people like me. You're not going to be talking to people like Yiannopoulos. Because Yiannopoulos is not going to talk to you. Mostly because he's a side screen and he wants to talk to the biggest target possible. No. You're going to be talking to Nick Fuentes, who's going to be the face behind the Nazbols. People like Vox Day. People like John Delarose. People like JF Trent. Individuals that create grifting societies for themselves. From individuals that unironically believe some of the most hateful rhetoric possible. But you never know, because it's touted and shrouded in in-jokes. The same way socialism was in the house. Those are you're going to be dealing with. And you're not going to be able to fight them. Because you won't know what the fuck they think. Because they're not talking openly on a chat room. They don't have public discords for you to go into.
No one believes in trickle-down economics and probably never have. Republicans haven't been the party of small government since Dwight Eisenhower. But they know policies don't matter as long as they promise to hurt the people that their followers hate. And in that regard, they're doing an amazing job. And
what about when the left wing does the exact same thing? And they have no idea to talk about anything because they're not interested in talking to people. They just want to attack a person they believe they can easily attack. What about then?
The role Charlie Kirk really played. He wasn't God, family, country, all that shit. He was meant to be a provocateur, but not to galvanize the masses, but to collect those already interested in the rhetoric that the right presents and radicalize them into devoted followers who will support the right no matter what, no matter if it's actually hurting them. What conservatives require are cult members. They require people who are more interested in winning the culture war than their own well-being.
That's not cult members, because cult members are there to worship something. And sure, you can have people who are worshiping a viewpoint and an opinion or an antic, but what you're actually meaning to say is they need soldiers. They need soldiers. They need on-the-ground war soldiers that are going to fight the battles of the culture war. People whose bodies are going to be ripped apart and shredded on the altar of ideals that you vote for, that'll be responsible for what happens next. And that is an actual legitimate thing to talk about. But here's the thing. That's already what the right wing and left wing do. And guess what they do it about? Everything. Up to and including the thing that a lot of us has noticed. Which is, do you know what it is, Signifier? As a fun game to see who's paying attention. See if you can name it in the chat room. 5 minutes. Go.
People immune to facts and logic. This will come up later, but understand the modern right isn't this huge, overbearing mass of people. What it is a well-organized, highly motivated mass that can in unison move and influence everything about our political reality. I talked about it in my election results video that Trump had hundreds of thousands of votes in swing states where voters didn't even bother to vote for any other candidates or issues on their ballots. These voters weren't politically inclined or informed. They just came to vote for Trump as a part of his cult of personality. That's what the right has understood for decades now. It's what they learned from Limbaugh and why even today, as they get exposed for all kinds of corruptions, openly court Trump to defy the Constitution or get caught having racist group chats, they never apologize, never admit wrong, never play defense, because their most valued followers don't want that and don't need that from them. Never forget Trump saying, "Stand back and stand by," when asked to denounce white supremacists. That wasn't an accident or a misspeak. That is intentional. A small group of...
Except that that's a lie, and how many times we've disproven that lie is itself a joke, and as well as most of the jokes people can make about that. Fine, young people or not, you are not capable of having this conversation, Signifier. The lying is the problem, because there are too many clips. It's the very same antic that had to be demonstrated with fucking none other than Mr. Hairquaff himself. To piss off even Mr. Beaniewear. Because if Tim Pool's annoyed enough that you keep playing this game of I don't understand what you're talking about and playing selectively retarded, you somehow don't understand that, no, we're not stupid. You've lied so much that we're all aware of this detail now. And you hate the fact that that's the case. Because people will call you on it. Oh well, should have been a dumbass liar.
Highly dedicated, well-organized, and mobilized believers is all they need under the circumstances, because those folks do the work. They do the evangelizing. They do the recruiting, and they come out to vote, which is really all they need when the Democrats are as weak and feckless and genocidal as they are. And thus...
Well, why are they weak and feckless? Why don't you just have people who are strong leaders? Is it because you're not capable of finding people who are capable of doing the job well? And you keep finding people who are naturally corrupt? I wonder why that is. Something, power absolutely.
America has steadily moved further right in pretty much every meaningful way for most of my lifetime. Sure, gay people can get married for now. You might even see a gay...
For now! Not like this was a serious thing that happened under Obama where he had to sign the whole thing. And there were examples like that one woman that tried to deny it even after it had been made a thing that then resulted in the natural consequence that was going to happen, which was her losing her job. No. They have it for now! And for some reason you think that that's going to make a bunch of Republicans go into the song and dance and actively quote Avenue Q. Sorry, that's actually what the supposed children do. That's what the right wing doesn't do. They don't have arguments quoted as a basis of most of their relevance to political knowledge from show choir or theater. That's the left wing's thing. That's the left wing's jab. And as cringe as it is, it would actually be more effective if you were capable of winning people over that way. But unfortunately, you don't go that far enough. So, you could be capable of the same level of convincing, but unfortunately, even with Lin-Manuel Miranda under your belt, you don't seem capable of doing it. It just seems to be this one thing that exists here and only here, and doesn't go further than that. So sad. So sad for you.
A kiss on TV every once in a while. For now. And there were some DEI workshops and some donations to black schools or whatever after George Floyd was murdered. But never forget that after a year of protests and riots in the name of George Floyd, all these people shouting defund the police, that the government's response was to raise police budgets nationwide. This country is as...
What happened after George Floyd was killed? What was the summer of love? What did people claim they were stealing to feed their children that somehow didn't end up in the stomach of those kids? Again, fun game. The whole family can play it. Everybody can play the home version of single player, Carl.
Right as it's ever been. Policing hasn't changed. The rich continue to get richer as the poor get poorer. Corporations own our data, our ways of communicating with each other, and even our access to art. The country is still hella segregated. Women no longer have the right to abortion. There's still
lying states. You have the right to abortion. You just don't have the right to do it in certain states. You have to go across state lines. And then also, for some reason, while claiming that lie that you just told, you seem to think that having the ability to use contraception to prevent said pregnancies is impossible. But that's an entirely separate problem, because, you know, that itself is an obvious piece of bullshit that people are just going to decide doesn't exist or matter, because reasons.
Still no free healthcare. You can still buy AR-15 the same place you can buy Pokemon cards. Military police are invading American cities and kidnapping people off the street, and America is still an imperious superpower supporting and funding numerous genocides across the globe. Aside from
and, you know, protecting several people who are perpetrators of them. Because if they don't, you say, wow, you guys really don't care about us. Eye roll.
Few victories here and there and some dynamic changes, the right has been winning the political game via the culture wars for a while now.
Just the culture wars, not anything else, by the way. And why is that? Do you have an answer, or are you just going to keep doing that thing where you pivot?
Doesn't mean we stop fighting. In fact, we're in a better position than we've been in decades on the opposite end of the spectrum. But let's not be delusional on where the ledger stands. All that said, something else occurred to me when I saw Charlie Kirk get shot in the neck and the ensuing aftermath, and that maybe winning the culture war isn't the goal here, because the winners of the culture war seem more like losers. Part 2, who was Charlie Kirk?
Now we're about to hear lies about who Charlie Kirk was, and this is where this number is about to go up higher. Now, let's see who guessed the question, who guessed the answer I was thinking of. No, not political idealism. Although that's close. Don't worry, Dan's will come back around at the end.
I barely knew who Charlie Kirk was before he died.
Do you truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being? This?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus. This is a human fetus. Look how similar they look. In life, do you confuse dolphins for human babies often?
Regular watchers will know.
Oh. Technically, that's the show host doing a thing where they're trying to gish gallop, but let's just ding it. Just ding it. Just ding it. Just ding it. Truthfully, midwintery is something that you can easily get caught on, but you know, easy shit. A infant, a fetus, is a stage of development of a human that is in the stage of development of a child. Knowing that that is the case, yes, they're going to believe that that life is sacred. No, that does not mean that Republicans and conservatives do not care about human life. They only care about human fetuses, and not only the human fetus, but only the fetus up to the point in which it is born, in which case it becomes a drag on the system and another mouth to feed that is then used as the basis of the politics to then vote for whatever policies they want. Constantly deciding that you don't understand this and playing this word game is a really annoying thing. I gotta pee again. It's a really annoying thing to witness, because it means that you actually don't care about the state of people, because at that point, if your answer to the result of abortion, especially amongst the demographic who uses it the most, which is African Americans, is that they don't care about people, they just care about their demographics. How can you say you care about the African American demographic if you're not even capable of helping them pull themselves out of the death spiral that is created and caused by them not doing the work to solve the problem for the rest of the shit that is happening here? This issue is resultant of a bigger issue, right? I don't blame you, Bogdan. We'll see you in the VOD. This issue of life being sacred, and you gish galloping with a gotcha between, do you think that this is actually that important, is important? Because it's not about the life of the child, potentially or unpotentially. It is about how you view the issue and how quick you are to change your attitude. You cannot play gotcha with black children, let alone children in general, and say you don't actually care about kids. In the same breath that you are attempting to say they don't care about politics and policies. Because that bottle was open. Because that inability to tell the difference is why there continues to be a debt trap for Democrats and those that vote for them. Earlier, I mentioned the point of I mentioned a point of the difference that the people that keep finding themselves in these debt traps are people that in school were more focused on men and boys and dating, that became the single mothers and the absentee fathers in the lives of these children that are clogging the system. The response that most people have on that issue is they'll then say some shit like, oh, you say that you like black people, but you're not willing to support these issues about this, and this. And when the issue of abortion is brought up, they say it as though, well, the abortion is the only choice they have, because you just want them to be slaves and birthing canals. It becomes an entire question of that Gilead shit that they like to quote. And the simple fact of the matter is that that is not the case. And yet, if you go by the actual levers of the problem, they're the ones that are the first ones to use those children and dead fetuses. Now, he's not going to bring up the fact that it was confirmed that there was, in fact, the Planned Parenthood child Fuentes sales ring, where they were actively selling the parts of a fetus from abortion. And certainly, we shouldn't have to mention, but will, as a part of this sentence, that it was Planned Parenthood that was used and created and founded by a white racist that hated black people so much that her organization became responsible for more aborted black lives than gun violence or just general violence, and not even per capita, just of all time records. So, when you bring up that quote and that example of Kirk being bazingaed about a fetus in human life and playing with a gotcha, you're doing that thing where you say you care about people, but then you actively do some ghoulish shit. So by that I mean, on one hand, you're going to hold up a picture of a dolphin fetus and a human fetus and say, do you really believe that this is a human life? At the same time, that you'll then take fucking Sarah McLachlan's music of In the Arms of an Angel, and you'll say, please help these nappy-headed children in Chicago. They don't have enough to eat. This white man thinks that they don't deserve to starve. Despite the fact that those children are obese and their parents have forgotten about them because one of them is too busy doing drugs and crime, and the other one is too busy murdering people and doing drugs and crime. And that's of the ones that are actually a part of that. And then for every other example that is outside of that hypocritical paradigm, you're not capable of actually talking about the hardships that come from that because you keep using the stereotype and not a real person. Because you're more than willing to say they use the stereotype of the welfare queen instead of actually looking at realistic people like my partner. And then you have the audacity to say that you care about black people when actively you don't. Because you will then call for the worst things to happen and even attempt to line them up to happen to people. And you'll do it for something less than politics. But just pure hatred. You cannot play this game. That game is fucking dumb. And that, my friend, is actual culture war politics. Signifier. Boy, I can't wait to hear what you think about who he is. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to hear you try to frame this man as behavior. Oh, boy. I can't wait. I cannot 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 wait. Yes, let's call it my waterfall. That's exactly what I just used. A waterfall.
I don't engage in rage bait content much. For all the
Just starting off that segment with a goddamn lie.
In life, do you confuse dolphins for human babies often?
Regular watchers will know I don't engage in rage bait content much. For all the accusations I get of catering to white liberals, this is my first conservatives are bad video in like 3 years because
it comes so freely from him. It just comes so freely to him. He just lie right out the mouth. Lie right out the mouth. Never you mind about me frying chicken. Oh my god. This is the only video that I'm doing where I rage bait people. I don't rage bait people all the time. Now let's look down this history of all my videos that are the best rage bait ever. Yeah. Yeah, I don't rage bait. Yeah.
because I don't like attracting those types of viewers. I don't watch or listen.
Lying. Hate watchers are the same thing as normal watchers. This has been confirmed by YouTube. They don't care if we like or dislike. They don't care if we upvote or downvote because it all gets the same engagement. You want them to watch. You want them to react. You want them to leave a comment. Shut up.
Listen to conservative pundits. I don't make content about the ridiculous things they say or do. I legit...
What is this? What are you doing? What have you done before in the past? What do you usually do? You make fun of them, you quote what they say, and then you take them out of context. Shut up.
Barely tell the difference between him and Tucker Carlson because they all fit in the same mold that I just described earlier. However, they're trying to make him into a martyr. They're trying to make him on the same line as Martin Luther King or Malcolm X to line out.
You murdered a man. That is the definition of a martyr. You murdered him in cold blood on live television. Cope.
Him as a sympathetic figure who only wanted what was best for people in America and had deep, meaningful beliefs about free speech and open dialogue and getting past differences. God.
Is that not a description of what also Democrats want to do? That is technically the job of both the Democratic and Republican side for the two-party system, as well as any third-party independent that represents the views of a party that do not believe they're being represented by the members of the two major parties.
Family, country, in that order. And to the untrained ear who doesn't know the reality, who could hate that? But I know that Charlie Kirk started out by targeting people for free speech, by targeting college professors and trying to silence them on college campuses.
Because inviting somebody to a debate is silencing them. Yes, exactly. Giving a student a microphone and giving them the ability to speak and then speaking to them, that's silencing them.
For saying anything that was in any way progressive. I know that these same people who say God, family, country will gladly persecute you for not worshiping their God, kill your family, and put you out the country.
Can you give me an example? And don't just say some hick somewhere. Give me an example of a public figure that is in politics that believes what you just said.
Many things I'm going to expose about Kirk. The main thing that should tell you the type of person he is that he's the only conservative.
He is? He is? What kind of person he... Carl, be calm. It's just him misspeaking as he's currently just shitting on someone. I think that's the important part here. Present tense versus past tense when he already acknowledged the past tense. And you're so focused on trying to shit on a man and his legacy that you keep using the present tense when this man was murdered in cold blood and is not here is ridiculous.
The pundit that I can think of in my lifetime to legitimately and publicly criticize Martin Luther King in any real way.
When the New York riots happen, it goes for like a week. It goes for about a week. He's telling King, you've got to say something to condemn this. And King says he doesn't want to do it because he says, I don't want to deliver a condemnation without also condemning the causes that lead to riots.
That sounds like BLM. I wanted to make sure that, after that conversation, we talk about the positives. And then we also get into some of the other implications of this. We're a truth-seeking show. But I can say declaratively, this guy is not worthy of a national holiday. He is not worthy of godlike status. In fact, I think it's really harmful.
Most conservatives aren't bold enough to engage with MLK critically. Instead, they like to use the sanitized version of King to push their right-wing agenda. But maybe, I guess to his credit, Kirk has purposely brought up King's radicalism as a way to undermine him, likely in preparation for Project 2025 and the purging of civil rights that we see. They're clearly trying...
Still not real. Project 2025 is literally a gas shot. This is fucking leftist QAnon shit.
To attempt. Notice how Kirk talks about the civil rights bill and his issues with it. He doesn't get very specific, does he?
Imagine what happened during 2020 with even more murdering, and imagine just remember how angry we got when CNN called it mostly peaceful.
Exactly.
And this is one of the reasons why MLK's numbers went down towards the end of his life.
He doesn't spell out the problem. He just insinuates that a problem is there, and he expects...
This is a problem where you're not able to understand context and scope, because you just laid out context and scope, and you somehow missed it purposely. Remember when, in 2016, we were seeing people talk about certain things. Remember in 2018 and 2020, we saw people discussing things and calling active violent riots mostly peaceful protests, with a burning fire behind the black reporter on the mainstream news channel where they declared this was the case. Remember when they called it a summer of love, and the only thing left behind was broken families, broken homes, and stringent areas with food deserts because they destroyed some of the only businesses that were capable of providing food, even fast food, to the area. And somehow, because he did not lay it out like that, Which, sure, maybe he had to do that. I don't know. Because he didn't do that, you missed it.
Everyone else watching to know where he wants to go, but he can't quite go there yet publicly.
The Civil Rights Act was a new founding where we decided to discard the U.S. Constitution and reconstitute the story, the mantra, the creed, and the vision of America. And you even see this in Republican circles as well, where they say, well, you know, the Civil Rights Act corrected a lot of the errors of the Constitution. No, it didn't. The Civil Rights Act was a completely new creation. Of course, it was well intended by some. We have acknowledged that many times. But the Civil Rights Act at its core was a new founding. It was the discard what happened prior. The Constitution says people have equal rights. Imagine just treating people equally. The Civil Rights Act does not treat people equally because the legal theory under the Civil Rights Act is disparate impact. And so therefore you can't arrest a bunch of criminals in DC because you might be disproportionately arresting black men, and that might be deemed as racist.
And this is a very intentional thing that
putting a yellow arrow behind it and saying, desperate impact means that I can't put that 15-time criminal in jail because he's black. And I can't ask Charlie to expand on his opinion because you murdered him. And since they're words that came from his mouth, in his mind, I should really only accept answers from him and nobody else. You're not disagreeing with him thinking that it's disparate impact, by the way. Because that's what civil rights was based on. The fact that African Americans were being disallowed from things that was declared, if you remember again, Plessy versus Ferguson, separate but equal. And yet, it showed for the fact that it was not equal. It definitely was separated, but it wasn't equal. So, such with the denigrated basis of safe, legal, and rare, when it came to abortion, where it was then appended on into the super industry that became Abortions Are Us from Planned Parenthood, Brown versus the Board of Education brought us to understand that you cannot have separate be equal, because as long as it is separate, it will not be equal. Especially since separate but equal became the basis where we were treated one way and we were told, nah, it's alright, you accept it. Where we were supposed to be afforded freedoms and liberties, but we were not treated like free men.
Call from Brown, Newton.
That Kirk and folks like him do. They're always just asking questions or having a conversation.
Yeah, it's like you asking questions and having a conversation. And then you shut down those conversations when you don't hear the answers you want to hear. Or you don't get the reaction that you want. Both sides do this thing that you're talking about. God forbid somebody be able to ask questions and have conversations about shit. And then you shut them down, so they have to find new venues and avenues to have them. And then when they do, oh my God, you have to shut them down. They're having a conversation we're not controlling.
And I bring this up because the first thing that people need to get on board with is recognizing that Kirk's whole shtick of open dialogue and debate is a bait and switch tactic, not meant to actually pursue truth and a better understanding of modern issues, but to normalize certain ideas, spread them as much as possible, and then harness the power that comes from that. There was once a time...
I mean, that's just greatly false, but that is something that the left wing has already done because of how they have corrupted multiple things like politics and culture and the arts and business and society. So, Cope,
time that agreeing that your 10-year-old daughter would have to have a baby by her rapist was considered weird, but here's Charlie Kirk doing it for millions of viewers to see.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped and she was gonna give birth and she would and she was gonna give birth and she was gonna live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
And then he just continues on as he is, as if that's not the worst thing you've heard today. And it's
because it's a hypothetical that's meant to have an emotional response. The first off is that it's a horribly graphic hypothetical that is meant to be emotionally evocative. Where, if I don't respond to the energy that they want, well, this is something that happens to people all the time! And yet, it's a 1% percentage that happens often. Which is exactly one of the exemplars of exactly what abortion is designed for. Unless there's some type of idea where the victim comes to the same conclusion as a Cecily Tyson character in a Tyler Perry play, which is to say, the sin is the sex, not the baby. Most people would already believe and understand and agree with, we're probably going to abort the child of the rapist because we don't want her to have to give birth to the child of said rapist. It doesn't matter if it's a case of living or not. We understand that violation of somebody's body and autonomy, and then enforcement of that violation of the autonomy by bringing to terms something that the mother might likely not want to have, especially if you're asking the question to a woman, is going to be evocative of negative emotions intended to be the basis of saying, well, then how can you argue with me, bro? But when calmer heads prevail, and you understand that they are effectively asking for what is an emotional response to a question, should you be following through on your principles, the answer is either going to be you having to reframe the question and frame it as the Kafka trap that it is, or you saying, yes, now what? Because that's the problem. The question itself is a Kafka trap. Knowing that it's a Kafka trap, we have the responsibility of not letting people use it so flippantly to say, and that's why you're an evil monster. You'd force your own daughter to give birth to a rapist child. I mean, I wouldn't, because this is a ridiculous hypothetical, and should you touch my child, I'm going to pull out the blizzat, and I'm going to give you that gat, and you're going to have to go to heaven and explain to Jesus why you're riddled with 20 bullet holes. Because, like, that's you're asking for a primal anger response. And then you could say something additional, like, what would you do if it was a white rapist? What if it was a black rapist? Because you're using that supposed hatred and racism and bigotry as a filter for what's supposed to be a simple answer with a simple reply. And that's probably the worst kind of waste you could use in an argument. That's why it is an emotionally manipulative argument. And why people are not goaded by said argument. Like, literally, most people's answer in that situation would literally be, bro, I ain't gonna do that. What I'd do is I'd reload. Like extra clips, plus a ghost load. Just didack, 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 didack. Because, just like any question in conversation about the selective choice of abortion, that 1% ratio of where it would be actually necessary, we all know that's not what you're asking for. So why pretend? It's an insult to my intelligence and theirs.
It's because Charlie Kirk's fans either don't notice or don't care. But being wrong and weird on a large scale for everyone to see is
being wrong and weird at a public debate that is designed by Jubilee to create content that they popularized by making themselves popular off of content creators who literally watch this content for reaction. Literally an example of a company that created the culture war! That's just normal business, you see. Unironically, Jubilee is more responsible for the culture war than anybody, because they put this material together for the purpose of creating this dialectic, and then they do the worst thing a person can do, which is silencing you and how you use their content, claiming your money that you can make off of it, and any attention that you can make off of it, and effectively saying nobody makes anything without us getting our cut.
This is the point. Kirk and his ilk aren't trying to convert normal people or those who disagree. He's seeking out the select few who are amenable to his extreme beliefs or indifferent to them as long as it serves their overall agenda. This is
Except in the purpose of a debate, especially something like Surrounded, you are being surrounded by 20 people who are of the opposite mind position, and therefore you have to convince people who are in the middle, who are watching this thing happen, and show them this is the behavior of the people who are on the opposite side of us. This is the extreme that I'm bumping up against. This is the rational argument of what is supposed to be my opponent. Do you see the shit, people in the middle? Do you see the shit, people on the middle? Do you see the shit, people at home?
This is also why he focused on the least capable opponents for making content. While Kirk is presented as this great intellect or debater,
in life, you confuse dolphins for human babies often.
Most of his debates and his debate wins come from debating 19-year-olds using
Those are not debates. That is him talking to people. I'm pretty sure that one is actually the Common House of Lords. Unless it is just a normal debate environment with an actual debate club using actual debate standards and rules. But no, most of those are not debates. Those are conversations that start off with questions and premises. So here's a question that's set to fire. Why ain't you debate them? Oh, it's because you don't do debates. Why? Because you speak to fucking... You speak specifically and directly to the most exceptionally permanently online. Left-wing, right-wing, dead of center, and apolitical that specifically are amenable to left-wing politics. Whether they be white, black, Spanish, whatever.
Rehearsed talking points and skills of sophistry to make his fundamentally awful opinion seem reasonable and possibly even logical. Much like people like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder before him, he recognized that arguing with college kids was an excellent formula for churning out content for the right-wing media apparatus.
9 out of 13 states had abolished slavery by the Constitution. Northwest Ordinance had all new territories were free.
And what do you take from that? That America wasn't racist?
Not only that, we were the first country to abolish slavery, not just continue the practice of it.
Charlie, that's...
Technically, we weren't. That was Britain.
You have to understand, you're not an unintelligent person. You know that that's a logical fallacy.
Why?
The right has for decades targeted college campuses as college kids make for easy targets of derision.
No, they make for perfect targets of exactly showing how easy it is to convince somebody into a position if all you do is antagonize them for whatever reason you choose to attack them for. Most college children are left-wing by design because they have been indoctrinated into being a part of a left-wing paradigm. Whether it be because if they disagree and they don't go along with it, they then don't get to graduate because they get failed on purpose by their leftist professors. But they will then buy into the leftist paradigm of just, hey bro, why would you just ask for normal shit in society? And you'll have to help them break the conditioning by walking them back to normal positions. The same way any debate works.
Colleges are where young people go through many transitions and develop unrefined belief systems.
Yeah, and then it allows them the ability to then test those systems upon their own ideals. Yeah, exactly. That's why they're exactly the perfect thing to do so. Because they are full of ideas and need the opportunity to hone and chip themselves to then develop them. To become fully fleshed individuals that then become a part of real society, if they aren't already. Which is to say, they go from being people who were in school to people who are doing part-time work in society, to then being full-time in society and contributing to it as well as voting it. Yes! Signifier! Yes! That's the purpose! That's the point! The far-right children, if you want to call them far-right, just right-wing, let's say. The right-wing people, they go to private colleges. They go to private colleges. Which is to say, the right-wing children go to schools and to businesses and to higher education that is gatekeeping themselves. Which I would say good.
That they paradoxically feel incredibly strong about, making them easy targets for gotcha moments and very satisfying to see put in their place. Thus, they are great for farming content to the anti-intellectual crowd. And
I mean, anti-intellectuals wouldn't discuss things. They would just have thought-terminating cliches and say socialism is win no house, and then go on to attack people lazily, and then keep picking targets upon people they think are stupid and are beneath them, like most of the left-wing did. Especially amongst the time of the dirtbag leftist. And why is it that actual Jake doesn't have content anymore? Because nobody wants to engage with him, and nobody interacts with him. And there is no political spear for the debate bro. Because it's dead. Because it doesn't make content. But you already knew that, right, Signifier? No, you didn't, because you don't fucking stream on Twitch. And you're not a part of the Twitch culture. The same way that the argument of, bro, I'm a dad, I don't have time to play video games, coming from the mouth of people like Smash JT is an actual argument that you could actually use to describe that. But it's literally supposed to be your job to know. But you only use one type of platform. And you're not interested in spreading that platform, despite how much more money you would make if you did so.
that's often what happened in these viral moments on right-wing online spaces. Remember, Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, these are adults with entire teams behind them who do...
You notice how you keep saying Ben Shapiro and him, and you don't address the fact that actually the majority of what came from a lot of these discussions and situations with people such as them is that they are outliers. They're not the norm of the industry. For some reason, that's something that just doesn't occur to you, which is very strange. That's very strange, Signifier. I noticed that you're not saying Steven Crowder. I noticed that you're not saying Lauren Southern. I noticed that you're not saying Sargon of Akkad, which is to say Carl Benjamin, which is to say the podcast of the Lotus Eaters. It seems to me that you think that you can talk about a person who is supposed to be such a well-organized engine and machine and ignore all of those other people, including the likes of people like Thomas Sowell, Dennis Prager. Well, then again, you already have your talking points for Dennis Prager, don't you? Cope. It's all cope. It's literally all cope. You dig down to the bottom, all cope.
Do this for a living, challenging some 19-year-old who probably stayed up till 2 a.m. the night before playing Call of Duty that took maybe 1 or 2 sociology classes and wants to step up to the table. It's not a fair fight. It's the equivalent to watching Razor Ramon fight local jobber number 595, except the crowd doesn't understand that the match is predetermined.
Say hello.
So, you're trying to use the example of professional wrestling, but you have seemed to forgot that actually it wouldn't be predetermined because you have no idea of knowing if that person is actually an expert. That's the purpose of having a Change Your Mind event, where anybody can come up. That's why people like him, why people like Ben, and people like Crowder would say, bring your friends, bring your mom, bring your dad, and please bring your professor. Because they want to hear from those professors. The fact that the professors are not capable of attending these events, and thus can't back up their arguments, is very interesting to a normal layman. Because it means you don't have the ability to actually argue your position. So think of it like this. Think of it like this. If they're supposed to be the lower members of the shogunate, and you're defeating the students of the martial arts dojo, but he never takes on the actual expert, if that's supposed to be the caricature of what Kirk is supposed to be, despite the fact, again, dead man. Why is that the case that that's actually what the left wing's been doing forever when it comes to politics? When they let on the goofies and the weirdos and the not known figures. It seems to me like it's more likely that you just have people that are unwilling to actually face real conversations and instead insist that it must be fear and terror by proxy because they don't have the ability to make the argument. And in fact, we're never interested in the argument. It's pretty ridiculous when you really think about it. But sure, okay, you're right, we're wrong. Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say.
The bad guy.
However, when people like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro face people who are actually well-versed in their topics or relatively well-trained in rhetoric, they will usually get demolished.
This is a dolphin fetus.
See Kirk...
Going out of your way to try and trick somebody with a picture of something so that you can get them in a gotcha is not being demolished. Remember when you tried to debate somebody, Signifier? Do you remember when you tried to debate literally one of the worst kings of this when it comes to on-right zero politics in the form of Destiny, and your ass dodged the debate? Remember when you did that? Yeah, you gotta shut your ass up, bro.
Debating college students at Cambridge or against Brianna Joy Gray.
Systemic racism. I could sit here and ask you, Charlie, do you know how many people came over in the transatlantic slave trade?
I could approximate about 1.8 million.
No, it's like 20 million.
Hold on,
Are you
20
kidding
million
me?
came as slaves?
20 million.
I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and we should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
If you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave, and in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including...
Hey, Signified, did you notice this thing that is important to the point of this clip? What is she reading off of? Carl, what's your point? Is she beating him? No, she's not. She's going off of reference of information and material, which is the first problem. True debates does not allow you to have outside references and sources. You need to be able to actually do so without access to digital devices. Because using AI conscription to summarize what your opponent is talking about is cheating. Half of debates is mental. And that means actually remembering and knowing what you're talking about, which is where facts and details and research is supposed to come into play. But more importantly,
20 million.
I'm making a...
Him being stupid about debate things like that is him being unprepared. Can't defend that. But more importantly,
simple observation.
If you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared...
Having universal child care does not help in a place where then allowing for universal child care for people that are not paying into the system that supports it eventually collapses it, especially under the debt ceiling that wants to monetize women's wombs, not actually reward them for building their lives around themselves, their family, or their goals. Also, bars? The first thing she said was not helpful.
Enforceable parental leave.
Trying to go back to the start.
Eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
If you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means...
Structurally supporting women starts with those women first structurally supporting themselves. Less of that is on the government and less of that is on businesses and more of that is on themselves. When they know what it is that they want to do to structure their lives, then the system of governmental assistance should not be involved there. That should instead be the companies that they work for finding ways of bringing them into the workforce and enticing them to support them. Unfortunately, you're not doing that. It's hard for you to do that. Ridiculous in and of itself as it is.
Is universal childcare, shared legally...
Already talked about that one.
Enforceable parental leave.
shared legally enforceable parental leave would be great if it weren't for the fact that there are so many women that just actively brag on TikTok, just like that woman inside of Owaga County tried to brag about being made a victim by DoorDash. If they were not actively victimizing men with, basic shit that constantly happens. One of the most common being parental fraud.
And in Nordic countries where women have high workforce...
Nordic countries that aren't America. Stop going to other countries' models that don't work because they are literally being currently raped by infinity migrants.
Participation, and also some state support. They report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is...
Just you said it's bad.
I disagree, but thank you.
The 2 minutes that Kirk had facing Dean Withers on that Jubilee episode were rough enough that Kirk seemingly kept ducking Withers for the rest of that year. Dean was actually...
Person who goes onto content and is literally a case example of the exact problem with content creation and edutainment being made into a fucking farce of an engine for attention seeking. The nice word here is leeches. The word I would have used is a bundle of sticks. Is the reason why people do not engage in the culture war. Because it's the most sympathetic people that become the most popular and the most famous. Not because their arguments, where did I put my shit? Not because the argument is that those people are actually intelligent. Also, ding. Is not because those people are actually intelligent, but it's because those individuals are playing word games. They're playing for gotchas. And to the uneducated mind, a gotcha sounds a lot like a ziz and a burn. Especially if it's based around a slogan. And that slogan is well known, but the actual consequences of it are not.
Finally supposed to debate Kirk a few weeks after he was murdered, something that Dean took very, very hard.
That sounds more like he's upset than he didn't get the chance to debate a guy that would have made his career easier and better if he was able to build off of his clout. Much like you are, posthumously.
Nobody deserves that. Not even Charlie Kirk.
When Kirk went to Cambridge in the UK and faced up against students who've actually put in significant effort and preparation, he was so clearly outmatched that his own channel comment section took the side of the woke feminists. So there it is. Charlie Kirk beaten by facts and logic in the marketplace of ideas. Feminism wins, the right loses, nothing else to worry about, right?
Just feminism, right? Sure, feminism. That's what that was.
Wrong, obviously. And this is because Kirk isn't in it for debates or the pursuit of truth or intellectual discourse or even winning the debate half the time.
No, he's in it to bring people into Turning Point USA. Which to say, he was. The man is dead. His job isn't really to debate. But since he's the leader of the organization, he has to, because it's his ideas and his opinions and his viewpoints and his values that are on question. His job is not to debate. His job was to get people into Turning Point USA. His job is not winning. His job is getting them to question. Which is to say, the job of the supposed person that would be the head of the McDojo of debatists that he would fight, his job is not to win. His job is to get them to change their mind. The Talk No Jutsu is supposed to get them to be on the side of good after they potentially lose the fight, but they win with great heart. I was convinced by his arguments and how he took a punch, and even when he could have been able to lie to win, he instead stuck to his principles. I expected that.
In it for the purpose I mentioned earlier of breaking containment, saying inflammatory things that he may or may not even be sincere about. I'm focusing on this
So, all influencers, which is why the culture war continues to expand and become worse, Yeah, that might be a problem, but that's a problem of everyone. But for some reason, it's okay when you do it.
Because many people on the right and plenty of liberals like Ezra Klein believe certain things about Charlie and open dialogue that are just not true and fundamentally harmful. They think that people with opinions similar to Charlie Kirk must be openly defeated in the marketplace of ideas, and they take Kirk's political intentions of having dialogue and discussion at face value, saying Kirk did politics the right way, but this is so stupidly naive it makes my head hurt. Plus, it's just not based in reality. Here's Kirk, a man.
So what's based in reality outside the Aaron Sorkin effect is that you shouldn't debate people, you should murder them? What a great argument. Let's hope nobody follows your idea.
And who didn't even finish college, insulting multiple highly successful black women with advanced degrees and high achievements, insinuating that their success is only a product of affirmative action based solely on them being given opportunities because they were black.
If they were from a time period where they would have never been allowed in the door because the racist black man would have pointed a shotgun at their head and said, you walk past this threshold, you're walking into your casket, there is a part of that that is true. And you know that that's not the framework in which you are trying to debate this with, which means that statement itself is already ridiculous and is already based in you trying to be hyper incentivized towards being that much of an asshole about it. So, okay, talk your shit, but understand that you're the reason why that argument exists.
I have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color. But I can declare that I did not graduate on affirmative action. This is my personal story.
You really have to wonder, in fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been
Ketanji, but not that big of a deal.
Called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
He insults their brain.
Now that's ridiculous. That's dumb.
Brain processing power and assumes that their job should have went to more qualified white men. He gives no actual...
I mean, their job should go to more qualified people, period. Meritocracy does not evade the point here. It should go to the person who's the most qualified. Period.
No argument for this. No material evidence to support this. It's just evident on face value from his perspective because of their race and this distortion of what affirmative action must be. The racism is so inherent that he's not even capable of understanding that what he's talking about is why affirmative action was created. When these women speak on benefiting from affirmative action, what they're pointing out is that before affirmative action, they would not have had the opportunity to reach the level of success they've reached. Not because they lack the brain processing power, but because racists like Charlie Kirk assumed that they couldn't and would never allow them the chance. And mind you, that still makes them rare because the most likely recipients of affirmative action have historically been white women. But in Kirk's mind, in the minds of most conservatives, racism only exists when people say slurs or openly admit it. And even then, we should...
That's not the only time. You wish that it was. Because then you get a lot more opportunity to make fun of people and to antagonize them. Which you're not allowed to because people deny it from you. Most people are smart enough to understand that racism is not only just when a person says thing you don't like. But if we're going to pretend, by all means, keep pretending.
Didn't talk about it too much. And none of this matters, again, because the point isn't to have a logical discussion where people learn something. It's to say something racist or sexist or homophobic out loud to his fan base and get away with it. Affirm the racist tendencies of his fans and build a coalition. I could talk hours if I wanted to about how wrong this statement of doing politics the right way is, as others have, but it doesn't make a difference because people like Kurt aren't here to be convinced. They're here to normalize their hateful rhetoric. Liberals and moderates watching, understand. If the ultimate goal is to reduce the damage that certain ideas cause, the best strategy is not to help them spread. Even if you think you're winning the optics in the moment, taking certain ideas out of the marketplace of ideas ends their ability to replicate.
In other words, deplatform your enemy and refuse to actually address them because you don't have the ability to argue. You just want to make them look stupid at a distance and hope that the frustration of being deplatformed is enough for you to then show, see, they don't actually have the ability to argue. They're just mad that they don't get to say the things that they want to say, and I'm stopping them from doing so. Which should be more than enough of a sign to demonstrate that you are exactly a part of the problem. But, you know, for some reason that's not the case. Not here anyways. Wild. Truly prescriptively wild.
Yes, the dreaded deplatforming is our best weapon. There are drawbacks to it, yes, but understand that there's tons of research at this point that shows that no one really changes their mind from public debates. People don't change their mind just because they've been presented with better information on a topic. People will legit lie if they think it serves a greater communal good. So even if you have your cool Aaron Sorkin moment where you own the chuds, you're still not doing anything.
Using the word that represents person I don't like as the devil.
Useful. It's team sports and entertainment, and our team will never win the actual major game going on with the strategy that we're going to convince them in the marketplace of ideas. And the right knows this. It's why they won't stop saying so much wild shit all the time. It's
right. So, in the example that I said, where you use the idea of it's basically a martial arts tournament, and this person that represents the right wing is Son Goku, and the left wing represents, I don't know, a fucking member of the Ginyu Force that somehow has knowledge of viral heart disease before the cell arc begins. They go there, and they basically kill and or pay off all the competition to quit so that they don't have to actually compete and fight. And then, when they get onto the stage to compete against that person, you shoot them in the head, and then you should say, well, you can't declare them victor because I've killed them. Signifier, in this world where you use underhanded tactics to deplatform people, and you do life ruination to stop them from being able to take a part of the things that are relevant to the political project that you're working on, because they're too busy rebuilding their lives after you deplatform them, what do you think happens? Good example. Lauren Chen, the roaming millennial. What happened after she was deplatformed from her channel? Did she disappear? Did she stop making political content? No! She came back and had legitimate right to have grievances because of how she was deplatformed and then treated like she was a spy and a dissident of her Canadian state. On one hand, Canadian! And on the other hand, when Sean Fitzgerald, the actual Justice Warrior, broke his news piece about how she and her husband were treated, with them dealing with their children, and how they were accosted while on the stand over Tenet, did she disappear? No! She came back with a righteous fury. Did Lauren Southern disappear? No. Did Brittany Pettibone, her friend, who then has been completely accosted alongside her husband and their family in the state where they currently live, did they disappear? No! When you persecute people using these underhanded tactics, you actually justify them. You make them into martyrs. And then you give them the ability to then fight you because they have the power of the underdog. Both by the actual means of having been victimized by you, in which the immediate second you say, well, he thinks that they shouldn't be afforded this position because the only reason they got it is because a white man would have stolen it from them and then it had to be given to them because of the rules. You have optically made the argument that the reason why you should not have content and why you should be criticized is that you think that the best way for you to deal with things is to bury people as though they are a part of a wrestling programming. And yet, it is the job of people to speak up and show how fucked your mindset is. Because you believe that it's your job to deplatform those people because you disagree with them and they won't immediately suck your cock and agree with your worldview. That when you deplatform them, they just stop existing. And yet, that's not what happened, was it? When you called a bunch of people deplorables, they didn't disappear from the world and stop being people. No, they didn't remain invisible wall masters and floor masters that weren't a problem as long as you don't think about them, don't think it, don't say it. No, they continued living their lives. And then rebuilt their lives. And then started hounding you with the force of 5,000 suns and stars. And when they said, and I remember when it happened because here's where it did it, and they have a footage of it happening, and you doing it to them, and you laughing in their face, suddenly, they become like the bride. Or they remember how you did that to them, they remember how they can take revenge on you, and you can't say it didn't happen, because there's a tape there, with you saying it with your own words. This worldview here, signifier, that's the reason why some people won and lost elections within the last 10 years. That right there. The need to tell people that actually we just kill them. We destroy them in a way where they're never able to recover. And then we don't have to think about them anymore. And nobody will know because nobody will remember. People will move on. They'll forget them. But they haven't. They haven't forgotten about people like Stefan Molyneux, for what it's worth. They haven't forgotten about people like Almanac, Count Dankula. They haven't forgotten about people like Tommy Robinson. They haven't forgotten about people like Sonar Rivacad, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. And when they come back and they say, yeah, this motherfucker did fuck shit to me and try to kill my life, they have the ability to point at you and say, yeah, this is something they believe in. Because you just argued that actually, that's what they should do. You are so stupid, Signifier. Holy shit.
Why they do not care if what they're saying is true or false, if it makes sense, if it doesn't, if it's an outright lie, or exactly the opposite that someone else said. And I hate our modern news media for not just saying this to them. Whenever someone on the...
So, you don't care if you have to lie to destroy somebody so you can get what you want out of politics. You are angry that news media doesn't just behave like a leftist and deplatform people. You want to have the ability to destroy people with words alone, despite having no argument for why they must be wrong. And because you can't get that, you will treat them as though it's anything other than what it is. Which is you being upset that you can't destroy your enemy and be given permission to do so by people who should be helping you take care of them, rather than fighting you on what should be an easy, open-shut case of just let me destroy their lives. They're not a real important person. Please, come on. Let me just firebomb their house. Then we'll never have to hear from them again, because they'll be in poverty trying to rehouse themselves.
The right...
How fucking evil!
Just lies in their face. They say, is that true? And then puts the microphone right back to them like they didn't just lie a fucking second ago. Like a perfect example is listening to Trump talk about the Epstein files on the campaign trail.
There's a moment where you had some hesitation about Epstein, releasing some of the documents on Epstein. Why the hesitation?
I don't think I'm not involved. I never went to his island.
And listening to him talk about the shit now.
Mr. President, what did Jeffrey Epstein mean in his emails when he said you knew about the girls?
I know nothing about that. They would have announced that a long time ago.
Sir,
yeah, Jennifer, go ahead. Go ahead.
In the file, Venezuela,
Charlie Kirk himself spoke on the Epstein files all the time, but clearly was told behind the scenes to stop.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend.
And it was such a blatant reversal of his own opinions that surely some people should have woken up. But
you know, for how much we supposedly will hear about and think about and see about these supposed lists and who's on it, it's become itself a mech talking point. That if there is a list, we as the American citizens are never going to see that list declassified unless somehow it serves the favor of the people in power that have the ability to do so. And should there be a Democratic politician that has the ability to pull the lever that allows us to get that information and find out the who's who of the inner circle, that is the kind of stuff that you'd think you should be on board for. But for some reason, you're now using this as a talking point for how actually they wouldn't pull the lever, so that means they're bad people. So, should I get into power, right? I use this moment to be the case of, I'm going to become a politician so that I can specifically solve all these problems that you think shouldn't be solved or that you think won't be solved. And I be the one to pull that lever. Are you going to sit there and immediately say, see, the only reason why Mr. Carlisle thinks the way that he does is that he's just one of those grifters that used to come from this when he used to just play video games and then innocuously made loud noises on the internet. And now all of a sudden he's doing things like executing 15-time criminals. You know the only reason he's doing it because you guys need to wake up and realize he's not truly on your side, right? And then I just drop things that would politically and expediently hurt me but benefits the country. What are you going to say to that? Probably fucking nothing, bro. And like, bro, it's literally a fucking blackmail list. They killed one and put the other one in permanent jail. Are you serious? Of course he is. When is he not serious about being stupid?
They did. Still no consequences, no change in behavior, no damage to their movement. We are living in a post-truth era. So why are we worried about having good faith debates with people who are obvious liars?
Good question. Why should we let you have access to a... Why should we let you have access to a microphone when you just demonstrated that you said it's good to kill your opponent politically? It's good to deplatform your opponent politically. It's good to say whatever you can to stop them from getting on that stage. You should be one of the first people never allowed near a debate, period. Because that's what you think is acceptable. That's wild, man. That's really wild.
One scary thing is the country has moved so far right in its general disposition.
Source, please.
And the right-wing movement has been so effective in their rhetoric that they've managed to label Kirk as a moderate.
If you have...
He is a moderate. Any person that would have had basic opinions of his would be moderates.
Apologetic, ferocious, anti-white racism, then young whites are going to find some very radical political positions. If you want young ladies to become more conservative, we should encourage and celebrate marriage. Get a mortgage, get married, and mate.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
And by the way, genetics matter. We should talk about genetics more. It's not racist to say that.
You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
He's saying these racist things and openly speaking on women not needing to be educated and just wanting to become mothers, defending gun violence in the name of liberty, etc. And it makes him a moderate because every once in a while when an overt white supremacist comes to the stage, he shouts them down. But what you need to understand is that Republicans and their followers know it's all the same thing. You just can't say the quiet part out loud.
So what's the quiet part, Signifier? Are you going to tell us? Or is it going to be more of the brouhaha?
Lee Atwater, the campaign manager for Ronald Reagan, said as much back in 1981.
Ah, I see. So no, you're not going to say it.
As they developed their culture war playbook.
You start out in 1954 by saying by 1968 you can't say that hurts your backfire, so you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights and all that stuff. And you get so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than white.
This is still where we are, but the truth is Kirk was just...
I did not touch anything. That was his own editing.
busing, states' rights and all that stuff. And you get it so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than white.
This is still where we are, but the truth is Kirk was just skilled at hiding the racism inherent in his movement.
Fix your editing! Fix your editing! Fix your editing! Signifier. Again, this is not devout racists are trying to convince people that they are incapable of doing a thing, and also they hate people, which, again, ding. This is not a case example of bigoted racists trying to trick people into voting for them. This is, again, marketing and salesman work. You are telling me that you're losing to people who are basically just better at communication and skills than you. That is not helpful for you. That is sad. You're so bad at communication and editing that you're not capable of bringing people onto your side. You're so incapable of beating what is supposedly a secret Nazi who's lying to you like a doppelganger, that your only tactic you have left is deplatform them and also kill them. This does not spark joy. This does not spark joy.
Many members of Turning Point USA were exposed for having their own racist text chats. It's just something white people do when they're not around us, or even when they are around us, to be honest. Kirk was a modern update on all the overtly racist pundit this country has seen. However, I want to talk about the one that I think most right-wing figures are mimicking today, George Lincoln Rockwell. Now,
nobody knows who the fuck that is other than you and other bigots and racists. Which is to say, you're a bigot and a racist. Who is this? Somebody that has to deal with the fucking German Nazi Party?
Now, some of you may find it offensive to compare George Rockwell, an overt neo-Nazi, to Charlie Kirk, allegedly a moderate, an overt neo-Nazi. However, you'll find him in Rockwell, an overt neo-Nazi, to Charlie Kirk, allegedly a moderate, an overt neo-Nazi.
An overt dead neo-Nazi. Ding.
However, you'll find him and Rockwell believe pretty much the same thing. Rockwell attacked MLK in the Civil Rights Bill. Charlie Kirk took the same exact position 60 years later. Both alleged that he was a communist, which we'll give him that one. MLK secretly based, made a whole video about it. It's fine. Rockwell believed in the Great Replacement Theory. Charlie Kirk believes in the Great Replacement Theory. Rockwell was anti-feminist and anti-gay, saying that he would allow gay men in his movement if they changed but didn't believe in gay marriage.
I will say this. In my organization, I have men who were homosexuals. They were...
I didn't pause that. Boy, it broke. The video randomly paused at this exact moment and said, "The following content may contain suicide or self-harm topics." It was playing fine and immediately threw up this screen as we arrived at this portion right here. And it won't let me play through it.
Which, we'll give him that one. MLK.
What a weird time for that to finally come up. How long have we been here? At least 6 hours?
Later. Both alleged that he was a communist, which we'll give him that one. MLK secretly based, made a whole video about it. It's fine.
He said he was secretly communist. a Mao. He actually was a Mao. Lol, lol, a Mao. I can't believe that. More importantly, Signifier, if you think that your enemies are secret Nazis and racists that you think you can beat in debate, why don't you just debate them and do so? Oh, no, I shouldn't do that. What I should do is I should avoid them. And also I should kill them so they never get the chance to have a microphone and never get into power. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wonderful idea. Watch what your enemies do with that idea and concept, you dumbass.
Rockwell believed in the Great Replacement Theory. Charlie Kirk believes in the Great Replacement Theory. Rockwell was anti-feminist and anti-gay, saying that he would allow gay men in his movement if they changed but didn't believe in gay marriage.
I will say this. In my organization, I have men who were homosexuals. They were sucked into that filth, just like drunkards or dope fiends. And I have been able to rescue them. And I'm not a bit ashamed of that. I'll stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone on any day. The only thing I will not tolerate is a homosexual who is a homosexual.
Charlie Kirk says basically the same thing, always arguing about women being submissive, saying he's okay with gay people existing, but marriage is between a man and a woman.
Why can't marriage be allowed with 2 men or 2 women?
Allowed and what it is are two different things. Just strictly from what marriage has always been is the idea of 2 separate parts coming in a union to be able to have, hopefully, a lifelong partnership to raise kids, adopt kids, or have kids. It is the attraction of opposites. If you want to redefine marriage, that's fine, that's your contention, but I take a classical view of marriage.
Both were anti-immigration, both were college dropouts, both showed potential as provocateurs, which got the attention of rich benefactors. Harold Noel Aerosmith Jr. bankrolled Rockwell. Bill Montgomery saw similar potential in Kirk and helped him found Turning Point USA. Both were overtly anti-communist and anti-progressive. Both toured college campuses debating students and creating spectacle to bring attention to his cause. Both couched their politics in a false image of Christian faith based solely on whiteness. Both were even from the state of Illinois, with Rockwell being from Bloomington and Kirk being from Arlington Heights, future home of the Bears, which that's so bad. And there's one more similarity I'm gonna say for you. However, for a lot of you, this might be your first time ever hearing of George Rockwell. Hell, I didn't know much about him till earlier this year, and shout out to Westside Tyler for making a similar comparison between him and Charlie Kirk in a video just a few months back. But despite the fact that Rockwell was a well-known figure in the 60s during the civil rights movement, often trailing Martin Luther King on his speaking engagements and marches, he's been erased from our history, and the reason is obvious. Rockwell made one mistake. He said the quiet part out loud a lot.
Commander George Lincoln Rockwell, you are head of the American Nazi Party?
Yes, sir.
How can you possibly justify leading an organization whose objectives are the liquidation of the Jews, the removal of the Negroes to Africa, and the turning of the United States into a fascist state?
Well, I don't know where you got those supposed objectives, but they're ridiculous. We have no such objectives. As you have said, we are not out to liquidate the Jews. We are out to liquidate communist traitors. Unfortunately, too many Jewish atheists, not religious Jews, but too many religious atheist Jews are mixed up in communism.
He was too honest about what the American right really was and what they wanted. He was too extreme, not in his rhetoric, much of which was popular then and is openly parroted by the American right now. No, his problem is that he openly called himself a Nazi. He did it at a time where Americans had spent years branding themselves as anti-Nazi, even though the Nazis modeled their genocide off of Jim Crow laws in America. They were still the bad guys to us then and still today. But his political platform was damn near identical to Trumpism.
Rockwell soon discovered that the well-educated and spirited Judith was nothing like the mental image of a wife, based on the demure and submissive Claire. He quickly eroded whatever relationship he had with the Altmans by blaming them for not training Judith for the proper, meaning docile and compliant role of a wife and mother, which was, in his view, the only appropriate station for a woman.
Submit to your husband, Taylor.
But unlike Kirk and so many figures on the right, he didn't play...
That should be 2 dings, technically, as I'm answering a DM in the background. One for the submit for your husband, and another one for the question of what he says they should be doing. Why does Big Joel turn into a fish?
Coy with plausible deniability. He didn't wink and nod with other white supremacists in the crowd. He didn't say stand back and stand by. He said literally white power. That's a book he wrote.
And so, therefore, he was not actually a part of the right wing, and it was deplatformed, and is a sign of a person who would have been a part of the extremists. So he was exacted and removed for being an extremist? Damn, that's crazy. Too bad that's not the argument that you're saying right now, bro.
He named one of his magazines the Stormtrooper. And
Also, what the fuck does this have to do with Charlie? The comparison being, oh, he dog whistled some words. Which, that's not what a dog whistle is. That would be counter-signaling. But he dog whistled some words, just like him. So, listen, I'm telling you about how Charlie Kirk actually is. You're not, though.
One of his followers went on to write the Turner Diaries, the Bible of white supremacist fan fiction. So he is not mentioned in today's like modern society and has been erased in history. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's interesting to consider that he himself has been erased, but not his rhetoric, especially since conservatives today have come to identify themselves with Nazis so much that making Nazis bad guys in movies and TV shows and video games is offensive to them. We just had a guy call himself a fascist on Jubilee to laughter and applause. But let's go back to that last similarity between Kirk and Rockwell I didn't speak on yet. It's in how they both died. The story right now is that Kirk was shot by a young white man named Tyler Robinson, sniped from a rooftop. Tyler Robinson has been branded as a leftist by a lot of conservative media due to some incredibly specious and circumstantial pieces of evidence that I'll talk more about later. I will add now that everything from his past life to his parents to his username on Steam and his hobbies indicates that he was your typical right-leaning young man from Utah. Meanwhile, Rockwell was...
Because your typical right-leaning young man from Utah is a man who likes to engage in gay sex with transgender women and men. Because that's the same thing, right? Right? Right. That sound effect is very loud.
Was also sniped from a roof by John Patler, a former member of his American Nazi Party who had a tumultuous tenure with the party due to not fitting into the Aryan aesthetic, for which he was eventually ousted by Rockwell for his Bolshevik tendencies. But what he really meant to say was that Patler was a closeted gay man. And I'm sorry if I can't not...
I mean, there are some people that are probably closeted gay men amongst those people, but, you know.
Engage with the profound irony of these similarities and what they tell us about the hidden costs of movements like Rockwell's and Kirk's. The fact that Rockwell named his magazine Stormtroopers, explicitly insinuating the untimely death of his followers for the white cause, and the fact that it's that same belief in the expendability of his followers that led to his own death. And a similar thing can be said about Kirk, whose last words were literally him attempting to deflect the reality of spree shooters and similar acts of senseless gun violence that he's defended throughout his career, acts that, believe it or not, are far more likely to kill men who look like him than look like me. Because of this, Kirk ends up being just another victim of his own cult. The world Kirk helped build is the same one that killed him, and now they want to make him a martyr. Not a cautionary tale, not an opportunity to reflect, but a symbol to push their same destructive movement forward. And I can talk all day about how the rhetoric of the right and Kirk and Rockwell and whomever hurts me and those like me and those I care about, but we kind of already know that.
Once again, more symbolisms, more of those signifierisms. I could tell you about those things and I could talk to them and actually do my job, but I won't. I'm going to talk more about that hatred.
Instead, let's talk about y'all. Let's talk about the other casualties of this forever culture war. Let's talk about the young white men dying like Charlie Kirk did. Part 3, look at me. I can't stop talking about the Joker, y'all. I'm sorry. I promise I won't be here long, but it's important. We got to get into the media analysis bag just a little bit for this section. The short of my infatuation with Joker as it pertains to this topic, for those of you who are new, there was once a time when the Joker was this silly, almost queer-coded agent of chaos that was a popular villain, but not this icon for disaffected, predominantly white men. When I was a kid, I saw Jack Nicholson as the Joker in the first Batman movie, and I thought, yeah, that's cool. But nobody wanted to be him. Same thing for the Joker in the reruns of the 1960s and the classic cartoon series in the 90s. But then in 2008, with The Dark Knight Returns, the gritty revamp of the Batman films, we got a new reimagining of the Joker as representing the aforementioned disaffected group of angry, predominantly white men. And I've talked in multiple videos now on how that image of the Joker is so iconic to these men and boys because it embodies a fantastical, ultra-violent response to an indifferent and cruel society that both causes their dysfunction and rejects them forward. And because of this, they lash out. And while the Joker's popularity has waned as the years have gone on, the sentiment behind his popularity has gone nowhere. The chaotic, evil desire to have revenge on society is just as salient in a lot of young, predominantly white men, Dax notwithstanding. The last Batman movie just took the same character motivation and put it on the Riddler this time instead of the Joker, just because it still is just as salient now as it has been probably for several generations. This
What is salient?
nation is full of angry, nihilistic, and potentially violent young men trying to get someone.
Young men? Not people?
Anyone to pay attention. And I don't think people realize how integral that sentiment is to movements like the American Nazis or Turning Point USA. These photos that we see of these young men back years ago in Virginia, these are not white men who are well on track in life, who are finding their way easily through this world. No, these are rejects. We're seeing the type of men that if the Joker was real, they probably would have been some of his goons, or as Rockwell duly named, stormtroopers.
No, signifier. These men are victims of multiple things in society. And being one of the people that are going to sit there and say things like this about them means that you obviously have abandoned them, just like most people in society have abandoned them. That is not a good thing that you have abandoned them. You just decided that they were not important. And therefore, should be abandoned to those devices to which you do not care for.
Stormtrooper might sound like Tyler Robinson. The limited info on Robinson indicates that he was actually a young man of significant intelligence, having a 4.0 GPA, scoring 34 out of 36 in his college entrance exams, ranking him in the top 10% of testers. Yet he went to an unremarkable state school and dropped out after one semester to enter trade school. He was described as shy and quiet by many and was clearly deep into internet culture if the memes he put on the bullet casings and his choice of Halloween costumes are of any indication. And that's all we know, really. Over a month after this huge story, it's been radio silent on any new information and why he did this. Conservatives like to say the memes on his bullet cases indicate a left-wing political standing. However, the meme...
Because they did, and they were, and they are. The only one that doesn't represent a political standing is the fact that it is directly ripped from Helldivers 2 and is the 500 kg Braum call down.
Memes are also well-known memes in right-wing spaces meant to mock the left. The only other ostensibly left...
Please tell me how they are meant to mock the left when somebody says, ooh, woo, catch this, or fascists catch this. You wouldn't know shit about this. You're a black father. These are not spaces that you go to, bro. Holy fuck.
Fleeting aspect of Robinson's life is the revelation that he was allegedly in a queer relationship with his roommate who was said to be trans.
That was not alleged, bro. That was confirmed.
Though there's minimal...
They literally helped turn him in. They literally helped turn him in, signifier. They helped turn him in.
Of that as well. Mind you, Tyler Robinson being bisexual or pansexual or whatever wouldn't make him any less right-wing. Right-wing men are very much fans of queer sex and trans women. The log-cabin Republicans are a thing. Gay Nazis were a thing, even amongst Rockwell's group. If you talk to trans women, they will tell you some of their biggest fans tend to be Republican men. There's also been some effort by those on the left to say that Robinson was actually far-right and killed Kurt because he wasn't right-leaning enough. Many connect the memes to other far-right groups, specifically those led by Nick Fuentes, who is a constant and persistent critic of Charlie Kirk publicly.
You can ask me to make this video, but you can't make me watch anything meaningful from this piece of shit. I mean, that's the correct reaction to have, signifier, but you do realize that at the end of the day, you are responsible for the shit that you're doing. and that the shit that you're doing is brought onto yourself by the fact that you are not able to actually address problems. In fact, your inability to address common concerns and problems that you need to discuss is that the quantitative reason why people like Fuentes are where they currently are. They're able to win arguments because you're not actually able to explain how they are wrong.
There's a lot of internet lore there that's...
And you won't debate them, and therefore, since you won't debate them, he goes to debate people like Piers Morgan.
Sounds plausible from a biased position, but there's little validity to support this assertion as well. Then, of course, we have the conspiracy theories that it was about the Epstein files, or the Israel lobby, body doubles, and all kinds of stuff that comes from these moments. But at the end of the day, until we hear from Tyler directly, we don't have a strong understanding of why he elected.
No, we have to hear from him in order for him to understand it. Very interesting conversational topic there, bro. That doesn't seem to be the way that the left wing actually behaves. Shut up.
Allegedly did this. All that said, I have what I think is a compelling explanation, which is that Tyler Robinson was like a lot of young white men, except he's evolved somewhat. Tyler didn't technically commit an act of mass violence. Instead, he made a mass spectacle of violence. We'll explain this a bit by talking about spree shooters. There's been a lot of effort as of late by the state, law enforcement, and of course people like Charlie Kirk to reframe spree shootings and mass killings in ways that fail to isolate the disproportionately white male and right-wing nature of these mass violence incidents. All domestic terror acts of mass violence and spree shootings are disproportionately done by right-leaning, straight white males. Kirk's incredibly ironic last words were him responding, counting or not counting gang violence, to a question about spree shootings. He was trying to insert a racist dog whistle to deflect from the point of...
Your screen's gone blurry again, Signifier. You kind of have to master that.
The question, and he did this because engaging with the reality of what spree shootings are in America will require us to critically look at white people, white men specifically. The right has put a lot of effort in making spree shootings an issue of trans people somehow, even though most research indicates that trans people make up less than 1% of all spree shootings. And bringing up mass shootings in the context of street violence as if it's a black inner city gang thing hides the white male right-wing nature of the phenomenon even more. Gang violence and spree shootings have completely different circumstances and motivations and thus responses. But conflating those two is the point for men like Kirk. Again, the goal isn't the greatest understanding, is breaking containment. This is not to say that all spree shootings that aren't a part of street violence are done by only white men. There's figures like Brian Nichols or Christopher Dorner as examples of black spree shooters, but aside from being relatively rare, it's also not hard to recognize the difference between someone like Christopher Dorner, who went on a killing spree over being fired from his job as a police officer, versus Scott Paul Bierle, who killed 6 women at a yoga studio because he was depressed and couldn't get a date. And again, there are some black spree shooters with similar motifs, but they pale in comparison to the amount of white ones. While both events are abhorrent, only one reminds me of the popularity of the Joker. Only one involves this vague desire for retribution on society, which tends to be the unique motivation for mostly right shooters and almost no one else. In the aftermath...
Except for the fact that that's not the point of the Joker. The point of the Joker is that all it takes is that it is one bad day for you to be willing to do something extremely, 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 extremely evil, that because you feel like society has got you, that it means that you will be able to navigate the problem without other people feeling like you're left out of the problem. And the fact of the matter is that no, it does not change the fact that people still have humanity that is a part of their core being. You actually represent the key example of what the Joker wants, which is a destabilization of society where people cannot trust each other, let alone the people who they put their faith into trusting. You are the person that would end up being a representative that would cause the greatest concern and the greatest problem for everybody to understand when it comes to people and their concerns for other people along with them. You believe that it's your job to be the one that decides who's allowed into modern society and who's allowed to participate in modern society. And so, you would do damage by saying that you and only you, and people who see things like you, are the ones that are allowed to participate in that society. And fuck everybody else who decides to not see it from your perspective. Because they're, well, for lack of a better word, traitors. They're traitors, and they're not to be given help or care.
After Kirk's murder, the term nihilistic terrorism or nihilistic violent extremists popped up on people's radar.
Talk about nihilistic violent extremism, but haven't really set out to define what it is, and a lot of people don't know what it is. So what is it?
At its simplest terms, nihilistic violent extremism is a practical definition that allows authorities, specifically law enforcement and the FBI, to attribute acts of violence that are terroristic in nature but lack a singular ideological focus. It's individuals who are mobilized by maybe 3 or 4 ideologies, but none of them hold a primacy over that person's beliefs or why they took the violent actions they did.
Which means that you don't have a direct explanation, and it's just basically, here's a way for us to say that this person is an accelerationist without just calling them an accelerationist. Coming up with a class definition that allows you to ascribe them to a specific group without actually having the ability to describe shit, which is as useless as his definition. Ugh. Welcome back, Grace.
But nonetheless, they're seeking to exploit the weaknesses in society through violent means and hoping to see it collapse or at least degrade a little further.
Essentially saying, we don't really understand why he did this. But I think that's a lie. This ignores a very obvious factor in many of these events, the desire for attention.
So you think Batman's made Gotham a better place? Look at me.
Going all the way back to the Columbine killers. When you read their writings and the writings of other spree shooters, you see a ton of patterns, and one of them is the desire for people to see what they're going to do, to witness them. Many leave behind manifestos. They send press kits to the media. They document their preparation, release videos of themselves. Some even live stream themselves in the midst of the act. They stylize themselves in ways to build an aesthetic, often paying tribute to other shooters or images of white spectacle violence. The Columbine shooters, for example, often got accused of being fans of The Matrix or that there was a connection there, but actually they were clearly referencing this scene from 1995's Basketball Diaries. These acts are intended to give them meaning in a world where they feel meaningless. And I would argue that even the killers who do seem more politically or specifically motivated still desire some sense of notoriety and attention. Dylan Roof was an overt white supremacist, and his killing, like many right-wing terrorists, was explicitly for the goal of starting a race war through which so many people, black and white, would have died, again inspired by the Turner Diaries, another part of Rockwell's legacy. Roof aggrandized himself as the only person resolute enough to do what had to be done for white people, and wrote in his diary in jail how he hated that people had the nerve to question exactly why he was doing what he was doing, to question his mental wellness or say he had a drug problem. He didn't want any of those normal excuses y'all be giving to these white boys. He was adamant, and he's been very clear since then, that he has no sorrow for the lives that he took. You don't do this much because you're indifferent to being known and understood. No, you want to be known and understood. You want your words and actions to be influential and mean something. And I know this because law enforcement knows this. Since probably the mid-2010s, when it became clear that mass shootings were just going to be a thing we had to deal with here in America, the media and authorities began to give less attention and energy to spreading the names and faces of the perpetrators of these crimes. It used to be that committing a spree shooting of some sort would get your face all over the news for weeks or months. You get tons of examination of your life and your background and your parents and your friends and all this stuff, academic papers, interviews in prison, whole documentaries, etc. Now you're lucky if your incident stays in the news cycle for more than 48 hours, and the media will rarely say your name on TV. But what if you kill or attempt to kill someone famous? Then they can't ignore you. Literally the same day Charlie Kirk was killed, there was a spree shooter by a kid obsessed with Hitler and Nazis in a whole other state. But he didn't kill Charlie Kirk, so none of us remember this. Consider how much more...
That is not a good argument. Also, where the fuck are you right now, sir? This was supposed to be about how we were being told about how Charlie Kirk is not somebody who you know them to be. And then between you and your shitty editing, you have somehow hopped, skipped, and leaped and jumped into trying to explain to us why spree killers do what they want. Like, that helps you explain shit. So, actually, Charlie Kirk is a victim of the system that should have helped him somehow, and you can't be able to explain how that is for what it's worth. You don't have an explanation. It's just, damn, somewhere between this and this, I've somehow given humanity to Kirk and said, actually, this shit is bad to have happened. Like, what are we doing right now, Signifier? You literally have 30 seconds remaining, or excuse me, 30 minutes. 30 minutes remaining in this content. And you haven't said shit of importance.
More famous Matthew Crooks would have been if he had actually killed Donald Trump. Further, look at his very similar background to Robinson. Quiet kid, highly intelligent, highly online. All the usual features, but at some point Crooks knew that he wanted to do some type of spectacle act of violence, and he researched spree shooting and other things extensively before deciding to kill Donald Trump. But he failed, and instead his attempt became fuel for Trump's presidential campaign, and his story has been mostly pushed to the side. But understand, targeting famous public figures for infamy isn't a new thing, and it's probably going to make a strong comeback because this is what disaffected, mostly white men have been doing for years. When you look at Ronald Reagan or Bjork or the murder of John Lennon, they all have the same similarities. My goal in bringing up spree shootings is to beg an obvious question. Why is this something that Americans have just allowed to happen here in America?
We don't allow spree killings to happen in America. We don't allow it to become famous. We don't allow it to become natural. It is the concept of we, as a society, cannot make decisions without voting on things as a part of an open dialectic. You, and people like you, Signifier, think that it's supposed to be your job to decide who is allowed to do what, when, where, why, and you can just decide that that is the case. That's the general problem here. You think that you have the right to decide for everybody else, and you don't. So you then say a bunch of things about gun control and voting rights and civil properties and civil liberties and civil duties, while at the same time being incapable of logging into a chat room and going on to WIC TV to debate these things that you feel so strongly about. Because your idea of open dialogue is harassing somebody on Twitter and then canceling them so they can never be able to participate in polite society because they're too busy trying not to die of starvation and homelessness. While you then go on to say homelessness for black people is at the worst it's ever been, blah, 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 blah. Because the target you decided to attack was acceptable.
No other country in the world, even countries with plenty of guns...
Let me stop you right there, bro. All the places in the world with guns have civil rights and civil liberties and national... The good word to use here would be identities. And they have not done what many of them are itching to do because that's not what polite society says. But they're very, very close to no longer being polite.
Like Canada has as many acts of senseless violence. But more interesting...
Sure. They certainly don't. Nobody talk about the truck of peace. It'll be funnier if he finds out the other way.
Why do we not engage with the uniquely white nature of this phenomenon? Not just the fact that the shooters are predominantly white, but also the fact that the victims are predominantly white. Of all the inherent paradoxes in the modern American right wing, none to me are more striking than the fact that 20 white kids dying at an elementary school, or a high school, or an all-white church, or an all-white country music concert would bear minimal energy or attention in the alleged pro-life conservative agenda. Instead of outrage and self-reflection, the right has only doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down, with Kirk being one of the main people defending guns and gun culture and distracting from any real efforts to look inward. Him being murdered in a similar act in the middle of dodging questions on the nature of these acts is so ironic that it feels like something from a movie. Charlie Kirk's murder is yet another cry for attention from white men who are suffering under late-stage capitalism and alienation. But at this point, it's clear that the excesses of white death in this country is not a glitch, it's a feature. It's the entire point. And that
There goes the screen again. Why are you blurring it?
That's why Kirk has to be celebrated and elevated to such a high level, because he was a true believer turned public martyr. And other white men like him will be lucky to share his fate. But the reality is, most of the other deaths in the name of this cult don't have nearly the same level of exaltation.
Obviously, that's not what either of us are saying.
What do you think is the cause of it? Like, what do you think is the reason why more men aren't succeeding and getting college degrees? More men aren't going out and making as much money in their 20s?
I think that the current environment does not necessarily lend itself to the disposition that men have got. So they're less conscientious than women from a personality standpoint on average. That means that it's really difficult, comparatively, on average, for you to be able to remind yourself that you need to do this sort of homework. Men are more predisposed to addiction, they're more predisposed to using recreational drugs, they're more predisposed to being in jail, to all of this sort of gang stuff that people get drawn into. It's just more likely for guys. There are more routes that men can be pulled away.
People on the right say pretty consistently that the left offers no answers to young men. The phrase is often, the left has failed men. And I get why they...
The left has failed men. You abandon them, you silence them, you keep trying to kill them, and then when they have the audacity to speak, you keep saying, why would he ever listen to you? All you ever do is talk against women and business and hate them and blah, 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 blah. And now you have the audacity to say, well, how do we connect to them?
Put some fucking earbuds on! You're in public!
Cuckoo, cuckoo. How can you connect to them? And how can you have the ability to do anything about it? How do we get them to talk to us? I swear to fuck, this guy just yaps for the sake of yapping. Yes, more or less. Props for enduring the madness. Catch you on the VOD. Need to shut the rain from the guy's rot? No problem, bro. Yes, he is showing the assassination footage of Kirk, basically.
They say this, it's stupid, but I get what they're trying to get at. They're getting at the fact that the left offers men no easy answers for the specific things they believe are causing them problems. Instead, the left, because we're talking about a very nebulous thing, right, offers young men a relatively...
You're not talking about a nebulous thing. We're talking about the left-wing dialectic and how you all have effectively sacrificed men on an altar. It's not nebulous. These are the political views that you guys agree to.
Unproven and risky way of reimagining themselves as men, which is in many ways antithetical to the way they have been taught to think a man should be. They are literally telling them the thing that they're actually pursuing is the problem in the first place. So of course, how could that be an easy or viable answer from that particular standpoint? Mind you, there's no shortage of left-leaning men that exhibit the traits we often associate with traditional masculinity and manhood, whether it be physical prowess, desirability, wealth, being a solid father figure or provider, and in plenty of cases, being a misogynist or patriarch. None of these things are unique to the right. Further, if you look at a lot of modern right-wing male figures, they come up pretty fucking short in their performance of masculinity, whether it be Ben Shapiro's clear low T count or the fact that many right-wing men like Kanye West or Steven Crowder can't keep their women or don't take care of their kids.
Kanye West was literally right, and he was never allowed to solve the problem because you decided he was crazy. I can't speak for Steven Crowder because Steven Crowder's got a lot of issues he has to work out. And those are not good examples and figures to use because those are not figures that lead the modern moderate movement.
But the right has the advantage in branding, not in truth. And so because they can frame their false images of masculinity as the appropriate ones, it's an uphill battle for anyone outside of that. The right's image of masculinity is based in dominance and the left's isn't. To the right, as long as a man aspires to or exhibits traits of dominance, then he's okay in their eyes. And while, again, these problems do exist with men on the left, we're not branding ourselves as such, and that limits our reach. Conversely, the right tells young men and boys that they can be a dominant alpha male as long as they follow them on Instagram and buy their vitamins and do this workout plan, as well as this 11-step course to becoming a millionaire before the age of 30.
But that's grifting, and that is bad and wrong, because they are lying to them. And we know that they are lying to them. You know and I know that they are both lying to them, Signifier. And those people that are grifter males, they only are in that position because of what? Who did you take out from the position of leadership that left them as the only people they have to look on to?
And none of it works, of course. The irony, the immense irony of the left has failed men is that the right has always failed men. The right has been in control of what men say they're trying to be for generations. And why are we where we are today if not for the false things they've been selling y'all?
Algorithmically generated content on social media contributes to and profits from young men's growing social isolation, boredom, and ignorance, with the deepest pocketed firms on the planet trying to convince young men that they can have a reasonable facsimile of life on a screen. Many grow up without acquiring the skills to build social capital or create wealth. The statistics are insane. Like 45% of men 18 to 25 have never approached a woman in person.
But you could largely describe America right now as a giant bet on AI. 10 companies have driven all the growth in GDP, are responsible for 77% of the earnings growth. Our economy literally rests on 10 companies now, often referred to as the Magnificent 10. And they do several things, but quite frankly, they're in the business of enragement, polarization, and then sequestering young people from all other activities. And of trying to establish a romantic partnership when you have literally lifelike synthetic porn. So what are we doing? I think we have our economy is attached to one objective, and that is to evolve a new species of asocial, asexual males. Unintentionally, we have an economic interest, right now I would argue, in planning our own extinction.
It's not controversial to say that modern men are in a state of crisis, but that crisis is very much man-made. And by man-made, I mean capitalism, of course. I hear Tucker call...
Huzzah, capitalism, blaming the problems on people who make money, rather than blaming it on those that waste money. Huzzah!
...is worried about T levels, and he's right. There's substantial evidence that men have less testosterone today than they did a generation ago. Is it due to cultural degeneration or trans women, or the fact that corporations have been allowed to feed us microplastics for most of the last 50 years? Men are getting married less and are less likely to head a household. Is this because feminism has made women more masculine, or because neoliberalism has made it impossible to support a family on a normal job? Is it because capitalism incentivizes employers to pay people less and less to work them more and more, and the right constantly fights against raising the taxes on the wealthy who are in control of that equation, let alone raising the minimum wage or paying for health care, maternity leave? Who would want to get married under any circumstances when it's two people just struggling together? Everything about modern men and modern society is a direct reflection of the failures of modern capitalism, but the right refuses to acknowledge this to the detriment of his own followers. The most damning statistic of the dysfunction amongst white men specifically can be found in the suicide rate. While so many white supremacists like to talk about 1350, the distorted data point that says African Americans make up 13% of the population and 50% of the crime, which is a willful misrepresentation of FBI data that we all should know by now. I've talked about it before. I'm not getting back into it. But what about 3070? Y'all ever hear that one? That represents the percentage of white men in this country and the percentage of suicides that they represent. Yes, white...
And why is that? Come on, Signifier, you're almost there. You're almost there. Why are they a disproportionate number of suicides, including the ones that also happen to be transgender and or gay? Why are they killing themselves? Come on, Siggy. Come on, SiggyD. You're almost there. Come on. Come on. Why is it? Why is that? Why is that? Why is that?
White men are 30% of the population and represent a whopping 70% of suicides in America. Yet somehow it's the left who is failing men. And this is...
You have abandoned men! You have abandoned them! You have been ignoring them! They are tired of being ignored! They found people to follow! Some of those people have led them down a Hamilton path. They then, like rats, are around them. And then, when those leaders get taken out, they are abandoned again! They don't have leaders, signifier. Excuse me. We know that I've been at this for a while because my voice is starting to go. They've been abandoned, signifier. They've been abandoned. They have been abandoned. They have been left behind and actively ignored because helping them would mean you'd have to actually give a shit about them. You abandoned them and said nobody's going to help you because we're going to label you as monsters. And somehow, in your infinite wisdom, you made it very clear that they will never get help. Not from the left wing. Because the only good use for a man is to basically lift up a woman. Any issue for a man will only ever be addressed after the rest of the purity spec. And they are on the bottom! Below black men, who are also on the bottom. Annoying. So fucking annoying. We're almost done, chat. We are almost done.
On top of all the ugly things I talked about in the last section, like spree shooters, or how about acts of family annihilation where white men wake up one day and decide to murder their entire family, their wife and their kids because they lost their job or dealing with depression, both of which may or may not also end in suicide. Do I even want to get into pornography addiction? Pornography consumption is more prominent and tends to be more deviant in red states. You southern red states love your femboys and your porn. And pornography...
They're not the ones that like the femboy porn. They like the interracial and gay porn. How do you know, Carl? How do you know? We all know how I know.
Addiction, on occasion, spirals out into white men committing spree shootings. If any other group in this country had these types of disproportionate negative health outcomes, it would be all over every news space on a regular basis with explicit detail. They would call it the white male spree shooter problem and not the male loneliness crisis, because the reality...
Male loneliness epidemic. Male loneliness epidemic. Men have been abandoned by everyone because on the conservative stack, should they be serviced on their issues, to a concern where their questions are to be given actual addressals of answers, they don't have solutions being offered to them by other people like them. And so, because they have been abandoned, and they are being ignored, and they are being treated as though they are not human, they are left with only one response to effectively look back towards as a part of the deeper, greater hands to what they are meant to address. And that deeper and greater hands that they're meant to address effectively amounts to them and everyone else around them being treated like they are not human beings. And in the progression of being treated like they are not human beings, you also try to treat them as though they do not deserve to have their problems addressed or heard. And in doing so, you create a process that makes them, and other people like them, have no response, and thus no avenue upon which to reach greater issues and problems in society, creating a synergistic and recidivistic problem as a whole that not even capitalism can fix, because it's required to be fixed by community. So, nobody from the left wing wants to care about white men. Nobody wants to care about black men, because they're the white men of black people. Nobody wants to care about minorities that are not a part of the pet peeve problem, Because while you're busy cracking the eggs of the ones you want to make transgender, you're ignoring the greater issues created by you abandoning them and using them to get your politics across. They're not able to build for themselves and their futures. They're then becoming hikikomoris, if not becoming meats, if not just dregs of society. And then at the end of the day, when they have nothing to contribute to, and they have no way of building onto what they should be able to build onto, you act as though it's completely impossible to understand why they find themselves in such positions where they are treated like they aren't human beings. And the simple answer is that you don't care enough about them to treat them like they're human beings. Because as far as you're concerned, that's not your problem. Not your problem, not my problem, not his problem, not her problem. They're just a consequence. They and all their shit, and all the people who care about them, that's just a consequence of the greater sphere of issues that affect them. Not something you have to care about. Not something that's your consequence to deal with. But just a thing. Just a thing that happens to be somewhat important. Not too important.
Reality is the white male loneliness crisis. I recently watched a video by CoffeeZilla where he talks about the proliferation of gambling in our daily society. Shout out to him for the video as a whole, but I couldn't help be frustrated that he didn't touch on who the targets of this type of stuff is, which is young white men scared about their position in society, hoping that something as simple and easy and low effort as gambling can pull them out of a situation where they might be at the bottom of the economic reality and push them to the top. And yes, you do have people like Kevin Hart, Drake, even Drewski and Joe Budden appear in some of these gambling commercials, which, by the way, shout out to Kai Cenat for being one of the few to turn like these multi-million-dollar gambling company deals. He turned one down. So yes, black figures are a part of the promotion of these sites, but this is just due diligence on the part of these gambling companies to hit every corner of men they can think of.
So, instead of being the leftist male that'd say, listen, these gambling sites and gambling businesses that are affecting content creation, they're only doing so because we allow them to. You, at no point, feel the importance to sit up and say, I gotta do something about this. My fellow Negro is in my need and help. You just say, that's somebody else's problem, it ain't my problem. Shout out to my homie. Because you don't have anything else to say but that. Wow. What a cuck.
The real targets are young white men looking to feel like winners to grasp an opportunity. And this works because they know how desperate people are, how big the gulf between the haves and the have-nots is growing, and how no amount of talent or hard work creates a solid path to a viable, successful life in this country anymore. Once again, your grandparents killed the New Deal in the 1960s so that black people couldn't live too close to you. And mind you, problem gambling has a higher suicide rate than any other form of addiction. And people like Joe Rogan promote it regularly in between complaining about the masculinity crisis to his predominantly white male audience, all for the love of money, which he doesn't need. He got it from Saudi Arabia. And again, this...
So you're going to talk shit about sovereign money, but not address the fact that the reason why sovereign money is able to make what they can do possible is because you already abandoned the position a long time ago and allowed things to get this bad in the first place. He's such an annoying person, I swear. Thank you for the paragraph, Avalon. The right tells men to man up despite Semitic discrimination. The left tells men they deserve such discrimination because they have original sin. The right are more correct than the left. The weakest among us are isolated and destroyed, or join the leftist cult and gain nothing. The strongest among us man up and embrace stoicism. Either way, we pull up the nails beneath everything that these people have known. True.
This is not to say that black and other men don't suffer from these issues, that the suicide rate for men in general is abnormally high over the last 40 years. But considering all the other ways in which black people tend to lead in negative health outcome categories, you got to think that white men are working extra hard to outdo structural racism to take the lead here. all while simultaneously escaping the scrutiny and disrespect that usually comes with it. But here's the thing, this particular social problem is just as influenced by structural issues with white men as social problems affecting black men and black people in general and everyone else. It's just a different function of the same exact structure. Many white men, white male-oriented spaces have attempted to lay the blame for these issues at the aspects of modern society. They blame women, immigrants, gay people, etc. for promoting degeneracy. And somehow that is causing like factories to shut down in their Midwestern towns, even though they can't quite connect the dots there for you. They don't have to, because that's what you kind of want to believe. And they want you to believe this because if you don't, then you might accidentally engage with structures of patriarchy and capitalism that have been used to kill as many opportunities for normal white men as they have for anyone else. And mind you, this is why people like Kirk argue against women being independent and getting educated. The whole trad wife thing that has become popular in the last couple of years is a marketing ploy to convince women that they were better off in the 1950s when they couldn't get a divorce.
The 3 M's make you a better citizen and more conservative, which of course is mortgage, marriage, and mating.
In fact, ending no-fault divorce is literally something many right-wingers want to do right now. They want women to not have autonomy, often using the fact that women are so unhappy now as evidence of the failure of feminism, which is ironic because it actually just proves the left's point about everything. One thing that never gets brought up when we talk about the male loneliness epidemic, because it takes the focus away from explicitly men, is the fact that while the suicide rate for men is abnormally high and has been for decades now, women are actually more likely to attempt suicide than men. They're
more likely to attempt suicide and survive because they're looking for attention, whereas the men are more likely to be doing suicide and are going to succeed because they're not crying for attention for someone to save them. They're trying to stop the pain. Every time you open your mouth, you make me hate the fact that you have breath of life, bro. How are you going to quote the statistic and not actually address the actual reason that statistic exists? How are you going to be so smart and so dumb? How are you so smart and so dumb? Certainly, there are people out there that think the same thing of me. And yet, how are you so smart and so dumb? I don't get it.
Doing any better under the current situation. And in another sick twist, the only reason why their suicide rate isn't higher is because of the methods women tend to choose for killing themselves versus men. To be blunt, men are more likely to use guns in attempting suicide, which is much more lethal than the methods women tend to use, such as attempting to overdose on pills. Thus, women are more likely to survive, creating opportunities for future intervention. And white men are more likely to own firearms, often as a manifestation of achieving masculine status. And
no, they own firearms because the majority of them probably have guns and grow up around guns. Oh my god. Also, most of the girls that don't use pills, they usually slice themselves. They only cut a hamburger, not hot dog.
Or the irrational fear that black people or immigrants or terrorists or wherever else are dangerous to them, so they want to carry these guns around in case they have to become John Rambo one day. And ironically, that just ends up making it easier for them to kill themselves when things don't go well for them. A paper published in the National Institute of Health said the following.
Themes of white male anxiety are common in recent social science research. For example, Carlson shows that white male anxiety surrounding perceived threats to their dominant status explains high rates of gun ownership among whites. Kimmel also demonstrates that the pressure to be economically successful, particularly in times of economic uncertainty, is a major source of distress among white men. Indeed, the narrative of the erosion of the authority of white men and perceived status threats is evident in the formation of the Tea Party movement and the rise of men's rights groups. Research on health and well-being also supports these notions. Case and Deaton show that suicide rates among white males have increased, which they speculate have been fueled by hopelessness. In response to this study, Phillips hypothesized that white men may have experienced greater increases in suicide because they were socialized to believe that they would experience upward social mobility and economic prosperity in a way that racial minority men were not. In other words, these men had further to fall.
This excerpt mentions Michael Kimmel and his concept of aggrieved entitlement. And while Kimmel has for various reasons fallen out of favor in gender studies, I don't think anyone has a better framework for examining the uniqueness of this specific social ill for white men specifically. Kimmel states the following in a paper titled Suicide by Mass Murder.
Feeling aggrieved, wronged by the world, these are typical adolescent feelings, common to many boys and girls. What transforms the aggrieved into mass murderers is also a sense of entitlement, a sense of using violence against others, making others hurt as you, yourself, might hurt. Aggrieved entitlement inspires revenge against those who have wronged you. It is compensation for humiliation. Humiliation is emasculation. Humiliate someone and you take away his manhood. For many men, humiliation must be avenged or you cease to be a man. Aggrieved entitlement is a gendered emotion, a fusion of that humiliating loss of manhood and the moral obligation and entitlement to get it back.
These men have been told all their lives that they should align themselves with these structures and traditions, that masculinity should be a certain way, and it's their job to ensure that if they abide by certain rules and traditions, that they will be rewarded. And in that process, they become foot soldiers or maybe even stormtroopers for these structures. And being a soldier is costly, and the cost is their happiness, well-being, and possibly their lives. And it's all to protect the system that does not have their best interest in mind. And more, so many of these men are recognizing that the structure is not holding up its end of the bargain, and they're looking around at their peers slowly dying, but instead of recognizing the system as the problem, they listen to the system explain to them that the real problem is trans middle schoolers playing soccer.
Just lying straight out of your mouth, but okay. That's no problem.
And for a long time, it was really hard for me to make sense of that. How so many of these men can fall for such obvious misdirection, and why so few recognize the real problem. But then as I've studied the manosphere and the right wing over and over, I realized that it's not because it makes sense, but because it makes community. It's because the cohesive identity of white men is literally worth dying for from their perspective. The real challenge that the left has in attracting men is the fact that it means deconstructing this ideological framework and reconstructing the concept of community and kinship for a lot of white men that, let's be honest, a lot of us don't want to be around. It's why so many white men on the left hold on to those same frameworks when they get here, allowing many problems to repeat themselves, and any white man on the left that tells you otherwise is not to be trusted. It's that sense of belonging and community that creates a barrier, and understanding that, it makes sense how so much of our daily lives have been atomized to reduce community, because it makes it so the only community left for many of these white men are these reactionary right-wing spaces. I remember when I was a teen that rock and metal were much more prominent parts of white male culture. There were much more popular genres of music that were intrinsically anti-establishment, anti-corporate, and unsurprisingly, within all that convergence of media companies, you saw them purposefully begin to exclude those types of very much white-oriented music in favor of music that was more easily commodifiable. Deja Sade does a great analysis on how Eminem, believe it or not, was probably the last true anti-establishment white megastar figure holding off the full control of MAGA for white minds today. Because today...
So, okay, pause, hold it. Who is supposed to be the MAGA musician, then? Because last I checked, any of the ones that would have been easily addressable as MAGA musicians are currently not even inside of the framework of attention, because one of them, which would be Try That in a Small Town, went to get his money, went indie, didn't sign a contract, and immediately got fucked over by his ex-wife when she filed for divorce to take some of that money. If not like 50%, if not nearly all of it, if the story goes the way that I believe it went. And then every other one, if they even attempted to associate themselves with anything considered right-wing, they would be deplatformed by the left. So what are we doing? What are we doing? It's like Ashur Crusher said. They're not allowed to yell back at the world when the shit happens. Because when they do, they get yelled back at, and they get struck down, and they get their ankles cut.
Most images of viable white masculinity that are popular are very much right-wing, very much corporately sponsored, happy dog, happy dad, whatever the beer company is, all these podcasts. It's not just Charlie Kirk, it's Theo Vaughn.
All these podcasts, and then you name people who are not a part of it.
It's Aiden Ross.
It's not Theo Vaughn, it's not Aiden Ross. They aren't white supremacists. They don't cover political content all that much. All Aiden Ross did was get a fucking it was rather not get a podcast appearance, but get a fucking stream appearance with Trump. That's it. He doesn't care about politics any more than fucking Kai Cenat cares about politics.
It's Brilliant Idiots, or whatever dude's name is that be hanging with Charlemagne, and this is why
Andrew Schultz, which I guess you can get that argument, but he's a part of the Joe Rogan sphere. Not actually anything to do with MAGA, but okay.
why Trump went to all of those podcasts, kind of just casually saying whatever the fuck he wanted with no pushback. And
so what about when Ocasio-Cortez did the same thing with the left-wing streamers and all the female streamers on Twitch? Do you have something to say about that? No, because that's the things that you're for, right?
And now all of them are like, I can't believe he didn't release the Epstein files. We were tricked. It may seem like I'm being flippant here, but I genuinely
Because you are?
just feel sad. Getting back to...
You're not sad. If you were sad, you wouldn't make this video.
Media analysis for a second. I can't not think of the War Boys from the Mad Max movies. I remember watching Fury Road back in 2015, recognizing that it was a brave decision to not just have these foot soldiers in the movie be nameless peons to be killed in the background. Instead, the War Boys were this great metaphor for what's happening to boys in our world right now. We watch as one of them goes to a metamorphosis to find meaning in a seemingly meaningless life, greatly through developing a new community apart from its cult of origin. I found a quote from the Mad Max fan wiki that is sourced to George Miller, though I couldn't verify this, still is too perfect to leave out here.
These war boys have no choice. They're culturally impoverished. There's no books, there's no internet, there's no theaters, no radio, no music. All they have are the detritus of the past, and they refashion it so a steering wheel becomes a religious artifact. They do the sign of the V8, the engine they've scarified onto their bodies, because an engine is much more permanent than a human body. They chrome their teeth, because chrome is such a rare thing. So like all cults, this is another cult, invented by Immortan Joe in order to get people to die on his behalf.
What's so effective about them as a metaphor is how these boys reinforce each other. They're a community before anything. They actively have some touching and endearing moments of brotherhood within their cult, which is something that needs to be recognized. It's why it works. But at the end of the day, regardless of those minor positive moments, this is a closed circle. They're not allowed out and not allowed to see the world beyond their existence, lest what happens to Nux, the character in the first Mad Max, happens to more of them. And this is exactly what happens in a lot of these male-oriented right-wing spaces. These boys and young men spend countless hours in group chats, Reddit pages, and the comment sections of their favorite creators, creating culture around the cult, reinforcing their behavior and paradoxically toxifying each other where it would be incredibly hard for them to ever find community elsewhere.
Things that don't happen in right-wing spaces for at least $300, Alec. On the Daily Double. No, that's what happens in left-wing spaces. Right-wing spaces build communities where they do not have to have agreements to a structure and opinion, because they're able to disagree and agree and then settle on the disagreement and agreement of those opinions. The left wing has the ability of building a community based around a cult, and then when you stop listening to the cult, they deplatform you and ban you, and then people ask, where did he go? And they say, oh, he went off to greener pastures. Or if not, just outright saying, oh, we found out he was a fucking Nazi and we murdered him. It's entirely possible that in the furthest of the far-right spaces, that is indeed what they do. Because they are also like a cult. But you'll realize, in places like mine, as well as in places like those, There's a very simple idea. And that idea is, who is king of Fuckshit Mountain? If you have never heard that statement and phrase, then congratulations, you're a normal person. But unfortunately, if you know the answer to who is king of Fuckshit Mountain, you already know that it's not you. Because you see, Signifier, when there is a group of people that specialize in creating a determinate issue and a determinate problem between themselves and other people, that is when they find themselves in a group paradigm where it's nothing but social hazing and social bullying. And in that social hazing and social bullying environment, where only one person is above the rules and everybody else is permanently in a haze pit, King of Fuckshit Mountain is the person who's allowed to abuse everyone else, and you are just one of his many foot soldiers and or concubines. Signifier, what you just described did not describe the right-wing paradigm amongst normal moderates and people who are left of center, right of center, centrist, libertarian centrist, or just simply not politically ascribed to either team. You described to a T the purity spiral of the far left, of the moderate left that believes that certain views just are inarguable, and the extreme levels of the far right, far beyond the normal level of the Black Sun and the Nazbols. You cannot be serious. This cannot be something that you arguably believe. Because I doubt you've gone to those places. I highly doubt you've gone to those places. And if somehow that you have, I question what you learned. Because you didn't learn enough. We're almost done, people.
And the result is death. Socially, if they're lucky, but eternally for more than we like to think about. And in the meantime, the real life Immortan Joe and his various cronies enrich themselves through their sacrifices. Don't look up how much money Trump has made in the variety of crypto scams and contracts in just the first year of his presidency, all off the backs of these same white men who voted for him, whose lives have not changed at all. The rise in the suicide rate in America over the last 20 plus years is almost exclusively driven by white men, often due to depression, addiction, despair, and a loss of hope. All while the right has controlled this country for most of the last 50 plus years and has pointed to us and everyone else as a minority, saying somehow it's our fault. And if you include the political reigns of Clinton and Obama and Biden as being right-wing, which you should, do some Googles, it's all pretty much right-wing all the time for a generation, for at least my entire life. But even not counting them, right now, Republicans have the Congress, the presidency, the Supreme Court, all three branches of the government, and what have they done for y'all? Aside from fucking up us.
Pause. What happened when you had all of those things yourself as the left wing? What did you do for people? Alright then, shut your ass up.
What has changed? In fact, they're actively trying to make y'all less healthy and less wealthy as we speak, as the president spends $300 million to redecorate the White House and invites tech billionaires over to hang out and plan future contracts for shit that will only make our lives worse. But as others have noted, cruelty is the point. If y'all know I'm suffering, then you're getting exactly what you want. I guess these right-wing men, these white right-wing men, haven't discovered some newfound value in their lives in the process, but they're seeing the inherent cruelty of right-wing ideology come to prominence. Abortion is gone. Affirmative action is gone. Trans rights are gone. Immigrants are being hunted in the streets. Genocide is still happening, and even more is on the horizon, but nothing for addiction, nothing for mental health. You're still getting gambling commercials probably in between watching this video. Nothing to improve that is on the American.
Not I, because I do not do gambling sponsorships, and I have this thing called Ad Block. You should try it sometime, Signifier.
American agenda, the big beautiful bill, made significant cuts to benefits and made it so you can't even challenge AI doing whatever the fuck AI is about to do to us in the next 10 years.
You should probably know what that is so you can actually have an opinion about it instead of just saying a thing and hoping that people just yada yada their way through it, bro.
Meanwhile, Gen Z, the generation most targeted by Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk, is committing suicide at a higher rate than previous generations. This is the agenda people were mourning when they say Charlie Kirk was a good guy, as his friends strip them of rights, money, humanity, and generally make them less healthy and less safe. As long as this video is, and as much as I've already said, I still don't think I have adequate words to make sense of that. So instead, I'll actually try to end with a little hope. An important thing to remember about all of this is that no fascist regime exists forever. And while fascism is here in this country right now, most Americans are not on board, even those who are politically uninclined, even those who are moderately right-leaning. In 2 terms, Trump has never been a popular president. He's consistently polled under 45%, and on average, he's the least popular president since the 1940s. He did not win by a landslide in 2024, nor did he win by a landslide in 2016. In fact, he's pulled in pretty much the same percentage of votes each time. If you manage to get off social media and stop watching entertainment news, you'll find
Entertainment news is not glazing Trump. Who the fuck are you getting this information from? Who's telling you that Trump is popular in this way? Other than in, like, a very niche means. Where? Where?
That most people, even most white people, are not on board with this cult. They're not in it. Even in rural areas that have been greatly targeted by this cult, there are tons of people who understand what is happening and are resisting in ways that they can. Moreover, there are plenty of regular people who are amenable to just causes that just need to be built with, engaged with, talked to, and most importantly, organized. The reality is that the right is actually becoming more desperate because although they've been winning for so long, the fact that I'm even here making this video to as big an audience as I will get
is a sign of you being an open mouth shill to the left wing. It's not a sign of you being a trustworthy person. It's a sign that you have been shilling, as you always have been, for the entirety of your career ever since Khadija Mbawe made you. And the same way that you turned around and made other people, you have done nothing but spread your reach to the stars above. But unfortunately, you're not fucking Team Rocket. You are Giovanni. You are the head of Team Rocket. And all you did was join Team Rainbow Rocket with you and fucking everybody else that is a Nebula nigga. Because you say that you're victimized, but you're not. Not even fucking close. Not even close.
Is an example of how things are changing. If they were truly so powerful, they wouldn't be working so hard to prove it. So those of us who are in spaces we can work to reach these people, specifically those of you who are whites that are maybe instead of moving to a gentrified area in the inner city, take your ass back to the rural spots where you came from and get shit percolating over there. I'm not going. I don't have the capacity. I've tried.
Once again, another one of those fucking Afroisms. I can't go. My black ass can't do it. Y'all need to go sacrifice on yourself on the altar. I'm not gonna go sacrifice myself on the altar. You go sacrifice yourself on the altar. The fuck you mean? Useless. You are useless. You are useless to the cause. You are useless to the people who rely on you most. Because you're going to sit there and with the woody-woo, as you've always done, you're going to sit there and watch them struggle. And you're going to tell them, listen, I can't do shit about this. Y'all got to do shit about this. But I'm going to sit my black ass right the fuck over here, doing nothing, watching y'all struggle. Because this is not my fight, not my circus, not my monkeys. You are the worst kind of creator. The one that is not actually willing to bleed for his people. And you have the audacity to say that you like people. And that you're on their side. What a joke. What an unironic actual cockwassel. already known. But now we can add politicizes and also pivots and profits off of the antagonism of a dead man. 17 times. Notable ones. 17 times. Or excuse me, 14 times. I can't count. 7 plus 7 is 14, Carl. 14 times in this video alone did you do it. You're pumping black people for money and white liberals for money. You're pumping black people and white liberals for money so that you can watch you yuck their yums so that you can make their money and live in relative popularity while doing nothing of value. You sacrifice nothing for your position. You sacrifice nothing for your opportunity. You sacrifice nothing for your opinions. If there is ever a good case example of what it looks like to have a media grifter actively accuse other people of the thing you're engaged in, empty signifier is it.
Pride, it doesn't work, but you might be able to do better than I can.
Listen here, little guy. I'm not gonna go fight the war. You have to go fight the war. Because even though it's a culture war, I'm an inside dad. If there are people in the left wing that are the inside boys, and there are people that are also the inside girls, FD is one of the many inside dads, as well as there being multiple inside moms too. And instead of dying for your beliefs, and dying for your ambitions, and fighting for them, you want them to sacrifice themselves on the altar. The same way you demand and beg white men sacrifice themselves, and black men sacrifice themselves, and black women sacrifice themselves, and all the other minorities in the period spiral, unironically, like a thought elevator in fucking Code Geass, as you sacrifice everyone in the world, you want them to die for your ambitions, so that you can sit back and rake in the dough as they drop like flies. That is the lamest form of fascism I've ever fucking seen, bro.
Because, and I don't say this flippantly,
But you do.
the motherfuckers need help. They need you.
No, they need us. They are supposed to need us, collectively, us. We, together, signifier, they need people. They don't need foot soldiers for the left wing or the right wing. They need people. They need society. You can't find it, though, because society, apparently, is dead. At least when it comes to the left wing spaces. So if they go to you for society, they don't get it. They get a backhand to the mouth. If they go to the left wing, the deep left wing, the Antifa members, they get assassinated. If they go to the right wing, on the far right, they get told to say N-word, F-word, and then they get bullied permanently. No, they need normal people that are amongst the moderates. Neither left, neither right, but closer to the center. They need people that are going to tell shit how it is. And also, when they give them a rough pounding, pause, they pick them up, dust them off, and send them towards some kind of path.
We have to recognize that the vast majority of the men that I've been targeting in this video are victims in this equation.
Yeah, but they've been victimized by you and the left. It wasn't right to victimize them, because last I checked, you murdered their leader.
Most of them groom from a young age to see the world in a very specific way that ends exactly where we know it ends. For them to be fuel for the machine. So they die, and the beat goes on. And all other bullshit aside, as a person who's done work in rural areas, who's been a teacher to young white men in the suburbs, or just as a...
I've been a teacher to the people in the past, so that means I'm absolved from doing the work in the future. I used to help people before, but I don't help them now. So, you know, it's not my problem.
Fucking human, recognizing that meaningless devotion to death in the name of forces that don't care about you is a sad thing. It's hard not to have empathy for what's happening to these men, and that almost goes to Charlie Kirk, who was only 18 when he was found and groomed by his right-wing ultra-rich backers to be a stormtrooper in their war. They paid him handsomely to be on the front lines, of course. But I'd like to think that at 18, nothing is set in stone for how you view the world. Who knows who he could have been without this structure in place. But instead, he was making jokes about genocide and running cover for pedophiles at the cost of his humanity and eventually his life. But out of respect for Charlie's memory, I'm going to do what Charlie would do and just say, damn, that's too bad. It's too bad what happened to you, bro. I don't know what to tell you. I have sympathy.
I'm not going to count that one because we already knew he was going to say that shit, because that's, of course, what he comes away from. Because that's what he hears when he heard that statement about there are some lives that have to be accosted for in order to afford our liberties and freedoms. He thinks that the liberty and freedom in the life that was being accosted for was this one particular person, and not instead the concept of there are people that, for the protection of society, effectively have to be an individual that needs to understand the risks that are represented by their refusal to be a part of a solution towards the greater whole. Of course, he does not understand that and does not care for that. Because, of course, that is the case. Ridiculously as it is.
For you. But that's not my problem. Personal responsibility and all of that. See, to recognize the sadness of a man dying like that, leaving his wife and children behind at such a young age, to feel something about the tragedy, I'd have to put myself in his shoes. I need empathy. And
empathy is a made-up new age term that it does a lot of damage.
That one we can count. So 15.
But it is very effective when it comes to politics. Sympathy I prefer more than empathy. That's a separate topic for a different time.
So, your last message is literally, I don't care, because, you see, he said that sympathy and empathy are made-up things that don't matter. But, you see, suicidal sympathy and empathy, where you destroy yourself and break your back trying to help people who want nothing but your death, and then you're surprised that they scorpion and frog you. That's the thing that you're not getting there, Signifier. You don't care. It is just a joke. It is just a joke that you will use as an exemplar of, you see, I'm right because I'm alive and he's dead. And then, when the next person who's weaponized off of that you just radicalized with this video, hears you say that, and then does to you what you all are saying is acceptable, what comes next after that is on your ass. And unfortunately, there is not going to be enough crying to save you. Then what? Eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, bro. You took a man's life. What do you think is the consequence for that? And then you justified it. What do you think the consequence is for that? Hope and pray that when they win, they do not do what you would try to do to them. Because they remember. They remember, bro! Not only do they remember, they will remember. Hope and pray that the generation that takes the reins from both the left and the right have visions of positivity for the future and not negativity. Because if they are not willing to be a part of the solution, they are more than likely going to be part of the problem. And if they are part of the problem to the point that there is no protection and no safety for those people moving forward, the only thing that is going to happen afterwards is going to be that they will either bleed you dry, they're going to turn the knife on you, and then they're going to choke you for everything you're worth. And when you sit there and say, but I didn't do anything, I just made jokes, bro. Bro, I just made jokes. I'm an inside man. They're going to look at you in the face and say, I don't care. Because unfortunately, they don't want to be Joker, Signifier. In your infinite wisdom of copying off of who you got that joke from, which was Shark03, they're not going to say anything. That's if you're unlucky. If they're lucky, they're going to quote your jokes back to you. That's nice. I don't care. I want your house. You're going to live in the streets now. Figure out how to live. Because they don't want to be the Joker. You've turned them into Goblin Slayer. They have a fierce hatred of the left wing and the right wing. Because those young men that have been abandoned by some of the party, that have yet to find their way to somebody who will take them in, we'll take them in the HOA. We got enough fat asses for everybody. We'll take them in here. What will happen when they travel the world and they discover themselves and decide what they want to be and what they're willing to live with? Hope that they don't pick violence because they don't want to be the Joker. They could care less about chaos being a ladder. They don't want to climb the ladder of chaos. They want to wipe the slate clean. And what happens when they get there? There's no more talking. Homeowners Association, HOA, the Negrohood HOA. That's my audience. What's going to be left when they choose violence is not going to be a left wing or a right wing. They're going to bomb it out and send it back to the Stone Age politically. Both sides will have to contend with that problem. They will be unironically like a social terrorist. And you won't be able to say that they're not justified because you abandoned them. It'll be like Azarian at the fucking boss fight in Kef. They will literally walk up to your house and they're going to hit you with some shit like, "You left this child to die." I didn't know. I just made jokes, bro. I don't care. The new king arrives. And it's going to be your fault. Lord have mercy. That took till 6 p.m. We've been here for nearly 7 hours and 15 minutes. Lord have mercy. That one is so big that it's off the page. That probably came from Avalon. Yes, it came from Avalon. The left's major failed shit tests in my lifetime. Being anti-war until Obama became president and not caring. Being anti-torture until Obama became president and then not caring. Screwing Bernie out of the primary and then not caring. Supporting BLNMT for murdering cops in 2020. Kyle Rittenhouse. Supporting COVID restrictions. Calling for capital punishments of unvaccinated people. Ignoring Biden's mental decline. Cheering for Trump's shooter. Maryland dad. And then finally, Charlie Cook. I suppose. We have hit a point where the trust in society is at an all-time low. And we can't get the trust back unless we're willing to admit that there is a quantitative problem with the way that certain people have decided to address issues online. It's very obvious to people like me that people like FD Signifier are not one of those people that were truly moved and shaken by the death of an online pundit. That ultimately, at the end of the day, isn't even a political figure in the means of trying to get people to vote necessarily for a side, but specifically somebody who is focused on getting people to actually speak and talk to people. What has been encouraged by the likes of Signifier is a group of people that do not want to vote, and do not want to speak, and do not want to converse, but specifically just want to hear you cry. They want to hear you scream and beg for mercy. Thank you, Thunderstorm. How topical. They just want to hear you cry and scream and beg for mercy. And what happens after that is your fault. Because you pushed them there. You pushed them there. That's a little bit too loud. You pushed them there. And now, the only thing that's left is what comes after it. So hope, if they get you alone, that they don't hold you down and treat you the way that you treat them. No, that's not audio track, that's just Mabinogi. You just have to hope and pray that they do not treat you the way you treated them. The left undermines traditional morality, which in reality is just morality. You cannot just reinvent the wheel with morality because it's rooted inside of biological urges. Alright, we have done enough work here. We are definitely not just going to jump into the next video. We're going to save that for tomorrow. I need to warm up dinner, and then I'll be back. Because now that the server's back up, I can actually go back to playing Mabinogi again. And I have lots and lots of training to catch up on. Alright. I will see you all in like 30 minutes.